Test, test, 1, 2, 3. I believe we are connected and good to go. Good morning, everybody. Let me know if you can hear me, if you can see me. I'm monitoring the chat. Once again, good morning. We were up all night last night monitoring the situation. And of course, the moment we let our guard down a little bit, all hell has broken loose here in Florida and getting ready to be in parts of Georgia and maybe even Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina later today. And we're going to be here with you for the majority of the day today, so we don't have any more missed tornadoes. I want to get right to the point here. The reason why we decided to go live so abruptly just now is because we do have a PDS tornado warning. In effect, it's the third one in the last 30 minutes or so, and that's going to be for, let's see here, Houston County, Alabama, Jackson County, Florida, Decatur County, Georgia, Seminole County, Georgia. Let me open up the Radar Omega app for you here and show you what that looks like. The purple polygon, that's where everybody should be taking shelter. You can see that this does include Bascom. It doesn't quite make it to Donaldsonville in Georgia, but you can see the general area here that we are concerned about. And this is going to, take the tornado right over to Egg, up towards Buena Vista, Hornsville, Haines. So we need everybody to be taking shelter over there right now. Once again, a PDS tornado warning is currently in effect for Houston, Jackson, Decatur, and Seminole counties. Those are in Alabama, Florida, and Georgia, right in the tri-state area here. That's where we're dealing with this. We had significant damage not too long ago, closer to, I would say, between Panama City and Fountain, Florida. We've got Storm Chaser Chris Hall out in that area. I want to hear if he's, seen any damage. I don't know if he's still chasing. I don't know what's going on with any of these guys. We're all just kind of diving into it. So let's see if we can get a hold of him. Chris, I see you're in and around the Fountain, Florida area. Are you seeing any damage? What's going on down there? Or are you taking a pit stop for the night? Once again, I had no idea what
No,
was playing.
we're still going. We're just now pulling into Fountain. There is damage here in Fountain, Florida. You can smell the pine in the air. Right now, we're driving around assessing the damage. I've seen a couple of trees down. I see a lot of sheet metal in the air. Not in the air, but in the fields. Seen a lot of trees down. We're going up and down the side roads right now. Are you live? Do you need a live stream up?
Yep. I'm live now. If you want to throw that up, we'll put you on here and just keep us updated. Okay, so that's Chris. He's down there. He's going to show us some of the damage.
Okay, give me just a minute and I'll have it up.
And then we've also got pictures and stuff coming in through Twitter. I'm retweeting this right now. This is near Lower Grand Lagoon in Florida. You can see some pretty significant damage there. And it looks like we've got another
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Walton, Florida is under a tornado warning. Let me know what the volume was like on that, guys. For me, I could barely hear it, but sometimes it's too loud. Okay, so let's come back over here and check out this newest tornado warning. Let's go back to the radar here, and you can see the flashing polygon there. That's going to be where our new tornado warning is. This does include Freeport, Florida, and I don't see one of the problems that we're going to run into today is a lot of these tornadoes are going to be embedded in lines, and they're not going to be as easily trackable as that one up there towards Donaldson. So we've got an area of rotation here that we've got to watch closely, but there's no singular, kind of like certainly defined area where a tornado might be. So everybody pretty much in Okaloosa County or Walton County, Florida needs to be taking shelter right now, because even without a tornado, this bad boy is going to be capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds as it moves through the Panhandle of Florida here. It's loud. Oh, my goodness. I don't know what causes that. I'm turning it down. We'll see what the next one's like. Okay, so if you're just now tuning in, we do have this tornado PDS tornado warning here for this storm that's moving through parts of Florida right now. It looks like it's weakening, which is a good sign. You can see the velocity couplet was probably at its peak here just to the east of Marianna and just to the south of Greenwood. Hopefully it went in between Greenwood and Dalewood. And then the last couple of frames, this area of circulation right here has certainly died out, but it looks like a new circulation might be trying to form just to the east of it. And this might be a new tornado that forms and travels all the way into the Donaldsonville area. But it's very important to note that most of the really dangerous kinematics, most of the juice that we need for tornadoes exists a little bit farther to the south. It's more in this area near Fountain, over towards Quincy and Blountstown in Florida. So the farther north that this cell goes, the less likely it's going to be to produce a big tornado. The problem now becomes there's more cells that are forming down here, and more tornadoes are going to form as this group of thunderstorms moves to the east. So we're concerned about Tallahassee. Eventually, we will be concerned about southeast Georgia up into South Carolina as well. So we're just going to be covering all of this for the majority of the day. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, thank you for being here. We were supposed to start the stream last night, but nothing happened last night. We had a 10% hatch risk from the Storm Prediction Center. All the ingredients were there, but nothing happened all night long.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Got some damage up on the screen if you want to take a look.
Okay, I'm going to. I'm by here.
Issued.
I'm once again by myself. No crew just yet. They're on the way. So I've got to go into the production room real quick and pull up Chris's feed. So this. Let me show you this video somebody sent me here.
Jeremy!
If I can. Window.
Jeremy!
Oh my gosh. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make sure that we have Chris's feed. And I will be right back. Share the stream. We're going to be here for a while.
Jeremy! 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 Jeremy!
Okay, so the video you're seeing there is from Florida, where we just had a big tornado go through and cause significant damage near the Fountain community. And Chris is there now, so let's go check on him. This is a live look from wherever Chris is located, Bay County, Florida. Looks like a mobile home flipped over there, lots of tree damage, and of course I'm sure down the road and behind him there's even more damage in that general vicinity. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on that area and also downstream because more damage is likely going to be possible as we go forward, because We've got more tornado warnings coming out. Look at this.
A new tornado warning has been
Walton
issued.
County, Florida, once again. Brand new polygon just issued there. Let's go check it out. And you can see here, this is what that looks like. 2 warnings back here. Now, there's the difference between these kinds of warnings. We've got the polygon over here that contains the PDS warning that's moving up into Georgia. And now we've got all of these warnings kind of just blanketing the edge of this line of storms. And we're going to continue to see that through the rest of the day. What this is highlighting is the potential for a what we call a QLCS tornado or an embedded tornado in a line of storms. And this is going to be something that's going to be hard to kind of predict, but we're going to have these precautionary warnings throughout the day. So if you end up under a tornado warning today, it's important to get to shelter because, for example, in the western portion of the Panhandle of Florida over here near places like Interstate 10, Freeport, Santa Rosa Beach, what's going to happen is, in the next 30 minutes to an hour, you're going to get slammed by a very severe line of storms. And it's going to be packing 80, maybe 70 mile per hour winds. And then at any moment during that, a quick spin up tornado with over 100 mile per hour winds could occur and cause very significant damage. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly where these little spin up tornadoes are going to happen. So just everybody in the whole warning zone needs to be taking shelter there. So thank you guys for tuning in. Once again, good morning. Welcome to the stream. Please spread the word. We're going to be here throughout the day tracking these storms as they go through Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, maybe even up to North Carolina as well. So thank you very much for being here. If you don't have social media to share this on, just like the stream like you would a normal YouTube video, and hopefully the algorithm will get us in front of people who need us. Okay? Stream is sponsored by Radar Omega. If you want to have a good radar app to track this stuff alongside me, the same software that I'm using here to guide everybody through this, you can get on your phone, iOS or Android. Normally, something like this would cost your local TV weatherman like $80,000-$90,000. For you, it's $8 or $9, and you've literally got all of the same tools and capacity. All right. So actually, this one is a little bit easier to track. There is a little bit of a rotation signature here near Miramar Beach. That could be where a waterspout is trying to take the presentation of a tornado as it moves up towards Tangomar Beach and Sandestin. So we need to take shelter all the way across the entire peninsula here near Santa Rosa Beach, Blue Mountain Beach, and just Santa Rosa. That is one of the many tornado warnings that we have right now. Another one is just now
a new
getting
tornado
issued.
warning has been issued.
Houston County, Alabama. Okay, I think this is going to be a continuation of the warning for our storm up here a little bit farther to the north. Yeah, there you go. You see the new polygon there? This one goes well into Georgia. It includes Donaldsonville. It includes Colquitt and Damascus. And, it's no longer a PDS warning, which is good. Very good news. What do we got going on here on Chris's feed? You can see some more damage here. Once again, he's near Fountain, Florida. Lots of tree damage. We've definitely seen some damage to some homes. It looks like they were checking on the people that were in the mobile home, and I don't think we haven't heard anything about that yet, but it looks like everybody was okay. Otherwise, just a lot of tree damage is all I'm seeing so far. Hopefully this hit a pretty remote area, but we've also seen some pretty, concerning looking pictures of the area that looks like maybe a more populated area got hit. 47 minutes ago, a new tornado watch was issued. This is going to be for pretty much the area that we're covering right now. 2 million people in the crosshairs here. Bainbridge, Tallahassee, Crawfordville, Tifton, Douglas, Waycross. All these places are under a tornado watch. We had a much more significant tornado watch last night farther west. The wording was a little stronger. It was several, strong tornadoes likely, and literally nothing happened all night, thankfully. What is a PDS? A PDS tornado warning is PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. And those are only issued whenever it looks like there's a damaging tornado on the ground or there's some sort of confirmation of that. We no longer have that confirmation, but it doesn't necessarily mean that there is no tornado here, okay? It just means that maybe it's recycling, or maybe it's just in an area where nobody can see it, or the radar isn't picking it up as well. The rotation is certainly still there. This is what we're looking at here. So as the storm that was producing a tornado approaches Donaldsonville, you can see very clearly that we still have rotation. The blue shows all of the inflow. Okay, there's a lot of warm, moist air racing into the storm this way, and the deeper that blue, the darker the blue.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. We just stopped to check on those folks there here in Fountain, Florida. That was their outbuilding, but the outbuilding got picked up and slung about 200 feet. It did damage 4 cars in the driveway, from what I've seen. Other than that, right now, all I'm seeing mainly is tree damage, but we're continuing to look, and I'll let you know anything further.
Okay. All right, so that was an update from Chris. Back to the radar here. What we've got going on here is the deeper and the darker that blue, the stronger the winds are, okay, just a little bit above the surface. So you can see how the winds are picking up, especially on the front side of the storm. But then on the back side, we have all this green and a little bit of red. The greener and the more into the red we get, the stronger the winds are on this side. So we very clearly have rotating winds here, but they're very disconnected. Okay, they're very far apart. There's not a very tight couplet. If we see these strong, colors kind of get closer to each other here in the middle, that indicates to me that we have a new tornado forming here, and it's very likely that that's happening. You can see this is certainly in a position where it could be recycling. So we also had a little bit of a CC drop earlier, indicating that there were debris in the air. I no longer see an indication of that. So there's probably not a tornado down at this very moment, but it could happen again at any time. So take shelter if you're in Donaldsonville, Georgia. Okay, take shelter if you're in Colquitt or anywhere in between. This thing has a history of being quite dangerous, and we don't want to overlook it. Extreme damage in the Lower Grand Lagoon area in Florida after a massive tornado. Some really sad imagery coming out of Florida. That was taken by a storm chaser, so I can't share it. I am going to retweet it, though. If you guys want to go see any of this stuff that I'm talking about, go to Twitter or X and just follow my page. I've got all of the latest stuff on there, just so you can see everything that's going on, including some of the damage photos. That most recent scan there does look pretty concerning, I must say. Hopefully everybody in Donaldsonville is taking shelter, because something is trying to happen there. If it's not another tornado already, it's about to be. And even if, for some reason things don't connect and we don't get a full couplet here with the tornado, man, there's going to be some really strong winds in and around Donaldsonville here just as a result of the inflow and the downdraft. So certainly 60, 70 mile per hour winds possible, and maybe even a strong tornado trying to form here as this storm continues up towards Donaldsonville. Yeah, we were just recently at 5 tornado warnings, which is the most that we've had since the beginning of this event. Honestly, in my opinion, the event began just about 30 minutes before we started the stream here. Can you zoom out and show us the path? Yeah, let me zoom out. In situations like this, it's really easy for me to get hyper-focused on the one area where the storm is. because, you know, there's not a lot going on anywhere else. Let me see here. I do want to look at what's Bryce Shelton looking at here. I can't tell if he's on damage or... Anyways, I'm going to zoom out and show you the path here just as soon as we get an idea of where Bryce is. All right, I'm going to keep him up, and I'll send you guys back over here. This is the cell that we're watching. This is the one that's produced the tornadoes. This is the one that's going to continue to produce the tornadoes, more than likely. This is right around Donaldsonville is where the area of concern is. If I put this into motion, you can see the general path here takes this pretty much directly northeast. So this is going to continue to go in this direction, meaning that pretty much everybody in the polygon is in the path of this storm all the way up to Damascus, Georgia. If I zoom out even more, you can see that the general path of these storms is basically going to go up into central Georgia. But I don't want anybody up towards Macon or even Albany at this point to be too concerned. Certainly be weather aware, but a lot's going to change as the day goes on. I don't know if anything significant is going to come of this storm as it approaches Albany. It could be completely dissipated by then. We're going to take it one county or one warning at a time here and not get too ahead of ourselves. But if I zoom out even more, you can see we have a very potent line of storms all the way up past Atlanta, Georgia. And this is going to cause strong winds, maybe even a couple power outages up here in Atlanta. And then same thing all the way down through eastern Alabama into Florida. That line of storms is going to sweep all across the southeastern side of the country later today through South Carolina, through North Carolina. And we're going to be watching the line for spin-up tornadoes within it. And we're going to be looking at the very real possibility of tornadoes and supercells popping up out in front of it, which is what I think's probably about to happen here near Donaldsonville, if it hasn't already happened. Once again, hopefully everybody in Donaldsonville is taking shelter right now. Somebody walked in here. Who do we have back there? It is Allie. Allie, if you can hear me and you know how to update the names on Carly's computer, I believe the number 4 position is actually Brett Adair, not Jordan Hall. So if we can change that, I would like to throw that feed up, because he's definitely on some damage here. I might even be able to. Yeah, or if you can send me the link to that overlay just as quickly as possible. If you're just now tuning in, we are observing the beginning of a tornado situation here in Florida, Georgia, Alabama. We were up all night last night waiting on it to start. It never did until about 7 a.m. this morning. Big tornado came through the Panhandle of Florida near a fountain. And that same storm has caused several tornadoes up through Marianna, near Malone, and now it's in Georgia, and it's trying to produce another tornado near Donaldsonville and Colquitt. So hopefully that doesn't happen, but if it does, we are here for you, and we're going to be here for you for the remainder of the day, more than likely. Yeah, we've also got a bunch of snow happening on the backside here. If you're watching up here in Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, northern Illinois, northern Indiana, Missouri, any of these places that are getting heavy snow right now, we would love to see your snow photos. It would be a nice change of pace from the traditional rain and damage photos that we're used to seeing here. In fact, you know, if we have enough time later today, we might even do our first Yolometer competition. So if you have a Yolometer, measure the snow, send it in, and we'll give away some prizes later, just to kind of relieve the tension here from a long day of severe weather coverage. It's a unique situation when we have like a fun, you know, like snow system going on at the same time as a big tornado outbreak. It's, obviously we're going to focus on the tornadoes until we can't anymore, or until we don't need to. Yeah, let me show you the latest SPC update here. So this is the severe weather outlook for today. We've got an enhanced risk of severe weather for Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina. And that does contain a 10% hatch risk. So here in about an hour or so, whenever these storms exit Georgia, or the part of Georgia that's in the yellow shaded area, there's probably going to be a lull in activity for a couple of hours until the storms reach back into the South Carolina, North Carolina region. And that's always been the forecast. But you can see here that things are expected to pick up a little bit as we get later in the day over here in the Carolinas. The yellow area indicates where we have a 10% probability of seeing a tornado within 25 miles of any given point. And then the dotted lines indicate that those tornadoes could be significant, meaning that they could produce EF2 or higher damage. Once again, I will be right back. I'm gonna go fix something back here. What you're looking at here is a live view from storm chaser Bryce Shelton, showing us some of the damage down here in Florida from a tornado that just recently happened. Let's see if we can't get a hold of any of these guys. Bryce, this is Ryan Hall. We're live on YouTube. Just wanted to know what's going on out there, man. Can you see anything? Does anybody need help? Just give us the latest on what's going on. So Bryce is out there, and this says Jordan Hall. We're working on fixing that. This is actually Storm Chaser Brett Adair, also in the very similar region near Fountain, Florida, showing the emergency crews and stuff already working into the area. So we're about to understand a little bit more about the extent of the damage here. East Carolina here, expecting naders. Good. Expect them. Better to be safe than sorry. I'm not convinced that we're going to see a huge tornado outbreak over there, but if we do, we're going to be here for you. Gosh. I'm lagging. Here's another interesting thing. So it was, of course, while most of us were sound asleep, when we woke up earlier, we saw a big rotating area just off the coast of Panama City Beach, and it was easy to kind of track that one in as it, produced the tornado. But this is looking like a similar situation, except it's a part of the line. So there's a pretty good chance that we've got a big water spout down here just south of Grayton Beach in the Atlantic Ocean, approaching Rosemary Beach. If that holds together, I would say that we're going to see another tornado warning here for Rosemary Beach, or between Rosemary Beach and Panama City Beach, and we have to watch that very closely for potentially another damaging tornado coming ashore here. And look at this, another one below that. The kinematics, the wind shear and everything along this line is absolutely insane. Honestly, some of the readings that we've been getting from the weather balloons that they send up are unbelievable. So there's definitely going to be a lot of tornadoes with this line. What we're just hoping for is that we don't see a situation where we get a bunch of supercells out in front of the line. That's when we get the real big mean ones like we just saw. As long as we can contain it to this line, it's going to be a damaging day. We're going to see a lot of tornadoes. We're going to see a lot of, hopefully not too bad of situations, but there's going to be a lot of things that happen. But it's going to be contained to a level that I think it's going to be much better than if we see those supercells. But yeah, that's the next area that I'm watching. This hook right here, it's going to move up towards Rosemary Beach. There's not a tornado warning yet, but get ready for it, y'all. Get ready for it. And by the way, how's everybody doing? Thank you for tuning in. Good morning. There's already a bunch of us here at 8 a.m. Please do us a favor and share the stream. Get the word out there. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, whatever you've got to do. You've got my permission to share it in whatever way you want to. If you want to remix it, a new tornado
warning has been issued.
If you want to pretend like it's your own, I don't care. Steal it. Just do whatever you can to make sure people understand the severity of the situation, and you kind of get the word out about this. Because I'm telling you, even on a storm like this, which I believe was properly hyped, people were talking about it. In January, people just aren't thinking about tornadoes, man. Okay. And this is going to catch some people off guard. So we need to get it in front of as many people as possible. New severe thunderstorm warning just issued here for the vast majority of the central portion of the Florida Panhandle here. This includes Panama City Beach all the way up to Marianna. 70-mile-per-hour winds is getting. So basically, it's going to feel like a very quick-hitting low-end hurricane throughout the majority of Florida here over the next several hours. But it's going to be like 30 minutes, and then it's over. And there might even be a tornado hidden in the hurricane. That's the kind of situation that we're dealing with here. Oh yeah. By the way, crew, I'm going to start streaming on Discord so you guys can hear me. I do need you to deafen me though, so I don't hear you. Oh, okay. I'm already there. Share my screen. All right. All right, I should be live there now. Been up all night. Yeah, we have too. We were up all night. And the moment we let our guard down just a little bit, all hell kind of started breaking.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris. I've not seen much more. We're going to a subdivision that it looked like the velocities ramped up pretty good. But as of right now, it's mainly tree damage along and north of Fountain. But I couldn't help but see, but there's a tornado warning now in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah, so that was an update from Chris, and hopefully we hear a lot of that. We've definitely seen pictures of structural damage in Florida, but hopefully the majority of this is just tree damage and it hit more of a rural area. The latest tornado warning that was just issued, I was waiting for the polygon to pop up down here. I was waiting for it. But like the latest warning actually is up here for Atlanta. And it's because of this. Look at this. You see that little divot right there? My goodness, man. Pretty significant sign of maybe a spin up tornado in this line here near Fairburn. And that's going to potentially make it all the way up into the southern side of Atlanta. So College Park, East Point, Forest Park, and Morrow. You're going to want to take shelter as soon as you can. I'm not seeing like a huge sign of a debris signature or anything like that with the Atlanta storm, or even a velocity couplet, but we'll see. But I'm telling y'all, we're going to see stuff like this all day today in this line. So we'll see we'll probably see way more tornado warnings today than usual. And it's not necessarily because we're going to see more tornadoes today than usual. It's because these little kinks in this line have to be watched very closely, and they're going to be issuing precautionary warnings out the wazoo. And it's probably best for me to not even mention that, and just say, hey, take shelter for every warning, because that's the truth. That's what you should be doing. But I'm just being transparent. Take shelter in Fairburn, Union City, Red Oak, and College Park. Even if that doesn't have a tornado in it, I bet my bottom dollar it's going to be daggone gusty out there. A tree could fall. Power could go out. It's certainly not something that you want to be in the living room for. You want to be into the lowest, most interior room of your home. Basement, preferably. Or an interior closet or a bathroom with no windows. Go into a room to where if you punch through the wall, your hand would end up in another room. You don't want to be out near an outside facing wall. And bring me with you. Make sure you got a charged phone, a charged tablet, pair of shoes, just in case you have to evacuate the premises. If there's damage, you don't want to be walking on screws and broken glass. And we'll get through this. We'll get through it. I promise. Once the line goes by, things are just going to start getting really cool. And it'll be over for you. This is going to be a very quick hitting storm for most people. Did I miss something? Everyone was saying you was going to go live last night. We had planned on starting the live stream last night, but nothing happened. Yesterday I was pretty tired. You guys have probably seen the pictures and stuff on Twitter. We just welcomed our second child to the world not too long ago. So I'm trying to conserve my energy for, the height of these events. I didn't have the energy to necessarily just talk for 6 hours before the thing started. So we decided not to start until something happened. But something didn't happen until an hour ago, just about 30 minutes before we actually started the stream here. So things are now officially beginning here as the storms move into Georgia. There it is. This is the one that I was talking about earlier. The little kink in the line down here in the Gulf of Mexico is now coming ashore. It could have a water spout down here, and that'll turn into a tornado as it comes on to Rosemary Beach. So Rosemary Beach, Ebro, Crystal Lake, all of you guys are under tornado warnings now. This is the next one to watch. Oh, look at that. That one looks even more impressive here. Almost certainly a big water spout right here. This one's going to go up closer to Panama City Beach. So another tornado warning is likely going to be issued there very soon. One of the benefits of watching a stream like this is, before a tornado warning is even issued, you've got an extra 20 minutes probably to prepare for what you're going to do if that tornado warning does come through. So if you're in Panama City Beach, Lynn Haven, or any of the places between Rosemary Beach and Panama City Beach, go ahead and do all the things that you would do if a tornado warning was to be issued so that you're not scared, but rather prepared whenever it does happen. And Carly, if you can hear me, I know we don't have the ability to change names yet, but go ahead and load us up with 6 streams. We've got 4. Might as well fill the other 2 out. And then keep trying to change the names. Dom says, I'm racing to get my deliveries done in Greenville, North Carolina before the storms roll through. Congratulations on your new addition. Thank you. And yeah, get her done. They're coming fast. Panama City, yeah, that area got hit earlier from the initial storm that came ashore, but now another one's coming. And guys, look at this. So we've got this that we have to be concerned about, and then there's already another one forming down here. So there's going to be several tornadoes coming ashore here before long. And it looks like that's going to be the star of the show, as the supercell that produced the original tornado is really dissipating over here. I think that this tornado warning up here between Donaldsonville and Damascus is probably going to be allowed to expire. There it goes. It's gone now. So no more tornado warning in southwest Georgia. We still have the tornado warning up here in Atlanta. Let me inspect that for you. If we can get the velocity to load up here. Yeah, I mean, once again, I think this was a precautionary warning. No fault on the National Weather Service, like that 100%. That's something that they should be doing today. I don't necessarily see a tornado in here, but man, for some of y'all, this might feel like a tornado regardless of whether there's one in there or not, because the winds are going to be howling through Atlanta here before too long. Just go ahead and take shelter, especially if you're in College Park, Forest Park, or downtown Atlanta. All right, looks like we've got the warnings or the names working now on the overlay. Carly, if you could put Brett in the number 1 position for us. We've got a crew today, y'all. Or not Brett, whichever one's got all that commotion going on. You know what I'm talking about. What does the weather look like in Maryland? It looks fine. There's a lot of weather going on today, and it's probably going to be one of those days where everybody's mad at me for not focusing on their area. But obviously, we have to kind of put all of our attention on wherever the worst weather is happening. Right now, that's in the Panhandle of Florida. That'll change significantly throughout the day. We've got blizzard conditions going on up here in the upper Midwest. We're going to have a lot of snow up here in Indiana and Illinois later today. We've got strong winds and rain through a lot of the Ohio Valley. That'll continue to happen into the Mid-Atlantic regions as well. But the main focus of today is going to be the tornado coverage, which will take place down here in the southeast. We're going to hit all of it, though, okay? And the number one thing that's going to help me remember to go check on the snow side of this storm is you guys. So if you have snow in your area, if you're, measuring snow, whatever it is, please send us that on Twitter or X, and we can show it here. Okay, the tornado warning in Atlanta has been allowed to expire now.
Hey, Ryan, we didn't see any more damage on the north side of Fountain. However, we are heading back into the town of Fountain as this new tornado warning coming off the coast. It's moving right towards Fountain, so we're going to head back into town and get positioned for that real quick.
Okay, so this is what he's talking about. Oh my goodness. These are some of the most concerning looking hooks in lines of storms that I've seen. But if we go to velocity, the velocity doesn't look that intense. So hopefully the velocity is more indicative of what's actually going on the ground here. But here's your hook. Okay, this is the area that we're watching for a potential tornado coming into the Pine Log and West Bay area of Florida. That's going to go right up towards Fountain. And then we've got another one just to the south of that here that'll come onto shore near Laguna Beach and Panama City Beach. And that'll also go up towards Fountain and Youngstown as well. So this is Florida. 2 potential tornadoes happening here. We'll probably, whenever this one gets closer to land, we'll probably see a new polygon, a new warning issued here that includes an area that is a little bit farther south than the initial one. Yeah, if we can get somebody on the snow as far as a chaser goes, that'd be cool too. Yeah, we had 3 PDS tornado warnings earlier. This is probably the most significant damage photo that I've seen. And this is from the Grand Lagoon area. Chris and a lot of the other chasers drove around this whole area for a while earlier, and the most that we saw was some outbuildings flipped over, some power lines down, and some trees down. So there must have been a very localized zone where this level of damage happened. Thankfully, you don't want to see widespread stuff like this. Andy Maines has been a member for 15 months. He says, I've just got some steady rain here in southeast Indiana. A few slick spots on the bridges and overpasses. Congrats on the new baby, Ryan. Thank you, Andy. Blizzard-like conditions in west central Pennsylvania. Freezing rain. My truck doors are frozen shut. Schools are canceled. Stay safe, everyone. Yeah, big time freezing rain event and a little bit of snow's happening up here in Pennsylvania as well. What's going to happen, though, is if you're in the Northeast, if you're in Pennsylvania, New York, even in portions of Ohio right now, you're going to start off as some snow, maybe some freezing rain, but as the storm moves this way, the warm air is going to move with it, so it's going to switch over to all rain here soon, and it's going to actually warm up significantly. The only places that are going to see all snow are back here in this general vicinity, and some decent snow accumulations could happen as a result of this. Jordan Lark has been a member for 22 months, says, I'm in Augusta, Georgia, hoping for the best today. Me too. Me too. Me too. I really hope that we don't have any more significant tornadoes today. But all the ingredients are there. This is quite the powerhouse of a system. If we quickly change over to the satellite view here, I'm going to show you just how crazy this is. This is the storm that's causing all of our problems today. The eye of it, I guess, is somewhere over here in southwestern Missouri or northern Arkansas. But you can see that the storm itself is literally larger than the eastern half of the U.S. We've got all of this moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico. We've got a lot of cold, dry air coming in behind it. Obviously where most of that meets up is down here, and that's why we've got the severe weather going on down there. But some of the moisture does sneak up past that and then gets lofted back into the colder air where it becomes snow. And then right around the central area of low pressure, we're going to have some strong winds, especially higher in the atmosphere, about 5,000 feet up. Winds will be howling at 90 to 100 miles per hour. And, you know, that's why in the Appalachian Mountains later today, maybe in the Smokies, we're going to see some 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, even without thunderstorms. This is what we call a mid-latitude cyclone, pretty common for us in January, but this one's pretty strong. What's crazy is we might be dealing with an even stronger one in just a few days, this weekend, actually. We've got another one of these that are going to be coming through, and of course, we're going to be talking about that on the YouTube channel. Huge shout out to Jeanette Castro. Thanks for helping people. God bless your family. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. It's only the kids' second day back to school, and they're already on a 2-hour delay. Yeah, lots of school closings. And confirm this for me, guys, because I'm not sure if I'm hearing this right or not, but some people were telling me that they actually preemptively canceled school today in parts of South Carolina and North Carolina just in anticipation of the tornadic activity. Is that true? Yeah, the new baby boy's name is Otto. Yes, it's true. Okay. All right, so that second potential water spout is coming onto shore now. I would have expected to see a new tornado warning by now, but maybe they're just going to let the existing polygon take care of it. I don't know. But there could be a new water spout / tornado coming onto shore here near Sunnyside, Florida, and that'll work up towards West Bay. Basically, this is all coming towards the general area that was hit earlier by the tornadoes. So everybody that was taking shelter earlier today needs to get back towards their safe spot. Haven't received any warnings yet in Panama City Beach. Well, both of the little kinks in the line are to the west of Panama City Beach, thankfully. They're close, but not close enough to actually, I guess, permit a warning. Yeah, this one's starting to look a little bit more concerning here with the rotation. We'll see. I'm just thankful that we're not seeing any more supercells out in front of the main line. That's the main reason why we had the big tornado earlier, the one that came onto shore near Panama City Beach and then moved all the way up towards Donaldsonville, Georgia. If we don't see any more renegade supercells like that, today should be manageable. Still going to be a tough day. It's still going to be lots of tornadoes and stuff, but it'll be a lot better. So I'm just hoping that we don't see any more supercells. GSW, thank you so much for the extremely generous contribution there. Thank you so much, man. Everybody say thank you to GSW. What's Andy up to? Andy was up for 24 hours straight, just waiting on an opportunity to jump in here.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
But of course, the moment he passed out, that's when things started to happen. I don't know. He could still be awake, but as far as I know, I think that he had to retire because he's a human, at least for a couple hours. Okay. So that warning has been upgraded to a confirmed tornado warning, and it's for this right here. So let's open up the mesoscale. This is the one that we've been watching for a while. Yep, we've been observed tornado warning now for Bay County, Florida, Walton County, Florida, and Washington County, Florida. This is near Ebro or Ebro. I know it's probably not Ebro, but that's what I like to call it. Near the Stock Island airfield. So there's a tornado down here somewhere near the Stock Island airfield, and it's moving towards the north and east, towards the Blue Pond Cemetery, the Leisure Lakes property, and eventually it'll make it to places like Greenhead. Using the Radar Omega app here, you can see very clearly where that is. It'll probably slide to the north and west of Crystal Lake. So if you know where Crystal Lake is, if you know where the Stock Island airfield is, imagine, if you know where the Big Blue Lake is, imagine the tornado somewhere around there, and it's going to continue to go north and east past Leisure Lakes property, over the wildlife management area, and then somewhere near Greenhead. Hopefully it doesn't make it all the way up towards the Boat Lake Swimming Park. There's quite a bit of a residential area here near Highway 77. Hopefully we don't have to deal with that, but like there's a huge campground, Sunny Hills Golf Club. All this stuff is in the path, and we need you guys to take shelter. It is Ebro? Wow. You see, I agree with that. That's a good thing to call it. Normally, whatever makes the most sense is not what it's actually called. So I'm proud of you Floridians for naming your towns right. Or pronouncing them right, I guess. Everywhere we cover, the pronunciation of towns is questionable. So the tornado in question is east of Ebro. You guys, if you're from that area, you're probably getting some major wind right now. It's not associated necessarily directly with the tornado. It's just a really strong storm coming through. Tornadoes to your east. And the next, bigger location that's in the line here for potential impact from this thing is Greenhead, Florida. Tornado warning at Atlanta Airport. That was a little bit earlier. That's since been allowed to expire. So there is no more tornado warning in Atlanta. There is actually there's not even a severe thunderstorm warning in Atlanta anymore. Just a regular passing storm at this point. Big boy QLCS. Yeah, you'll hear a lot of meteorologists refer to this type of tornado as a QLCS tornado, which just is a fancy way of saying it's a tornado embedded in a line of storms. You've generally got tornadoes that happen in supercells, which are the usually the worst, but also the easiest to track. And then you've got the tornadoes that happen inside of lines, whether it's an embedded supercell or if it's actually just a spin up, a kink in the line. And that's what we call a QLCS. And it stands for quasi-linear convective system, which literally just means sort of straight storm. So I'll try to always just refer to it as a tornado in a line of storms. Ain't no need in getting all fancy up here. Okay, so Brandon Clements got some video, some pretty significant damage in an RV park in the Panhandle of Florida there near Panama City. I've just retweeted that on X. That's definitely the most significant damage that I've seen so far. The RV park is pretty severely damaged there. Fred, thank you so much for the generous super chat. He says, do you think you can make a Radar Omega tutorial video in the future? It became pretty overwhelming to use when you get beyond the basic level. Yes, but I've been saying that for well over a year. So I don't know when I'm going to get around to doing that. The best way to learn Radar Omega, in my opinion, is just to watch me use it here. And also, like, it depends on how detailed of information that you want. Like, pretty much all I use is the basic level stuff because it's all you need, right? Right out of the box when you first open the app, you're going to get this. You can see this. You can see the radar, and it'll probably be wherever you live. You click on these little gray dots to move around to other radars. Once you find the one you like, you can just zoom in. And now you're looking at the radar. I switch back and forth between velocity and high-res reflectivity. There's going to be a little drop-down menu on your phone, too, for the same thing. Yeah, honestly, that's pretty much it. Now, there's a million settings that you can get into. This is the most customizable weather app that you could possibly ever get in a million years. There's not another one that even comes slightly close. But that's, that'll take so long time to get into. And honestly, you can just need to get in there and play around with it and learn it if you want to customize it and make it look a certain way and all that stuff. But the bare bones stuff it's pretty much there right out of the box.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, new tornado warning for Calhoun County, Jackson County, and Washington County, Florida. They're continuing the confirmed warning, I believe. Yep, there it is. Another polygon. Like, for example, my tornado warning boxes are pink, all right, because I like the way that they contrast better than the red. Okay, like if you've got a big red blob on your screen, that's a tornado warning, and then you throw a red box on top of that, I don't think that's, I think that just looks dumb, and it's not as striking. It's not as visually noticeable. So I changed my tornado warnings to pink, and you can do that too in your app. And I've also made it to where it blinks whenever a new warning happens to draw your attention to it. Like, you guys can do that too. One of the things is, let's see here, warnings. Yeah, so here's the warning settings. I can turn them all on. I can go into tornado warning, hit the gears, and change the polygon fill, opacity, and all this stuff. I can make it flash for 60 seconds. I can make it play a sound. And like, you can do individual, like, different style stuff for all of this. Like, you can change the way a flash flood warning works and everything. What app? It's Radar Omega. There's a link in the description. So just to be honest with you guys, the rotation looks a little bit less convincing now, although the hook is definitely still there. So we want everybody in all the places that we've been mentioning to remain in their safe spot. But we're going to hope that this goes away. Greenhead, Florida, especially needs to be getting underground now, or at least in the most interior room of their home. Liz has been a member for 2 years. Thank you so much. Wolf Gamer, thank you. Moose from the Sky, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. This is generally a decently wooded area down here with some intermittent campgrounds in small towns. All we can do in a situation like this is hope that the tornado, if there is one down, lifts before it makes it to one of the places where there are people. But honestly, it looks like the overall status of that storm in particular is it's weakening. Does my weather model thing work? I had to redo all my scenes, so there's probably going to be something that doesn't work. Oh, this works. Great. All right, let me show you a future view here. A lot of people are asking about, like, what's going to happen next? When's this going to happen? Blah, blah, blah. This is the best I can do for you right now. We'll get a little bit deeper into the forecast whenever we stop seeing new tornado warnings, but this is what the radar is going to look like by 10 a.m. And you can see that the line of storms has pretty much made it past Atlanta at this point. And basically, I think around 10 a.m. we'll probably be focusing on the snow because the tornado activity probably isn't going to pick back up in the Carolinas until closer to 1 or 2 p.m. Then we'll be watching the Carolinas again all the way through 6 or 7 p.m. And then that's probably when we will end our stream. So there's going to be hopefully a lull in the activity here. We're going to see a little bit less of tornadic concerns, I guess, for a little bit. We'll focus on the severe weather aspect and the snow. We'll come back to the tornadoes around 1 or 2 p.m. We'll close out the stream 6 or 7 p.m. With the tornadoes. But look at this, guys. We're going to see some wraparound snow squalls tomorrow, Wednesday, around 1 a.m. Here in Kentucky, Tennessee. I'm excited for it. Look, the main central area of rotation is going to go right over my hometown, and all we get is some lousy snow showers. Honestly, I'll take it over a tornado. And yes, there is another one of these coming. I'll show you the latest on that. Because honestly, I haven't looked yet, and I'm just curious. Okay, so this is our big storm system here. That skedaddles. Another one already noticeable over here in the west. It blows up. Wow. So this is under 100 hours, and we've got a 972 millibar low. Man, if that happens, that'll be crazy. So this would be a blizzard for Chicago, a true blizzard in every sense of the word for Chicago. Probably another severe weather situation in the southeast. But the really interesting thing about this storm is what happens because the low pressure gets so deep. This time it's going to allow for some real cold air to come down, and it's probably going to stick around long enough for the next storm. And look at that. Oh my goodness, wouldn't you love to see it? Maybe a big snowstorm for Dallas. Maybe a big snowstorm for portions of Arkansas and Louisiana. Mississippi. Tennessee. Of course,
hey Ryan, it's
here
Chris.
in Kentucky.
I don't mean to bother you. We're back in Fountain. That storm looks like it's dying. However, there's another storm coming off the coast in this line. It's getting that kink in it, heading straight for Panama City. That's where the most damage it has been reported at. So we're going to head down that way and see if we can meet up with that one.
Okay, so that's Chris. It's pretty much noticing a lot of the same things that we've been talking about. I'm thankful to have him down there. He's going to keep us updated on that. But man, wouldn't that be something else to have a nice southern snowstorm like that? But yeah, that's basically what we're in. We're 1, 2, 3, major storms here. We won't have any bit of a break until probably January 20th, and we'll see what happens there. So you're going to be seeing a lot of me over the next little bit. I'm very grateful that Mother Nature decided to let up and give me a break right at the perfect time, around the birth of our second child, Otto. But things are going to get busy real quick again here. So this is what Chris is talking about. Another kink here. We've got a new tornado warning
has been issued.
Houston, Holmes, and Jackson counties in Florida. And that's actually going to be a little bit farther north. Check this out. Embedded supercell in the lineup here with a pretty interesting, pretty significant rotation couplet here. That's going to move up towards Graceville and Rambo. Take shelter now if you're in Graceville or Rambo in Florida, or Cottonwood in Alabama. That looks pretty significant. We will have to keep our eye on that. Radar indicated. Our observed tornado, or confirmed tornado, this one looks less convincing now, but I would still be in my safe spot all the way up towards Compass Lake, Round Lake, and Alford. And we'll probably see a brand new tornado warning here soon for Panama City as this next kink in the line comes ashore here. Yeah, it's snowing up north. Where do you go for your future models you were seeing? I use the website called Weatherbell. It costs a lot. I think that we pay like $600 or $1,200 a year or something. I don't know, but you can get the same. You can get those models in the Radar Omega app too. It does also cost extra.
New
but
information.
It's not,
this
it's not
tornado
very
warning
much.
has been upgraded.
Okay, the warning is confirmed. Tornado warning confirmed. Okay, so we've got an upgraded, confirmed tornado warning on the most recent warning there. Let's zoom in. This is the one I believe we were talking about. It looked convincing. And it looks like the National Weather Service is also convinced. Let's read about it here. A confirmed tornado was located near Graceville, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So this is a fast-moving tornado. The radar confirmed damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. Let's see what we can see. Oh my goodness. Yeah. That's about as confirmed as it gets right there. So it looks like the tornado actually touched down here. It's probably still on the ground. It's producing a debris signature. So Graceville, hopefully we've got people watching in and around Graceville and Campbellton, Florida. You need to run, not walk, to your shelter, because this is one of the more concerning looking debris signatures that we've seen. So yeah, this right here is a really significant storm. And what you're seeing right now on your screen is the correlation coefficient. So whenever we pull this up, what we're looking at is basically the radar can scan and tell us what's in the air, right? Is it snow? Is it rain? It can also tell us, how fast the winds are moving and in what direction. And we use that a lot to try to figure out where tornadoes are. But one of the big things that it does is it'll tell us what the size of the stuff in the air is and how that correlates with other things in the air. So it can scan the air and be like, oh, look at all this. This is all raindrops. Okay, it's all the same size. So we're going to paint it all the same color here. However, right here, there's some wooden planks. There's some tree limbs. There's, shingles. There's stuff that's different sizes. It's definitely not the same size as a raindrop. So we're going to drop the correlation coefficient right here. So whenever you see a little ball like this around a pretty smooth area, and that lines up almost perfectly with a velocity couplet like this, you've got winds going in different directions in a counterclockwise motion, and that also lines up with a hook on the radar like this, you almost certainly have a big, nasty tornado on the ground here, and that's exactly what we're dealing with just to the south of Graceville in Florida. We're going to want you to take shelter immediately. If you haven't already up here in Graceville, this is an extremely dangerous situation, okay? Let me pull up the mesoscale once again. Graceville, Florida. The tornado just passed over Highway 77. It's going to go over Peanut Road near Don Nicholls Heating and Cooling. It'll then, let me put this into motion just so I know for sure the direction here. Yeah, pretty much straight up northeast. It'll then probably cross Highway 2 between Campbellton and Graceville. Near Mark's Pest Control. Then we're going to see it go up into a pretty wooded area and head towards the Florida-Alabama line. It'll probably, if it stays on the ground, it'll make it into Alabama near the official Florida Welcome Center, near the Raceway exit. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'll get me something to drink. We've got 4 chasers out there. We're trying to fill in those last 2 spots with some people in the snow. But all of our snow chasers are asleep. Looks like Brandon Clement is still in the area where there's significant damage. Or at least some damage. And if you're just now tuning in, we've still got tornadoes out here. We've got a confirmed tornado warning for Graceville. Graceville, Florida. Tornado, if it continues, is going to go right up towards Rambo on the the Florida-Alabama line. Also, I'm being told that there's a how-to playlist on Radar Omega's YouTube channel. I didn't even know about that. Crazy, thanks for being a member for 2 years. An official sponsor. Wow. Thank you so much. It says, glad to see the stream. I've got family in Florida near Tampa. I hope the storm stays north. It should. It should. The tornadic part anyways should stay north of Tampa. It's definitely going to storm down there, though. Keep up the good work. From the Panhandle, you're one of the few covering the storms, not just the effects on population centers. Yeah. We hear that a lot. The small towns get skipped over a lot. It's still got a pretty convincing signature here on velocity. The correlation coefficient looks to me like it might be dwindling a little bit, which is a sign that maybe and hopefully most of the debris was picked up down here, and what we're seeing is just leftover debris that's still yet to fall back to the surface, and new debris is not being ingested into the system, which means that maybe the tornado has dropped, and that would be a best case scenario. Not dropped, but lifted. Sorry. I'm still tired. What would you suggest for a Radar Omega subscription package? First of all, like, they do sponsor me, okay? And they're great and all that, but I will never ever in a million years advise you to do the subscription thing. Just pay the $8 or $9, get the base app. Especially if you're just a concerned citizen, right? You just want a really good radar that updates faster than other ones and has like the best warning settings and everything for your local. If you want to go out and be like, hey, what's in that cloud over there, and like look at your radar, just get the app. The subscription thing is great. Like, obviously I have all the subscription tiers because I need it for what I do. But like, if you are a weather enthusiast, if you're like a huge weather nerd, you want to look at all the models, you want to see the volumetric radar, you want to see like everything that literally everything that the people at the National Weather Service look at, just go ahead and go ball out, get the top one. Because there's literally nothing that you'd be missing at that level. But it's not necessary to have a monthly subscription if you don't, want it. Yep, we are.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're arriving in Panama City now. Looks like the velocity couplet, what is there, is going to go just to my south. But as of right now, I do see a bit of a lowering coming off the coast right now, just to my south. But as of right now, I don't see any ground circulation. But there is a lowering coming on off the coast.
So this is where Chris Hall is. He's looking to his south. He sees a little bit of a lowering. There is a little bit of rotation here near Panama City that might be warned for a tornado here soon. If that happens, Chris Hall is going to be right in the path of it. So we'll have video footage of whatever happens here from Chris, thankfully. The next, oh my gosh. This is never going to end, y'all. Look at this. Wow. There's another kink. There's another one. Here's another one. Hey, how about 100 miles out to sea? Yep, there's another one. There's a line of big chuggers, big water spouts out here marching up towards the Florida coast. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of tornado warnings probably from Panama City all the way to Mexico Beach towards Carabel. Tallahassee even later might be dealing with some tornadic activity. So, we are not done yet. Holy smokes. Yeah, and the one near Panama City is ramping up pretty good. I'm actually surprised there's not a tornado warning yet for Callaway. And the one that we've been watching up here near Graceville, it's kind of falling apart a little bit, but we'll see if that recycles. I would stay in my safe spot in Cottonwood for sure. The squall lines are more impressive than the supercells. That's certainly debatable. Personally, as a forecaster, as a broadcaster, as somebody who, I've spent a lot of time guiding people through these situations. Supercells are obviously more dangerous. Like whenever you have a supercell with a tornado, a lot of times those are the ones that produce the biggest and most damaging tornadoes. But they're so easy to track. They're so easy to pinpoint by, okay, here's exactly where the tornado is, and here's exactly where it's going. One of the reasons why the Mayfield tornado in Kentucky, I think one of the reasons why we were able to get in front of so many people out in front of it was because of that. It was a supercell that just lasted forever, and it was going in the same direction the whole time, and it was very intuitive to be like, okay, well, this is where it is now. This is where it's going to be an hour from now. Whenever you get these little kinks in the line and these spin-up tornadoes and in these squall lines, it's much harder to pinpoint exactly where the tornado is and where it's going to be in a certain amount of time. So, but at the same time, they produce less damage usually. So that's a good thing. That is a good thing. Yeah, come on. We need a tornado warning right here. Let's go. I don't know what it entails, but it would be cool if the National Weather Service had the ability to, like, literally draw on their software something like this, and then like AI takes care of the rest. I think one of the reasons it takes a while for warnings to come out sometimes is because the Weather Service obviously has to determine like where the tornado is, where they need to draw their polygon, and then I think they have to manually type out a lot of the stuff. It's very possible in today's world for you to like circle something and then AI automatically understands what's in the map and it knows what cities are in there and like all that stuff, and it can just automatically fill all that text out, and then boom, you got a warning going out. I'm sure that they're working on that. I'm sure that I'm not the first person to think of that. If it's not already a thing, it could be something that's already implemented. Do I want something to eat? Yes. It's a stream day. That means it's fast food day. You want anything to eat? Yeah, what are my options? Do you have a nice mug of hot coffee? Not me. My coffee is Diet Coke. I'm not much of a coffee person, unless of course it's Nader beans. But I've never been a huge coffee connoisseur. My gosh. Yeah, we got two little kinks here. I'm most interested in this one. Chris Hall is about to be overtaken by this line, so let's see what he's got for us. He's in the 4 spot. Of course, it freezes as soon as we pull him up. Diet Coke is the best coffee. It's very controversial. But that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Looks like the Cottonwood sale, it looks like that might be trying to ramp back up. So we might have to pay a little bit more attention to this one. Oh boy, yeah. Look at that. So hopefully everybody in Cottonwood up here in Alabama is in their safe spot. Yeah, we've got a brand new tornado warning. This one is observed again.
A new tornado warning
for
has
Houston
been issued.
County, Alabama, and Early County, Georgia. So this is the tornado that produced the debris signature earlier near Graceville.
Hey Ryan, tornado warning for ourselves.
And they just come out with a tornado
new
warning.
tornado
for the cell
warning
Chris is
has been
on.
issued.
So things are really picking up now, and we're going to have to get serious here. If we can get our radar data to load. My goodness, yeah. Look at this. Let me come back over to the radar. Cottonwood, Alabama, needs to be in their safe spot. This is the same storm. Once again, we've been tracking this one for a while. That went up past Graceville. It is now on Cottonwood's doorstep, and it is still... I don't think it's producing new damage just yet. That's still leftover damage, or it's just started picking up new damage, new debris, I guess, near Cottonwood. And now it's moving off to the north and east. Gordon, take shelter immediately. This tornado is moving at 70 miles per hour. It's one of the faster moving tornadoes I think we've seen. So it's very, very quickly going to affect new towns here, all the way down towards Gordon, and then even into Georgia, near Liberty. You all need to be taking shelter right now. Let's go take a look at that other warning to the south as well. Yeah, so this is the storm that Chris Hall is on, and they just issued a warning for it as well. Velocity continues to show, yeah, there's definitely something going on right here. Just south of Nixon. Take shelter all the way up towards Blountstown. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong, in Florida. That is another very convincing signature for a tornado right there. And then, y'all, I'm telling you right now, there's going to be another one right here. As soon as this makes it up towards Mexico Beach, we're going to be dealing with another one. We're going to have a line of tornadoes probably from the Georgia-Alabama line all the way down through Apalachicola here soon.
Hey Ryan, I can't outrun this, so I'm going to turn around and let the storm run me over.
All right, we're watching. Be careful. Let's go ahead and put Chris in one, Carly. Michelle Allen, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Thank you very much. Okay. Chris Hall is going to let the storm overtake him here. We've got front row seats to the tornado warned storm near Panama City. I don't know if he's near the actual tornadic part. Actually, yeah, he is. So I guess we're going to see right now what this thing's got. This is a live look from Chris Hall, who is very close to Panama City in the tornado warning, right near where the biggest area of rotation is, near Nixon. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning just to the east of Panama City. This includes Nixon,
Ryan,
Broad Branch.
whatever it is right behind the trees, right in front of me. There is a very low-hanging cloud directly in front of me behind those trees.
Oh, man, I think it's frozen. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. All right, so he's saying whatever it is right behind those trees. And, once again, he's pointing south towards the area of rotation that's just to the south of Nixon here. I think there's almost certainly a tornado here, guys. So please take shelter if you're on Broad Branch, Frink, Rollins Corner, all these places in Florida. And you're going to see the tornado is moving. He's not going to get hit by the tornado, but you're going to see very quickly here that he's going to get overtaken by strong straight line damaging winds, maybe in excess of 70 miles per hour. Oh, yeah. Obviously, we've got some intermittent connectivity here, but you can see that the winds are extremely strong in this thing. And even without a tornado, we're probably going to see some damage to some, structures just associated with the 70-mile-per-hour winds. So what we just saw, though, right in front of him was what I believe was a tornado. And my goodness, yeah, look at this. Chris was here looking this way. So, yeah, we probably saw the tornado. It's going in the general direction of Broad Branch. Thankfully, the majority of this area is,
Hey, Ryan,
there's nothing here.
Very, very heavy rain. Cannot see in front of me. If there is a tornado down back there, it is wrapped in rain.
Yeah, and it definitely looks like there is. So, take shelter all the way up towards Bluntstown. And then we got to go back to our storm in Alabama and check on it. The last I looked, it looked, oh my goodness, yeah, it's still looking pretty impressive. Looks like there could be a tornado down here as well. Let's double check here. Yeah, okay, we've got new debris being lofted into the air. So this is the leftover debris from the storm that happened back towards Graceville. Now we've got a new signature of new debris being introduced to the atmosphere here as another big tornado is on the ground just to the south of Ashford and just to the west of Gordon. It's moving in the general direction of Gordon. Let's open up Radar Omega to get a better view of this. More specifically, Pansy and Ardilla on Highway 84 between Ashford and Gordon. This is in Alabama. You guys need to be taking shelter. A big tornado is on the ground right now, lofting debris thousands of feet into the air, and it's coming right for you. That is very intense rotation, and this is the kind of storm that could produce a long track tornado. So we're going to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst here. Yeah, this is not, I do not like the way this looks at all, y'all. Oh no, this is let me explain to you why this does not look good. All of this inflow is going to kind of find a channel and be able to work directly into this rotating system. It could almost become like its own little meso-low system. And that could, I mean, as long as that inflow is there, as long as that energy is there for the taking, and as long as we maintain some semblance of a supercell back here with any little bit of rear flank downdraft, this could go on for a long time. We're hoping for the best, though. We don't want to assume the worst in any situation, but my goodness, if you can get to shelter in Gordon, Pansy, Ardilla, or Philadelphia in Alabama to the south and east of Dothan, you need to be getting there as fast as you possibly can. If we look at the scans, you see there's a lot more of that inflow back here towards Cottonwood, and it is slowly decreasing. So hopefully that trend continues and we don't see this continue for a long time. But if any of this kind of sneaks its way up into that channel, we could be dealing with a long track tornado here. Yeah, I'm broadcasting from Kentucky. Dothan? Okay. My bad. Yeah, so that's one. We're going to come back and check on our storm to the south as well. Remember, we've got a tornado warning, and Chris Hall is in this general vicinity, but back towards Panama City. The tornado is past Panama City. In fact, I think the majority of the threat for severe weather for today is over in Panama City. You can breathe a sigh of relief now. It's pretty much completely gone. But yeah, I think that there's almost an equal chance that there's a big tornado down with this storm right here as there is with the one in Alabama. This is just to the east of Youngstown, Florida. Look at this hook. Right there. Here's your velocity couplet. My goodness. No sign of debris yet, but I think it could be coming. So if we're in Frink or Bluntstown, Florida, please take shelter now. We are awaiting the next kinks to come ashore. I think we're going to have a problem with this. Okay, as this approaches Mexico Beach, we're probably going to have another tornado warning. Beyond that, Port St. Joe, Indian Pass, you guys are going to have to deal with this one. And I mean, there's more. There's so much more. So everybody in the Panhandle of Florida needs to be hyper weather aware right now. Okay, so the rotation, the tornado near Gordon, it's kind of getting choked off a little bit. The big area of inflow that I was concerned about, miraculously, is not as stable as I thought it was going to be. And we still have a tornado down here just to the northwest of Gordon, but hopefully it doesn't last too much longer. We still want to be in our safe spots in Columbia, Gordon, and Luke. And then in Florida, a little bit farther south, we want to be in our safe spot in Philadelphia and Liberty, as this is now the most significant tornado we have on the board right now, I think. As you can see, we've got Hunter Hurley in Kansas showing us some of the snow that fell there last night. And we should have some storm chasers in Illinois, maybe in Wisconsin and Indiana later today. That'll show us the blizzard conditions that are occurring up there. Massive storm. Yeah, we still definitely have a tornado here near Gordon in Alabama. And we are also continuing to watch the tornado near Philadelphia, Florida. Or, I'm sorry, Alabama. We're also continuing to watch the tornado in Florida, which is likely still down near Broad Branch.
Hey Ryan, if you go back a couple of scans on velocity on that storm that I was just on, there may have been a 3 cc drop on that, and that would verify exactly what I saw just a minute ago.
Yeah, I believe there was a tornado down, at least briefly, if not still down right now. So that was a good catch. All right, so the tornado
We're heading down the next
north of Gordon, it looks like it's undergoing an occlusion, so we'll see what happens there. And I want to give you a little bit more context as to what we're looking at here, because this is getting ready to cross the Georgia-Alabama line.
A new tornado warning
for
has been
Bay,
issued.
Calhoun, Gulf, and Liberty counties in Florida. But the tornado up here in Alabama is getting ready to cross Highway 95 south of Calumet and move. It's going to move towards Liberty in Georgia. So please take shelter now. I don't know how much longer this is going to last, but it's certainly still a tornado right here, right now. Some of this inflow could try to sneak back into that channel, and this could go on for a long time, but we're hoping that this calms down pretty soon. Let's go back down to the south where Chris is. We had a tornado go by his location near Nixon, Florida, and now I believe it's still down, or it's just recently lifted as it's approaching Rawlins Corner and Frink. Please get to shelter if you're in this part of Florida. And now, my goodness, we've got a brand new tornado warning, exactly for the part of the storm that we talked about several minutes ago, as it approaches Mexico Beach. So Davis Beach, Mexico Beach, Florida. Wow. Wewahichka, Florida, and Larkin Fish Camp. All you guys are under a tornado warning, and it doesn't expire for another 33 minutes. This looks like there could be some contamination here, some side lobing, but there's definitely some rotation here, and we'll likely see a new tornado form somewhere near Davis Beach and Mexico Beach, and as it moves towards Overstreet. So please take shelter there. Make sure you're in your safe spot in Rawlins Corner, Bluntstown as well. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we might be seeing a new tornado trying to form here on this supercell as it approaches Rock Creek, Florida. Look at this. I see a little bit of rotation trying to happen here. We're going to watch that very closely. And then, of course, our big bad boy up here near Liberty and Philadelphia, right on the border of Alabama and Georgia, is still cranking, y'all. This was a big tornado not too long ago. It looks like it's trying to weaken. It's occluded a little bit. That's not necessarily as connected, and it's not ventilating as much as it was. So it's going to be harder for it to survive. But there's still a tornado here just to the northwest of Liberty. It's getting ready to cross Highway 370 as it goes to the north of Cedar Springs in Georgia. Yes, some incredibly cold air is going to come in behind the next storm. You guys think it's cold right now behind this storm? Just wait. I'm actually pretty concerned for Texas. There's real forecast data indicating that we're going to see single-digit high temperatures in a lot of Texas, where we had the power outages and all those kind of problems in 2020. I'm not saying that a repeat of that's going to happen, but some serious grid problems could be on the board if we see another cold snap like that. Yeah, right now we're pretty focused in on the Panhandle of Florida, but as the day progresses, we're going to be talking about a lot of Georgia and eventually into South Carolina and North Carolina.
A new
And we're also
tornado
going to be talking
warning
about the
has
snow
been
as
issued.
well. Jackson County, Florida is now under a tornado warning. We'll see that new polygon pop up and start flashing here in a moment. Wewahichka. All right, I got it. Frank, that is perfect. That whatever you got that from, we need that. Every time I'm not sure, that is beautiful. Okay, so here's our newest warning. And once again, this is a storm that we've called out several minutes ago as a potential future tornado warning. And now an official warning has been issued. Simsville, Rock Creek, Cypress, Grand Ridge, Endwoods, Sneeds, all of you guys in Florida, right up to Chattahoochee. You guys need to be taking shelter right now because this one looks like it could become serious as well. We are up to 4 tornado warnings. I believe we had 6 for a moment there. Okay, so the tornado that just passed into Georgia near Liberty, I think it's gone now. Honestly, the occluded circulation held on a lot longer than I thought it would. But we'll have to watch this. This back side of the supercell here is still trying to rotate some. We'll have to watch it as it moves up towards Blakely and Bluffton. All right, my McGriddle's here. I'll be right back.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
I'm back. Andy's not here yet, so whenever I've got to take breaks, we'll just have to be together in silence, I guess. Or I could play some tunes like Local on the 8s. You guys remember Local on the 8s on the Weather Channel? I could do that. Play some smooth jazz. Okay. Back to business here. If you're just now tuning in, we currently have 5 tornado warnings. They span in a line from around Blakely, Georgia, all the way down to Port St. Joe in Florida. This line of storms is going to continue to expand and move to the north and east, and we're going to see tornado warnings all day through southeast Georgia, Florida, eventually into South Carolina and North Carolina. And we're just kind of focused right now on the tornado part of the storm, but this is a big storm. There's going to be damaging winds and flash flooding that happens all the way up through Georgia, even into portions of the western side of North Carolina, into Virginia, West Virginia. There's snow even up here in portions of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Pennsylvania. This is a big storm. It's a nationwide, impactful kind of storm, but we're really zoomed in and focused in on the tornado side right now because we've seen some life-threatening damage from these storms, and we want to make sure that we're letting everybody know exactly what's going on. So let's go through these tornado warnings one by one here and get you updated on everything that we know right now. Wow. We got another one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
7 tornado warnings. Once again, we're going to go through them one by one. Starting with the most southern one, let's go to radar full here. Wewahitchka is in the path of this one, and Larkinfish Camp. We've got a velocity couplet, a potential tornado here near Overstreet and Early. This is moving to the north and east, okay? Take shelter if you are in Mahet, Honeyville, Wewahitchka, or Larkinfish Camp. White Oak Landing, all the way over towards Wilma in Florida. This is a dangerous storm. Almost certainly have a tornado forming right there. We've also got a tornado warning for Bluntstown, Florida. This one has died out. I don't see a tornado here, but there's still going to be strong damaging winds in this bow echo, and a new tornado could form on either side of it as it moves off to the northeast. So if I'm in Bluntstown or Bristol in Florida, I am getting to my safe spot, and I'm not leaving until that line passes me, and we'll let you know when that happens. We also have a tornado warning for Grand Ridge, Dalewood, and Haines in Florida. Not seeing a specific area where the tornado could be here, but precautionarily in Grand Ridge and Sneeds, take shelter anyways. Donaldsonville, in Georgia. You guys are also under a tornado warning. This is a result of a very strong storm that's produced several tornadoes earlier today. There's still a big velocity couplet here that could produce a new tornado, but that's going to be over. This storm's going to be past Donaldsonville in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and then the severe weather threat is over for you today. And then our focus is going to be on places like Colquitt, Boykin, and Babcock in Georgia. Please get ready to take shelter up there as this storm approaches you. I'm concerned about this one because anytime you see the green lighten up big time on the eastern side of a rotating couplet like this, it means that there's an influx of inflow and that this could tighten up very fast. So this might be the next big one that we watch as it approaches Colquitt. Excuse me. The newest tornado warning, I believe the one that was just issued there, is for Damascus and Arlington in Georgia. This is in association with the storm that brought the tornado near Gordon, Alabama earlier. We still have a very distinct area of rotation here near Centerville, Hintown, and New Hope. This could be producing a new tornado very soon and moving up towards, this is probably producing a new tornado right now near Hintown and New Hope. If you guys are not in your safe spot yet, run, don't walk to your safe spot. And this will probably remain on the ground all the way up to Old Damascus and Crossroads. So even if you're in Douglasville, Nicholasville, or Jones Spur in Georgia, you need to be taking shelter now. We currently have, let's see here. We currently have 6 tornado warnings. It's going to be for Jackson County, Florida, Decatur County, Georgia, Miller County, Georgia, Seminole County, Georgia, Baker County, Georgia, Calhoun County, Georgia, Early County, Georgia, Miller County, Georgia, Gulf County, Florida, Liberty County, Florida, and that's it. So if you're in any of those counties, take shelter now, please. Stuntman Billy TV, thanks for becoming a member. Holson 1070, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, Ryan, I love your streams. I'm in Ripley, New York, heading west on I-90, and we've got 50-mile-per-hour winds and rain up here. Yeah, anybody associated with any part of this storm today is going to feel the impacts. Whether you're getting a tornado down here in the south or a blizzard up here in the north, or anywhere in between, you're definitely going to notice this storm today with the strong winds, the heavy rain, maybe even some freezing rain here in West Virginia and Pennsylvania. This is going to be a very impactful storm for everybody involved. And we're going to see another one of these next week and this weekend. I hope everybody enjoyed the
Hey,
break.
Ryan, it's Chris. We're coming up on this storm that came through Mexico Beach. We're coming down, looks like the middle of nowhere where I'm at currently. Looks like there may have been a brief CC drop directly in front of me. So that storm may be trying to do something along that line.
All right. So that was Chris. Chris is approaching the storm that come into Mexico Beach. And now there's another one that's getting ready to come into the Port St. Joe area. And another tornado warning is likely about to be issued for Port St. Joe and White City. Get ready for that. Yeah, and I see the CC drop that he's talking about here. There probably was a tornado that touched down right here, produced some debris, and now I don't think it's still down right now, though. But, I mean, if it is, it's coming right for Weywitchka, so you guys need to be in your safe spots, for certainly. A little bit of an uptick in rotation here near Bluntstown. Still not strong enough to produce a tornado, but this right here has some 70, maybe even 75-mile-per-hour winds in it. So get ready for that, Bluntstown. Donaldsonville, that storm is still dangerous as it approaches Boykin, but I don't see any direct signs of a tornado right now. This one, the one that's approaching Damascus and Arlington, is definitely the most impressive looking at this moment. Sorry I'm moving the radar around so much, guys, but there's a lot of area to cover here. And I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, Old Damascus, Crossroads, everybody in this general vicinity here needs to be taking shelter. That looks pretty nasty. Lots of people are tuning in. Guys, please help us spread the word here. This is an ongoing threat. We're going to see lots of tornadoes today. Millions of people are under the risk for significant, damaging, life-threatening tornadoes. Lots of them don't know about that. And some of them don't watch the news. And the only way they're going to hear about it is by coming across some old dude on YouTube live streaming it as they're searching for, you know, whatever it is they're searching for on YouTube. Because of you guys hitting the like button and sharing this everywhere, the algorithm does a good job of putting us in front of those people who need us most. And sometimes all it takes is for somebody to be like, hey, you know, there's a tornado around this place that you're familiar with. And that's what it takes to get them into shelter. And it's actually, if you know that a tornado is coming, if you know about it and you take shelter promptly, it's pretty easy to survive a tornado. It's very hard to survive one on accident, though. So the goal here is to just let people know that they're coming, and then hopefully that'll help a lot of people. Another thing to be on the lookout for today is we have a moderate risk of significant rainfall and flash flooding for the southern part of the Appalachian Mountains there near South Carolina and North Carolina. And we also have a huge area of the Mid-Atlantic under the gun for flash flooding as well, from Richmond, Virginia, or near there, or all the way up towards Washington, D.C., the I-95 corridor, all the way up through Washington and New York and close to Boston. We're going to see a lot of rain today and some flash flooding in this area. It looks like we've got about 70,000 people without power in Florida right now. And yeah, I'm sure we've got some people out without power in Georgia as well. If you have, as today unfolds, we're going to see a lot of flash flooding. We're going to see a lot of, snow and all this kind of stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are going to be watching that want to submit reports and pictures and, all that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, the best way to do it is on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. Even if like the only reason you have X is to send in pictures and reports to us, that's a good reason to get it, because it's the number one way that we're actually going to be able to show it on air here. We've got an email inbox as well. It's just harder to deal with that. Here's something from Kim Weaver in Iowa. Look at this. It's cold up there. And they got a little bit of snow. Wow. That just looks incredibly cold. So we'll be covering the snow today on top of everything else, the tornadoes. Here's another view from Ames, Iowa, of the blizzard, or just the desolate cold in Iowa. And once again, you guys think it's cold up there right now. Just wait until this next storm goes by. It's going to get even colder. All right, we've got 4 tornado warnings. Wewahitchka, you guys are still under the gun. Please be in your safe spot in Florida. The rotation is let up a little bit. I think, oh my gosh, man, to be a meteorologist at the National Weather Service today has got to be one of the most hectic things ever. I mean, the target areas of where these zones of rotation are occurring are just so random. They're popping up everywhere. They're disappearing. There's a new one here. There's a new one there. There's this one's gone. That one's gone. The latest interesting area is up here near Henderson Mill in Selman, Florida. Wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued for Ochees Landing. So get ready for that. We still have a tornado warning for Chattahoochee. Actually, that was just allowed to expire. You might be included in a new one, though, if they issue something for this. We still have a tornado warning for Donaldsonville. That should be allowed to expire very soon. I would stay in my safe spot up here in Colquitt. I know I'm saying that right or wrong, but you Colquitt. If you're in that community in Georgia, get to shelter. And then last but not least, our strongest storm right now with the most convincing signature is just south of Arlington. So I would be very surprised if there's not a tornado down right here just south of Arlington. There's not yet a correlation coefficient drop, so we don't have a debris signature just yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see one in the next frame. Colquitt. Gotcha. Yeah, this is Arlington, Georgia. If there's a tornado down here, which there very well could be, it's going to cross Highway 216 between Arlington and Nicholasville. Actually, it could get pretty daggone close to downtown Arlington if this is actually down on the ground. Near the intersection of Patmos, Milford Highway, and Cherry Road. Anywhere in the draw a triangle between Arlington, Commissary Hill, and Nicholasville in Georgia. That's where I'm most concerned about this tornado being right now, or getting ready to be, I guess. Okay, yep, there we go. Look at this. So there was no debris signature here, and now there's a huge one just to the south and east of Arlington. So we officially have a confirmed tornado here. We'll get an update from the National Weather Service eventually. Arlington, Georgia. This is... it just crossed over Highway 216. It's near the Nancy Springs area, and it's heading up towards Brittany's hair salon on Highway 62. So once again, thankfully, on the eastern side of Arlington here, as long as it stays east of town, it's a pretty rural area. There's not a lot of things for this to hit. I guess now the main concern would... There it is. Yeah.
A new tornado warning has been
warning.
issued.
I guess now the next places to be worried about would be Morgan and Leary as it goes off to the north and east. Yeah, as long as that stays east of Arlington, they dodged a huge bullet there, because I think that's probably one of the stronger tornadoes we've seen today, just based off of what I'm seeing on radar. This is hopefully just tree damage or tree debris in the air here. If that was headed towards a more populated area, that would almost certainly have gotten a PDS warning. Scaredy Ginge, sorry. Thanks for the super chat, Michael. Thank you. Thank you, Scaredy, for being a member for a year, and thank you, Athenhoff. Thank you as well. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the town names right or your all's names. So here's what I'm hoping's happened. Okay, so we had a tornado touchdown just to the south of Arlington, Georgia. Stayed on the ground, produced quite a bit of damage, I believe. Probably sucked up some major debris here. That's why we see the correlation coefficient drop. But according to the velocity, the rotation has let up a lot, and that last frame of the correlation coefficient does show there's less of a drop here. So hopefully this was a brief touchdown and it lifts completely before it gets to Morgan. But Morgan, you are under that tornado warning, and you need to stay in your safe spot regardless. Let's see what else we got. Pretty concerning looking area forming here just to the south and west of Chattahoochee. Anytime you see the old S form here, we have to watch it very closely. If this can breach up into the inflow and get it to kind of suck in at a sharp angle like this, we can sometimes see a tornado form with these kinds of situations. And that would be moving right up towards Chattahoochee and Hardin Heights and Rosedale. And then we've got some other areas of concern down here near Port St. Joe and Wewahitchka. But right now, this is things. Things are going to be like a wave for the rest of the day. We'll have periods of cool down and periods of ramp up. Hopefully, this is a cool down period here. But I am incredibly concerned about this. Everybody downstream from this needs to be paying attention. And the Arlington tornado is already gone. That was a fast-hitting tornado right there. Still got a debris signature, but the velocity is completely gone. This is just leftover debris. You might see tree limbs and other kinds of debris fall from the sky around Morgan here soon. But hopefully a new tornado is not going to form out of this. Wewahitchka. Oh, yeah. Shelby knows what it's all about. Early in the morning, who needs coffee? Unless, of course, it's Nader beans. When you've got good old Diet Coke. Virginia Clark, thanks for being here for 15 months. Connie, thanks for becoming a member. A lot of people in the chat are asking about South Carolina, North Carolina. We're going to get to you guys. Enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy every moment that I don't talk about your town. Okay? Because if I'm drawn to your town based off of what I see on the radar, it can't be good, right? Unfortunately, we don't go live just to do general forecasts for everyone. We go live whenever we think there's life-threatening things about to happen, and the goal is that we never talk about you or where you live. You know what I mean? Should be the goal anyway. But I'm sure we will be talking about South Carolina and North Carolina at some point today. We're going to be here with you at least through the afternoon. I'm sure that people at the National Weather Service are watching this as well. They're probably, hopefully, going ahead and typing up a warning for this, because it's probably going to need one soon.
Hey, Ryan, you got a copy?
I got you, Chris. What's up?
I have made it into the Waxahachie, whatever town this is. I have found debris. So that verifies what we just seen a while ago. I have a tree down, a lot of tree limbs down right here, a lot of sheet metal gone off the building beside of us. It looks like the power lines have been snapped in two right here by this tree.
All right. So Chris is in the path of the suspected tornado that came up from Mexico Beach. And you can see we've got debris there. And that's literally, he's right in the path of where that happened. So that's pretty, that's pretty much confirmation of what we saw earlier. Yeah. The areas of concern, the number one places that I'm looking at right now are all of these S bends in the line here. The one just south of Chattahoochee is pretty impressive because it overlaps with a well-defined hook on an obvious supercell. Okay, so this thing is going to be able to take advantage of this environment and really try to root up. If it doesn't, that's good, but it probably will. There's another little embedded supercell up here. It's not as strong, but if we go back to velocity, you can see that there is another kink, another bend in the inflow here. So I'm concerned about these two areas potentially being long-term problems as they go off to the north and east. Ryan Hall talking about your town is about as bad as Jim Cantori showing up with a film crew. I mean, I don't know. I don't know because Jim Cantori can only be in one place. I can mention a few towns. So there might be a little bit of a discrepancy there, but the idea is the same, yeah. Some people get on here and they're mad that I'm not talking about their town, but they just don't know how good of a thing that is. We're going to be tracking severe weather all day today. This is what our tornado probabilities look like. We're about to get into this period where the storms exit the first 10% hatched area, and then activity will probably decrease a little bit until the storms reach South Carolina, where we will have the rest of the afternoon and evening to monitor another area of potentially significant tornadoes in places like Charleston, South Carolina, Columbia, all the way up into southern portions of North Carolina. Even despite the tornado stuff, we're also going to be covering the blizzard aspect of this storm and the flash flooding as well. So we'll find there's going to be something here. Even though it seems like we only ever talk about tornadoes, we cover all aspects of the weather here. It's just tornadoes have been the most common thing that's needed our attention. Oh, here's some more imagery from Panama City earlier. Yeah, we've seen this image. This one's new. I still think that the most of this damage happened in a very localized area, which is good. Update. It's about 70,000 people without power in Florida. We've got about 60,000 out in Georgia, but also in Kansas. We've got about 36,000 people without power. I'm assuming Nebraska, Iowa. I'm sure there's tons of power outages in those states too, just because of the winds and the snow and the extreme rapid descent in temperatures.
Hey Ryan, there's a tornado on the ground in Morgan, Georgia currently.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, Decatur County, Georgia just got a new tornado warning. We're going to go check on this other area here. Remember, we've got 3 tornado warnings now. One of them's, all of them are in Georgia at this point. So this is one of the areas of rotation that we're concerned about. The one that Chris just rang through was this. Hold on. What's going on here? So this is the storm that came up by Columbia and Gordon earlier, and it's apparently still producing a tornado near Morgan. Oh, yeah, there it is. Look, this is the perfect example of cycling. So we had the tornado near Arlington, produced the debris signature. The debris signature fades away. You think it's over, and then boom, another eruption of debris happens as a new tornado forms. So even this little of a signature on the velocity couplet with a storm like this can produce a tornado. And that's why it's important to stay in your safe spot throughout the entire duration of the tornado warning, even if it looks like the thing is weakening. So now we've got another tornado down near Morgan, and it's probably going to continue all the way up towards Oak Hill, Clark's Mill. And then we need to be on the lookout for maybe another one all the way up towards Dawson and Sasser in Georgia as well. But it's each time it's very brief. This one's already lifted too, I believe. But I mean, there's probably going to be another one as it approaches Harrod and Sasser. So stay in your safe spots. The Big Bend in our system down here near Chattahoochee is still a thing that we're concerned about. But it's still just that. It's still just a big bend. It's not necessarily wrapped up yet. This one has wrapped up. You see what I'm talking about? How it's gotten a little bit tighter. There's a more obvious inflow area. There's likely a tornado happening right here, just to the north and west of Bainbridge. So we've also got to watch out in Hanover, Lynn, Osmac, and Mount Pleasant in southwestern Georgia, as we've got a spin-up tornado that's happening here just to the west of Bainbridge. I expect that something similar to that will happen with this kink in the line as well. It's past Chattahoochee now, so we don't have to worry about Chattahoochee, but there's other areas that could be impacted. So it looks like the area of greatest tornado potential is going to be in this general vicinity over the next couple of hours. Oh, look. The Storm Prediction Center is saying the same thing. The threat for embedded QLCS tornadoes, fancy for tornadoes in a line of storms, and damaging winds will continue this morning. Here are some photos from our Brett Adair from Live Storms Media. This is near the Spring Chase community. He's estimating that this is strong EF2 to maybe even EF3 damage. I'm not sure if Brett himself got this or if it's Brandon Clement. But it's Live Storms Media. Yeah, the best, in my opinion, the best ingredients for tornadoes, more specifically over the next hour or so, is gonna look something probably like this. So Tallahassee, Tifton, Thomasville, maybe all the way up there towards Dublin, Georgia. You guys, we all need to be hyper weather aware as this line of storms approaches us. And it's going to be a heck of a line of storms, even if it doesn't have a tornado in it. All of these severe thunderstorm warnings that you see are for 70-mile-per-hour winds. They're considerable severes. That area of tightening rotation near Bainbridge continues to look impressive. There could be a quick spin-up tornado continuing to happen here. It's getting ready to cross Highway 253 north of Bainbridge. We want you to stay in your safe spot. That observed tornado warning up here near Morgan is still in effect. Let's go inspect this on our other radar here. So that tornado is lifted. But there could be another one trying to form already. So I'd say we'll see a new tornado warning issued for Leesburg in Georgia. So get ready to take shelter in Leesburg. Oh, is this it?
A new tornado warning
Lee
has been
County
issued.
and Terrell County, Georgia. There it is, right on cue. Brand new tornado warning. It includes Dawson and Leesburg and Smithville in Georgia. Take shelter now. Got 4 warnings. That's going to be for Calhoun County, Georgia, Daughtry County, Randolph County, and Terrell counties in Georgia. Also, Decatur and Miller counties in Georgia are under tornado warnings as well. This is what it looks like out there in State College, Pennsylvania. Julia Doyle sent this in on Twitter or X. You want to send me stuff? Send it on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. And of course, if you're getting snow out there and you've got a Y'all-o-meter, if you went to shopryanhall.com and you've purchased yourself a Y'all-o-meter and you want to measure that snow with the best snow measurement device on earth, you can go to you can send us a picture of that, and we're going to enter you to win $1,000 at the end of the stream today. That's right. How many times have you watched the weather and won $1,000, or just for watching the weather? It's never happened before. We're doing it. And hopefully the tornado stuff calms down and we get to enjoy that and have fun with it. We're not going to have any fun in games as long as there's, serious stuff going on, but we would like to lighten the mood a little bit with some fun stuff like that. There is a lot of snow happening up north, so we're going to try to keep you updated on all that as well. A little bit of rotation, trying to sneak down from the upper levels here. I'm kind of keeping an eye on this general vicinity as well, because there's obviously an embedded supercell here. This could start twisting and move up towards Tallahassee. I'm concerned about Tallahassee. I'm concerned about Thomasville, Moultrie, and Tifton in Georgia. This is our next corridor of potential dangerous weather here. Do you have a sun-o-meter for Arizona? We're working on it. Our engineers are working on it right now. Well, here's one now. This is from Joffrey in Nebraska. About 3 inches of snowfall since Monday in Valley, Nebraska. Snapped at 1924, 850 Central. So he's got the Y'all-o-meter here. And now somebody is putting you in already in a drawing to win at the end of the stream. So make sure you're here. We want to see as much snow measurements as possible. Not only because it's fun and it allows us to take a break from the nasty weather, which, you know, snow is also nasty for, you know, especially when it's a blizzard. But we're trying to compile a database of a large collection of snow reports. If you're just now tuning in, we are kind of meandering a little bit, and we're talking about snow, we're talking about rain, we're talking about this, we're talking about that. But the main focus, the reason we're here, for the most part, is to cover the tornado situation that's currently ongoing in Florida and Georgia. There's a little bit of a lull in activity right now. We don't have a whole lot to cover, so I'm trying to take these opportunities to focus on some other things. But at some point, we will be drawn back here for a new tornado warning. Likely one's going to happen here near Midway and Tallahassee in the near future. Same thing up here near Climax and Wiggum in Georgia. The other storms are weakening, which is a good sign. I don't see as much of a concerning signature for the storm up here near Dawson and Albany as we saw earlier. Winter Wonderland in Northland, Kansas City from Miranda. Miranda, thank you for sending that in. Lots of snow on the backside. If you're in Kentucky or Ohio, we're mostly going to see rain all day today, but late tonight into early tomorrow morning, we're going to see a good shot of snow as well. I don't know if it'll amount to anything significant like this, but we're going to see our snow. Sorry, I'm just reading some updates here. Dawson County schools with severe weather moving into Georgia. There's potential for high winds down trees. So Dawson County schools will have an online learning day today. How many schools in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina are closed today? I'm very interested in that because this is the second time I think that I've seen schools closed due to a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. This is a new phenomenon. I don't know what's causing it. It's debatable as to whether or not it's a good thing. Obviously, I think it's mostly a good thing. But I know the last time that we had live coverage and like all these states closed schools because there were supposed to be tornadoes, there weren't any tornadoes. So it's one of those things where it's concerning if, you know, who's deciding what that criteria is. Like who's the one that says like, okay, we're closing today because of this. Because sometimes that can get a little out of hand and it could cause a situation where if schools closed, like when schools close, it's a big deal. Like everybody knows about it and it impacts almost everyone's lives. If schools close 2 or 3 times and then there's not like a tornado in that town where the schools is closed, it might be another thing that leads people to not take tornado warnings and stuff seriously. So it's debatable to me as to whether or not that's a good thing. It's certainly on high risk days, I think that like I love it when I hear that schools are closed on days where there's a 5 out of 5 high risk, but a 3 out of 5 enhanced risk, I don't know. It's probably better to be safe than sorry. So we'll leave it at that. Here's a live look at Kansas City. Carly, see if we can get that on our 6 view. I know that we don't have an RTMP link for it, but maybe you can pop it out as a windowed full screen and just kind of resize it to fit in the number 6 spot or something. But it is coming down in Kansas City right now. Really quickly, let's leave the tornadoes for just a moment and look at that on radar. Yep, pretty heavy snow back here. It's going to be sticking around for a while, too. All right, back to business. Pretty concerning looking situation happening south of Bainbridge now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning issued for this storm. The closer it gets to Midway and Tallahassee, the more concerning it looks. But for the most part, things are a little bit quieter than they were just moments ago. So that's good news. Sidby says schools are closed today in upstate South Carolina because buses can't run with winds. Okay, well, that's another good... it might not be just because of the tornado
A new
situation
tornado
that
warning
schools are
has
closing.
been
I mean,
issued.
we are going to have a lot of strong winds, heavy rain. The flooding is going to be an issue in a lot of South Carolina. So I'm just talking out loud here, waiting for what we just heard. Another tornado warning. And, man, I mean... we are really doing a good job of calling out these storms before the warnings are issued here. This is another reason why I encourage you guys to share the stream with people out there, because the advantage of watching something like this over pretty much anything else is we're here whether the tornado warning exists or not. We just wait for them to come, and we can speculate and talk about future storms that will have tornado warnings before they're even issued. We talked about this one 15 minutes ago, and here we are officially with a tornado warning for Ward, Jackson Bluff, all the way up to Midway. It doesn't quite include Tallahassee, but Midway on the western side of town there is included, and this is probably the most impressive-looking storm on the radar right now, so we're going to stick with it. Once again, that's going to be for Goshen, Leon, and Liberty counties. Please take shelter. Dapper says, my school closed and I'm not even in the enhanced risk zone. I'm in the marginal zone. EJ Rich says, in 2016, my high school flooded knee deep, and it was full of students due to a false flag school cancellation 3 weeks prior during hurricane season. That's what I'm talking about. Especially in the pattern that we're in right now, y'all. We've got this big storm today. This weekend, we're going to have another one just like this. Similar problems. Blizzard on the north, severe weather in the south. 3 or 4 days after that, we're going to have another one. We're in this pattern where we really don't want any sort of boy who cried wolf syndrome going on out there. And as much as we do like to be, it's better to be safe than sorry. In my experience dealing with this stuff as a career now for several years, it's almost always worse to, I don't know how to over exaggerate things or get people too excited about things that end up not happening, because then the next time that they need to pay attention, they don't, because they're like, oh, well, they canceled school last week and nothing happened. And, that's definitely what's going to happen again this week. But then, there's always the chance that something does happen, and it's a good thing that they did. So it's a tough subject. Rotation is picking up here near Highway 375, just to the south and west of Midway. We are watching this storm as it approaches Tallahassee and Midway, Florida. Unfortunately, we've been watching this one for a while, way back here past Wewa-Hitchka, and now it's approaching Tallahassee. I was concerned that it was going to go through this recycling phase and kind of ramp back up on its approach to Tallahassee, and that's exactly what's happening here. Smith sends in his Yolometer measurement from Rockford, Iowa. Guys, we have thousands of these snow measuring sticks out there. Please send in your measurement photos. I know you're out there. Y'all have kept our warehouse manager, Austin, very busy over the past couple of months. So if you've got snow, heck, if you've got mud, go out there and measure it and send us in a picture. Give us something to fall back on whenever we're tired of hearing about the bad news in the storm sector of this storm. But it looks like close to a little over 4 inches there in Rockford, Iowa. This is the Yolometer Mini. And then just a couple 100 miles away, maybe 1,000 miles away to the south and east, we've got a tornado warning for portions of Florida. Rondell, thank you for becoming a high-risk member. Shay, thanks for becoming a member. Stacy, thank you. It's crazy how we have snow and rain in the same system. Yeah, well, this is the kind of system that does exactly that. It's let me show you once again here on the radar just how big it is. And this doesn't even show the whole thing. From Canada all the way down to pretty much Mexico. This is one storm. If we switch over to satellite view, it kind of looks like a big land hurricane. Yeah. Let me show you on the geo color here. This is all in the Radar Omega app, by the way. Look at that. One giant swirling storm. And look, the tail of it, you can't see it all the way, but it does go all the way into Mexico. So from Mexico all the way up into Canada, we've got one big swirling system. The central area of the lowest pressure is somewhere near Memphis or the western side of Kentucky. On the eastern side of that, we have a very fast low-level jet carrying moisture from the Gulf of Mexico northward. On the backside, we've got very cold, dry air coming in. Where that meets up, obviously, we've got tornadoes, but everywhere else, we're going to be dealing with heavy rain. We're going to be dealing with snow, very strong winds all day today. It's a very dynamic system. And yeah, I think this weekend we're going to see another one of these. It's going to be even stronger. I don't know if the severe weather will be as much of a big deal, but the overall storm will be stronger and it'll probably be more blizzard focused. We're trying to onboard some more chasers for the snow side of this right now. Yeah, still got good rotation in the storm that's approaching Midway in Tallahassee, but nothing that says that there's a tornado down at this very moment, which is very good news. Same thing for the storm just east of Bamberg. This is the least activity that we've seen since we started the stream. And we've been talking about this. We knew this was going to happen. There's going to be a lull in activity for probably the next, 2-3 hours. By the time we get to noon or 1 p.m. Eastern, things are going to start ramping up again. Yeah, there's a bunch of blizzard warnings right now.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. I'm coming through Port St. Joe, heading up to Panama Beach. I'm seeing a little bit of tree damage here, especially along the coastline, but I don't see much in the way of damage here, so I think they got spared from anything that might try to spin up off the coast here.
Yeah, I'm noticing a lot less activity too. Earlier today, when these storms were west of Panama City, especially, we could see a line of kinks in this line in QLCS tornadoes all the way down into the Gulf of Mexico. But now it's looking like we're seeing less of that, and the tornadic portion of this storm is a little bit farther inland now, which is good news and bad news. It's bad news for the inland areas. It's good news for the places closer to the coast. Here's another Yalameter from southern New Hampshire. About 8 inches of snow there. Thank you, Susan, for putting your name in the hat. Remember, at the end of the stream today, everybody that sent in a snow measurement is going to be entered to win $1,000. Just going to try to lighten up the mood a little bit. Some snowflakes, but mostly residual snow in Henrietta, New York. You'll probably see some more, but then it'll switch over to all rain. New York's an area, especially farther south and east you go, that could be seeing flash flooding today. Yeah, mud counts. So as we experience this little bit of a lull in tornadic activity over the next couple of hours, we are going to talk about the snow and also the forecast. We're going to kind of consistently talk about what's going to happen in the future until we can't anymore, because it's rarely something that we get to do, because usually when I'm live, there's a million things to cover. So obviously we're going to see more tornado warnings over the next couple of hours, but hopefully they'll be a little bit more sporadic. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the future view. Let's take a look at what the radar could look like as we go through the next several hours. It's currently 10:30 on the East Coast, and this is what the radar is likely going to look like around noon. All right. So pretty similar to what we're seeing right now. The strongest, the line of storms is going to be a little bit farther east than what it is right now. We're going to start to see warm front cells move up into
a new
South
tornado
Carolina.
warning has been
Something
issued.
that we have to watch, but it's likely not going to be the most important thing as far as tornadoes go. And then we're going to see all this snow up here, and it's going to get heavier in places like northern Illinois. So as expected, we do have a new tornado warning. Let's go check back in on it, and we'll get back to the forecast. This area of rotation down here near Morgan Place is what spawned this tornado warning, and it's likely going to be a problem for us all the way up through Sopchoppy and Crawfordville. You guys, you'll start to see the pattern. Okay, anytime you see this feature on reflectivity today, almost always they're going to issue a tornado warning for the southern part of it, because this is the exact kind of storm that's going to produce a tornado in today's environment. There is a little bit of a rotation couplet here, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a tornado. And Sopchoppy, you're next in line for that. Okay,
New
we've got
information.
a confirmed
This tornado
warning now
warning
for
has been
Gadsden County,
upgraded.
Florida, and Leon County, Florida. We're going to pull all of our resources down here. Chris Hall's down here. He's on the coast. So these storms are moving so fast, there's no way he's going to be able to catch up. His job now is probably just to assess the damage as we experience it. Yeah. So I'm looking at, the confirmed tornado warning that we just saw come through is associated with this. So it's the storm that we've been watching forever that is approaching Tallahassee and Midway. There's a little area of rotation here that likely led to some debris being lofted up. You can see that right there. But that's gone now. I don't know how much longer that'll last. But it doesn't change, like that could happen again. It doesn't change the fact that you should be in your safe spot in Midway. This is going to be a really strong storm coming through Midway here. Whether or not that rotation sticks with us or not. And this is also going to come right through Tallahassee. So I would say that they're probably going to issue a new tornado warning for Tallahassee if this continues to show a little bit of rotation there. I'm actually more impressed with the rotation on the storm coming into Sopchoppy, or at least the presentation on radar. You might hear the sirens. The sirens might be going off in Tallahassee. Because the way a lot of those works is it's by county, and the county that Tallahassee is in did just get clipped by a confirmed warning. Sopchoppy is a small town, population of 437. Crawfordville is a little bit bigger, but still there's all kinds of little residential areas all up and down this road that this storm is approaching, including Sanborn. Not only do we have blizzard warnings in the Midwest today, we also have a blizzard warning back here in the Pacific Northwest. What is a blizzard? 35 mile per hour winds, less than 1/4 of a mile in visibility for 3 or more hours. And obviously there's got to be snow on the ground, or it's, it's snowing, one of those things. So the Cascades and a little bit of the valley up here in the Pacific Northwest is under a blizzard warning. until 10 a.m. Wednesday, and this is not even associated with our current storm, but more so with the next one that's coming in. And we'll talk more about that in a moment. No, Carly, let's put Bryce in one. Actually, let's see. Where is Bryce? Yeah, we can put Hunter in one. Here's some photos from Gulf Street in Panama, Florida. I'm not sure if this is tornado damage or if this is one of the crazy things that happened earlier today too, outside of just the tornado, was the winds were so strong we actually had some storm surge in these areas, which caused some damage as well. But this looks like it could be either one. Continuing to monitor the storm headed towards Tallahassee, we had a very brief tornado here. That has since lifted, but the mechanism that produced the tornado is still there, and it could produce another one as it goes towards North Fleet, Midway, and potentially even Tallahassee, so we want you all to stay sheltered. Sop Choppy, Crawfordville, you guys are, in my opinion, in a worse situation because this definitely looks more capable of producing a tornado. We'll see. And we still have a couple tornado warnings floating around up here near Albany, Georgia. But these storms are really not as impressive looking to me. The problem is with these also is that we're a little bit far away from the radar, so we don't know exactly what's going on there. This is another radar hole, by the way. We need a radar in Ashburn or Tifton, I think. Maybe Sylvester, Georgia would be a good place for the National Weather Service to put in a radar. If you've never heard me rant about that before, it's something everybody should be passionate about. All these people pay an equal amount of taxes, and having adequate radar coverage in your neck of the woods is important for your life. It's harder for the National Weather Service and people like me to understand where tornadoes are without it. And once again, we all pay the same amount of taxes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But some people just don't have good coverage. So it's something that you should bring up to your local officials if you are somebody who does that. Because it's a pretty important thing. And obviously the radars are funded, it's the National Weather Service, it's the government thing. There's our new tornado warning. How's it sound whenever the robot voice comes through and says the new tornado warning? Is it too loud? Is it too quiet? Because I could turn it up a little bit on my end, but it would make it louder for you. So that new tornado warning does include Tallahassee. So now Tallahassee is under a tornado warning. Please take shelter. If you've been watching this stream for any amount of time, you've known this has been coming for like an hour. But if you're just now tuning in, you want to get to shelter. You want to get into the lowest floor of your home, preferably a basement. I know very rare to have a basement down here in Tallahassee, but you want to get into an interior closet, a storm shelter, hopefully, or a bathroom, whichever one has the least amount of glass. And you want to take me with you, bring a charged phone, tablet, wear shoes, There's a chance you might have to walk over some broken glass or maybe some nails or some splintered wood, if you have to evacuate the premises after a tornado. Bring some shoes. And if you have the time, if you have the ability to grab one, get a helmet. Because the number one way you're going to get hurt if you get hit by a tornado is by debris falling on your head. Here we go. Currently waiting on more flurries. Until then, Trudy just wanted to check in and say hi, y'all. Orange County, New York. Already a bunch of snow on the ground there. Some more will be on the way before the rain starts. There we go. Couple inches in Fort Watkins, Minnesota. Also more on the way for you guys as well. And here's some residual snow in Farmington, New Mexico from Sparkle Flare. Thank you so much for sending that in. Here's a graphic going over the more eastern extent of the enhanced risk in places in southeastern Georgia and northeastern Florida. Potential hazards are 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts, tornadoes and waterspouts, maybe some hail. The squall line will be moving through this area between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. And this enhanced risk in this part of the world is driven by a 30% risk of severe wind, damaging wind. The parts north of this, though, closer to South Carolina, are driven by the tornado risk. It's good stuff. Yeah, so we were all ready to start the stream yesterday, 7 p.m. There was a risk for some activity in and around the eastern side of Texas, and there were a couple tornado warnings, but nothing really happened with that. And then nothing happened again until all the way up until 11 p.m. or something like that. And we were just kind of like, okay, well, we're gonna not go live unless our attention is needed, because I'm trying to conserve my energy for whatever ends up being like the height of the storm, because with the newborn, we haven't been sleeping all that great. Well, I went to sleep probably around midnight last night, and I set an alarm for every hour through 4 a.m. I woke up at 1 a.m., nothing's happening. 2 a.m., nothing's happening. 3 a.m., nothing's happening. 4 a.m., nothing's happening, but, looking at the data and the models and everything, I could tell that probably around 7, 8, 9 a.m., things would start happening. So I set an alarm for 7, and I wake up, and that's exactly the moment that Panama City was getting hit. So I ran down here and we were live just a couple minutes later. But the good news is, even though it was interrupted every hour, I got a good solid, what was that, 6-7 hours of sleep last night. So I'm good to go all day today. I think if you add it all together, it was probably closer to like 4 hours, but we're going to take the win. Some parts of Iowa have gotten absolutely buried. Still coming down 6 inches or more, maybe 5-6 inches there in Iowa. And look, this is why the y'all meter is so useful. What other ruler can you be several yards away? Take a picture and actually be able to see the measurements. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I've got a 3-year-old and a like 9-day-old. I think it was not, actually no, 12 days old. He was born on the 28th. It's flown by. That's why I don't know. We still have these residual like this tornado warning for Leesburg, Georgia needs to be gone. I don't know why it's still there. The tornado warning for Camp Sherwood and Red Rock in Georgia, still valid. You need to stay in your safe spot at least for the next 8 minutes. Albany, Georgia, the storm's past you. You don't have anything to worry about for the rest of the day. Tallahassee, the big storm is hitting right now. The rotating part of the storm, the most concerning part of the storm, in my opinion, is going to your south. But there's still a chance of a tornado going through the city here, a quick spin up tornado. So stay in your safe spots at least for the next 20 minutes. And of course, we want to stay in our safe spot in Bradfordville all the way up to Felkel and Beachton as well. Yeah, so the day 4 outlook is already mentioning potentially strong tornadoes again for the same area that we're covering today. New mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This includes a lot of South Carolina, East Georgia, northeastern Florida. Conditions are expected to become increasingly favorable for tornadoes and severe damaging winds over the next few hours. A tornado watch issuance is likely. So here we go, everybody in South Carolina. It's time to wake up. Did we sleep in because there's no school? I hope so, because it's going to be, it might be a long midday here for us. Yeah, let's take a look at the. I was going to go over the forecast here. Let's finish that. This is what the radar could look like around noon today. Heavy snow back in this region, heavy rain, strong winds moving into the Ohio Valley, and our severe weather still going to be concentrated in this zone here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can see that better. By, I don't know, 2 p.m., we're going to be watching a couple of things, okay? First and foremost, the squall line here. This, you guys can't see that very well, can you? Let me maybe do southeast. That's better. Okay. First and foremost, we've got the squall line here. This part of it is going to continue to cause problems with tornadoes, but we also have these prefrontal kind of warm front lofting sails that'll be in an environment that's capable of producing some rotation as well. And then pretty much from, I'd say 2 p.m. on, we're focused on this part of the world for potential tornadic activity. With the peak, honestly, the peak being probably right at the onset, around 2 or 3 p.m. We're lucky that this is happening out to sea. If we had supercells like this popping out in front of the main system, that's going to be one heck of a water spout. So yeah, this will be, I think the height of the tornadic activity will probably be somewhere between 3 and 6 p.m., 7 p.m. Things start to calm down. It'll be pretty much over by 10 p.m. And then we get to enjoy the backside snow here tonight into the early morning hours tomorrow in my neck of the woods. Yeah, let's look at the significant tornado parameter. Yeah, so right at the onset, around 2 or 3 p.m., that's where I would be most concerned with potential tornadoes along our line here. And then those supercells become more of a problem closer to 4 p.m. In the general area between right around Myrtle Beach and a little bit farther inland. And then that area of energy, I guess, is going to slam up against the main line again around 6 p.m. for this area right here. So honestly, the closer to the beach you are in South Carolina, the more potential I think we're going to have for tornadoes today, at least according to this most recent run. Actually, that's not the most recent run of the HRRR, but yeah. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, but certainly we've seen these numbers be a lot lower than this, and big tornadoes happen. So we've got to take it seriously. We've got to watch it closely as we continue to stream through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. Currently, right now, at this very moment, we're experiencing a bit of a lull in activity, which is always welcomed, but we still have 3 tornado warnings, so let's check on them. Sop Choppy, the storm is hitting you right now. Once it's over, it's over. Okay, no more storms for you today. Crawfordville, you're still in the path of a potentially tornadic storm. Take shelter now. Tallahassee, it's just about over for you. It's almost time to come out of your shelter and everything's going to be fine for the rest of the day. But I would stay in my safe spot if I'm in Homestead Ridge or Beachton in Georgia there. And I'd be watching out in Thomasville. Up here north of Albany, man, I don't know what's going on. I think that this tornado warning has been allowed to expire. It just hasn't been removed from the map yet. But there's definitely no reason to be taking shelter whatsoever in Leesburg right now. But this storm right here could still be producing problems as it approaches Ashburn, Georgia. So right now there's nothing that's like confirmed on the ground or anything like that. And the most concerning look to me is this right here, so we're just going to keep an eye on it. Just going to keep an eye on it. Looks like
A new
warning.
tornado warning has
Jefferson
been issued.
County, Florida. Okay. Literally for the very storm that we were just talking about. Once again, right on cue. Crawfordville, Woodville, Lloyd. All you guys are under a tornado warning now. This skirts the southern half of Tallahassee. So some of you guys might have to spend a little bit longer in your safe spot, but we definitely want to be there in Cody, Rose, and Lloyd in Florida, okay? Because this one looks like it could definitely strengthen and become a much bigger problem as it goes off to the north and east. Wow. Pretty much every road in Iowa is closed. If your car ends up being stuck, or if you go in the ditch, it might be a while before a tow is able to head to your location. Wow. And this is not the kind of weather that you want to be stuck in. This is what all the roads look like, pretty much even interstates, just a solid sheet of snow and ice. This is a live look from Hunter Hurley in Kansas. It's even worse than this in Iowa. But yeah, it's not the kind of weather that you want to be stuck in because, I mean, if you can't get a tow, if you're stuck in your vehicle on the road and, that as low as temperatures are going to get tonight, it could be life-threatening. CG, how do we win the 1K that you talked about earlier? So if you send in a measurement of snow, then you'll be entered to win. Okay, or if you can get creative with it and just send in a measurement of mud or something, like everybody can enter to win. But we're really interested in seeing these snow measurements here. That's the reason we're doing it. We're trying to encourage that. And speaking of that, we've got a bunch of them. Kristen Heiner sent this one in from Kansas City, a little bit south of Kansas City, 8 inches of snow there with her Yalometer 2.0. Looks like we've got 17 inches 4 days ago, according to Dave. I don't know where this is though. Make sure to include your location if you can when you send these in. But yeah, at the end of the stream today, we're going to do a giveaway. It'll be fun. In Peoria, Illinois, it's already starting to accumulate. This is another reason why I like doing this, because I wasn't even aware that we had completely switched over to snow in Peoria yet. 3 inches so far in Peoria as of 9:45 Central. It's continuing to lightly snow. It should continue for quite some time, so keep that thing out there and keep us updated. Where do we submit them? If you've got a picture or a snow measurement to submit, best place to do it is Twitter, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter, or X, whatever you want to call it. You can also submit it on Facebook. Ryan Hall, y'all on Facebook, Instagram, and all that stuff. It might just take us a little while longer to find it. And then pics@ryanhallyall.com is an email address that you can send it to. We've got somebody looking at that. And yeah, they're starting to roll in from everybody. Ryan here, Altoona, Pennsylvania, with 11 inches. Wow. So thank you guys so much for participating. One of these days, we're going to do one of these live streams, and it's just going to be about snow. There won't even be a severe weather angle. And I'm so excited for that day because we have a lot of fun with those. Ryan, are we going to do 1 or 2 y'all a meter? Oh yeah, we could do 2. We talked about doing 2. You know what? You guys should compile. I know that we've been getting submissions for a while now. You should compile everybody that's already sent in one. And then maybe in an hour or so, we'll go ahead and pick a winner. If we don't have any ongoing tornado warnings. Like even like from the past couple of days. Like I know we've been getting them for a while. And I know we've been saving a lot of them already. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a huge storm affecting a lot of the United States. We've got a blizzard going on up north. We've got a tornado situation unfolding in the south in Florida. And then we got a flash flooding and high wind situation unfolding everywhere in between. Uh-oh. I'm hearing some rumors about NATOcast that I don't like. Oh boy. If you guys have been following for a while, this is not an official forecast model or anything. It's an experimental model that plots kind of like SPC outlooks, but it's model based and it's not controlled by the SPC at all. And the latest one does show a little bit of a 15% probability for tornadoes over here in that exact area that we were talking about earlier near Myrtle Beach for later today. So, NATOcast, I like it a lot. Some people don't look at it. Some people say not to trust it. I always look at it in every one of my forecasts. And it's very rarely been way off. So we'll see. The little red there indicates probably a higher probability of seeing a tornado later today. And that's kind of where we are right now. We're just waiting on the next round of tornadoes while we enjoy the snow. Oh, wow, this is beautiful. This is a little double rainbow in North Carolina. Steven sent that in. Thank you, Steven. Unicorn says he's quickly accumulating a backlog of 3 inches of work. Big shout out to Baked Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. He says, here in Citrus County, Florida, watching like a hawk. The Crystal River tornado a couple months ago came within just a couple of miles. Let's hope it's not going to get bad again. Yes, I'm hoping right with you. We're in a period right now where things are not as active and not as crazy as they were just moments ago. Hopefully that continues until this storm passes you. Things are going to pick up again, though, but hopefully not. Hopefully it's going to clear the rest of Florida. And obviously I don't want to say hopefully we're going to be focused on Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina later, but it looks like that's going to be the case. Denise Games. Thank you for becoming a member. Sunset. thank you for the super chat. Psychic Kimmy, thank you. You guys are being so supportive today. Thank you. Good morning to anybody who's just now joining in. We are covering a potentially dangerous tornado outbreak in the southeast and a blizzard in the Midwest. Got storm chasers in the snow and in the rain. I don't know if we're going to have a storm chaser or not in South Carolina. We should probably try to get up with Chris Jackson and see if he's going to be out there. Most of our storm chasers were in Louisiana last night, and they followed the storms to Florida. They're not going to be able to keep up with them. Even got some snow on the ground way out here in Harvard, Massachusetts. Georgia, everything, there are currently no tornado warnings in Georgia. What we do have going on right now in Georgia, especially in the south central portion, is a line of severe thunderstorms. 70-mile-per-hour winds are currently moving through Sylvester, and they're moving towards Norman Park and Tifton. Get ready for that. The farther north you go, the less, I guess, impressive the storms become, but we still have strong 60-mile-per-hour winds approaching the Sandersville, Georgia area. This line of storms is going to become stronger as it approaches Augusta and Statesboro later. How will northern Indiana look tonight? I'm headed home from work, and they say rain and snow. We just looked at that. We'll pull it back for you. Let's see here. So northern Indiana looks, at least to me, in the latest update here, it looks like mostly rain. Northern Illinois is where we're going to see most of the snow tonight. But there, you can see this big warm bubble here. Normally, anybody behind this line in a system like this would be dealing with heavy snow, but it's just a unique placement of the low pressure center. And the inflow side, the low level jet on the eastern side is so much stronger than the cold air pull on the backside that we just have too warm of temperatures for this one to be a big snowmaker for Indiana and Ohio and places like that. We've got an update from the Storm Prediction Center on snow back here a little bit farther to the west. Moderate to heavy snow with rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour. Strong winds will lead to blowing, drifting, and reduced visibility in northwestern Illinois and portions of Iowa. The eastern side of Iowa is getting slammed by this. Some of you guys are going to end up with over a foot of snow, and it's just going to keep getting colder. The pugs are enjoying the snowfall here in Mineral Point, Wisconsin. These photos are from yesterday. I'll update you on the snow totals later today. Well, we are on the edge of our seats. Thank you so much. I think you have a decent chance of getting some good snow tonight. We'll check in on these tornado warnings here in a moment, and then we'll go all the way up and down the line here again, because we're starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings starting to break out even as far north as into South Carolina. But first, Shelby says, we are watching Ryan Hall, y'all, on our first day back to school here in Alabama. Well, we start our weather unit in 9 weeks and getting a good introduction to weather forecasting. That's so cool. That's awesome. Back to the radar here. Let's go over the remaining tornado warning that we have. We have one that's the lowest since we started. And we'll go up the line talking about all of these different storms here. First of all, severe thunderstorm warning. It goes all the way out to Greenville and Perry in Florida for 70-mile-per-hour winds. So as this line of storms moves east, everyone that gets hit by it has the chance of seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's damaging winds, so get ready for it. But specifically in certain parts of the storm, there's little areas of rotation like this that could produce a spin-up tornado at any time. So we also have tornado warnings for places like Fanlue, Limestone, and Lloyd in Florida. So take shelter if you're under that tornado warning. Otherwise, for the farther north we go, the more we can see of the same. We've got lots of strong damaging winds on the way for portions of south central Georgia. 70-mile-per-hour winds is possible in Valdosta over the next, probably within the next 90 minutes or so. Tifton, Georgia, within the next 60 minutes, 45 to 60 minutes, you're likely going to see those 70-mile-per-hour winds as well. And then even up here into Abbeville, Georgia, we're going to see some 60-mile-per-hour winds. As the farther north we go with this line, the less impressive the winds are, at least for right now. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning for Sandersville and Ten Isle in Georgia. 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible there. But look at this. You can see in the radar reflectivity here, the shear. You see how the tops of these storms are getting veered off like this? That just shows you that, there's a lot of wind on the surface coming from the Gulf of Mexico that's feeding the moisture into the storms. But as soon as they get just a couple thousand feet into the air, boom, that lower level jet starts cranking them this way. And that's what's causing a lot of the rotation and a lot of the spin for tornadoes to happen today. Thankfully, right now, there's no tornadoes happening in this general vicinity. Probably thanks to, these storms are not necessarily surface-based, and there also might be a little bit too much wind shear happening right now. But that same mechanic is what's going to actually cause tornadoes later today, farther to the east in South Carolina. Speaking of South Carolina, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Woodruff, Gray Court, Lawrence, and Cross Anchor, as this storm is getting pretty strong as it approaches Simpsonville. 60-mile-per-hour winds is possible all the way over towards Packlet and Jonesville in South Carolina. Another thing we have to watch out for in this part of the world is flooding. Flash flood warnings are already out all across the Appalachian Mountain region. Whenever we get a storm that happens like this, where we get a ton of moisture getting drawn out of the Gulf of Mexico, and then those clouds get kind of wrung up against the mountains. It's kind of like squeezing all of that moisture out on the south side of the mountains, and the rain falls into the valleys, and we get a lot of flash flooding. So a lot of times in situations like this, the radar doesn't even do a good job of showing exactly how hard it's raining, because it's so influenced by the terrain. It's not necessarily as it doesn't have as much to do as what's going on with the clouds. You know what I mean? So just imagine the Appalachian Mountains here are like a cheese grater, and the moisture from the Gulf of Mexico is a big block of cheese. All of that's getting shredded and sent down into the valleys here in the Appalachian Mountains. That's kind of good news for everybody north of that, because a lot of the moisture is getting robbed. And there's less rain, there's less moisture that's going to be able to make it up into eastern Kentucky and Ohio, but there's still going to be some moisture. Therefore, it's still going to rain, and it's still going to snow the farther back north and west we go. Look at that big, giant spinning storm, larger than the eastern half of the United States. That's why we're all here today. Central area of low pressure is somewhere just to the north of Memphis. We do have quite the cold front here. There's a warm front in here somewhere. There's an occluded front. This is one of the more dynamic systems that I've seen in a long time. I think since we started covering weather on this channel, we've seen a lot of mid-latitude cyclones, but they're rarely this impressive. So it's something to look at. Misty says Silvis, Illinois has right around 5 yawls so far, gearing up for the next 8 yawls. That's an important thing to note. Notice how there is no unit of measurement listed on the yawlometer. There is no inch indication. There's no centimeters or anything. These are yawls. Whenever you measure with the yawlometer, you don't have 3 inches of snow. You have 3 yawls of snow. It's an important part of the process here. I remember this. So a year ago, American Atlas sent this picture of these boys being disappointed because there was no snow. I think this is a snowstorm that just didn't end up happening, or it was just later than what we thought it was going to be, or something like that. This year, a whole year later, finally they've got a snow day. Yeah, last year they were predicting a major storm and we got nothing. Yeah, I remember that. I was live here all day talking about a blizzard that just never happened. It was something else, but we had a good time, didn't we? That's cool. I'm glad they finally ended up getting a snow day. Tennessee schools are already closing? Did I hear that right? Yeah, we've still got that one tornado warning out here, but it doesn't look that impressive to me. In fact, the most impressive part of this storm is just the squall line now. 70-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to move into Tifton, Georgia, and Monticello, Florida. Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about get to shelter today. A lot of these places, if you end up in a tornado warning today, if you're in Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, you're probably not going to have a basement. So the best option is to get into the most interior room of your home or a storm shelter. And you guys have probably heard me talk about survive a storm shelters before. And it's probably a good idea to bring them up again. If somebody can send me the video we have of them, I'll play it. We had a plan of like actually showing. We have a storm shelter from them set up here at the weather house, and we're supposed to like go in there and show you it. But every one of these events has happened last minute, and we haven't been able to prepare and get somebody here to hold the camera and all that stuff. But anyways, If you've ever thought about getting a storm cellar dug or like getting a storm shelter for your residence, a lot of people don't realize that you don't have to do it the way that they do it, in Kansas and a lot of places where the traditional ones that you've seen on TV that cost an arm and a leg. There's a really affordable storm shelter that you can get like installed in your garden or in your garage, and they're rated for like up to EF5 tornado winds, and they're really good. And it's called Survive a Storm. Surviveastorm.com is where you need to go for that. I'm sure we can get a link in the chat from our mods, but old Shane McCormick here has reminded me about this. I really want to show you guys our setup out here, and we'll do that next time that we're live. But I didn't even realize that was an option. I didn't realize that was an option until we saw their stuff. I was like, wait, what? This is the one I have. It's like bolted into the concrete. Got ventilation. And I've seen the pictures and the videos. They've definitely survived strong tornadoes. It's tested. Hey guys, thanks for clicking on the link and coming over here to learn more about Survive a Storm storm shelters. I am in. Hold on, they're trying this. I'm trying to find the video. Hey guys, thanks for clicking on the link. That's not it. That's not the right one. I want to show you this video because I also need to go get me something else to drink, and then I'll be right back. Hey guys, thanks for clicking. Oh my gosh. In the event All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to get me something to drink. Of a tornado, we've had to take our safety into our own hands here at the Weather House. And let me show you how we've done that. Just outside of the studio here, we've installed something really cool. Come look at it. Just look at that thing. It's right outside of the studio, literally just steps away. Ours is called the Twister Pod Max, and it's made by Survive a Storm storm shelters. This is an above-ground tornado shelter that can fit up to 6 people, and it's bolted into the ground. It's engineered to withstand up to EF5 tornado winds of over 250 miles per hour. This bad boy right here is made out of 100% steel, so you don't have to worry about it cracking or crumbling or even leaking. And the peace of mind that our small team has because this thing is here is priceless. And it was super simple to install with the help of an NSSA contractor. I've been searching for quite some time for a storm shelter company to work with, and Survive a Storm is the perfect partner for us. Whether you're at a mobile home, or you're in a house like mine that doesn't have a basement or a good place to take shelter in, this is a great and affordable option. So if you want one of these or if you don't have one of these, I highly recommend getting one. Go check out the website, and it would mean a lot to us if you got one from them. You certainly don't want to get stuck in a situation where you wish you would have. Okay. And look at that. while I was gone, the only remaining tornado warning was allowed to expire. So now we're left with a tornado watch and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings, which is hopefully going to continue to be the case until a little bit later when the tornado warnings inevitably start picking back up again. Somebody in the chat said, don't fart in it. I mean, that's probably good advice, but it is very well ventilated. Which doesn't make sense, right? It's tornado shelter. How's it supposed to protect you from the wind and be ventilated? Well, it's done very smartly, son. All right? You don't have to worry about critters getting in there, waspers, bees, none of it. Where's Andy? Andy will be with us shortly. Andy was up all night last night, all day yesterday, waiting on the tornadoes to happen so that he could be here for you all, and they just didn't happen. They're happening now, but he'll probably be with us for the second leg of the coverage here when everything start ramping back up again. Hey, here's Chandra, Vice President of the Y'all Squad, also out there outside of the weather house right now, actually, I think, talking about the 0.5 y'alls of mud at the weather house today. Get your extra sized y'allometer from Shop Ryan Hall. Save 20% today. Oh, there's 20% on Shop Ryan Hall. I did not know about that. Sweet. You guys should follow Chandra on X and Twitter as well if you want to see some of the stuff that we're doing here at the weather house. Even with nearly 700 of our plows out, heavy snow and strong winds are keeping roads completely covered in most of Iowa this morning. If you must travel, go slow and watch for plows. We have 9.5 y'alls on the ground so far. Somebody get Caleb on the phone. Where's Caleb? Caleb's in Iowa, right? Get him out there. So show us these Iowan roads. Actually, you know what? It's probably Caleb doesn't have the truck right now, so it's probably best that he doesn't drive in that car. Yeah, y'all meters are 20% off. It's rare. That actually doesn't happen very often. Is Riley with us? Tell him to get Connor to send us a stream. I'm getting tired of these black boxes. We need 6 storm. Okay, we need 1 more storm chaser. This is ridiculous. And I'd say Bryce Shelton won't be with us much longer. I know he was up all night last night. If you're just now tuning in, we started the stream early not really early, like at 7:30, 8 o'clock this morning, as a tornado came through Panama City. Several tornadoes worked through portions of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. They just recently stopped. We currently don't have any tornadoes down. We're now tracking a severe line of storms that's moving through Georgia and Florida. But the tornadic activity is expected to increase again as these storms get closer to South Carolina. Probably around 1 p.m. is when things will start picking up again. In the meantime, I don't plan on ending the coverage. I'm going to stick here with you all, and we will track these severe thunderstorm warnings, and we'll gawk over the snow and just, enjoy the downtime together before the second leg of the storm picks up here in a couple of hours, okay? Charles Libby. Got some snow coming down there. Please remember to send in your locations if you send in your thing. Riley's on a plane. No Wi-Fi, will be unavailable for an hour. Ugh. Does Carly know how to set somebody up to stream for us? I don't think she does. I think we got updated SPC. Yeah. It's the same pretty much. It's the exact same. They cut off the 10% hatch down here to the south a little bit because the line's moving east. Remember, if you get past this line today, all right, if this line of storms moves past your location, for example, in Albany, it's cleared you. In Tallahassee, it's cleared you. It's over. Okay, there's no more severe weather expected, at least for the next several days. It's only the people who are in front of the line that we are concerned about, east of the line. And a lot of you are asking right now about your town. If you are you in front of this line? Then there's severe weather coming. Are you behind it? You're good. Are you north of this line? It's just rain. Okay. We're concerned about, let's say this area right here mostly. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the weather models just so we can look at that again. Big time, severe weather, likely around 2 p.m. all the way through 6 p.m. over here in the Carolinas. Things calm down a lot by 10 p.m. And we've just got some backside snow after that. Who wants to see what happens even after that? Looking farther into the future. I'm not going to have time to make an extra video today, so let this serve as like our regular forecast video, okay? Looking farther into the future here. This is our current storm that we're working with, okay? Notice how there's a little bit of cold air that gets drawn in on the backside, okay? It's not a lot. These blue lines here represent where the cold air is, all right? There's not a lot, but it definitely brings the freezing line farther south, right? That's going to set the stage for the next storm. You see there's a blizzard warning right now in portions of the Pacific Northwest. That's because there's already another storm dipping down. It's going to produce some heavy snow tonight in Washington and Oregon. It's going to produce some heavy snow in the Sierra tomorrow into Thursday. Some light rain, maybe even in the desert Southwest. Some snow in the higher elevations of Arizona and Utah. Maybe even in the valleys all the way down into Mexico. And then when this trough gets down here, we're going to start to really see the lift from the Gulf of Mexico occur on Friday, and we're going to see more storms. We're going to see storms in the south. We're going to see heavy snow in the upper Midwest back into the Great Lakes region. This is going to be an even bigger storm than what we're dealing with today, okay? Now, I don't know if the dynamics will set up in a way that produce as much severe weather on the southern extent, but this is going to be a blizzard and a half for somebody up here in the upper Midwest. We're talking about 50, 60 mile per hour winds, blowing, drifting snow, several feet of blowing, drifting snow. This will be another, pretty big storm for Iowa. This might even be a big storm for Missouri, northern portions of Illinois, Chicago. This could be a pretty big Chicago blizzard. Oh my God, 969 millibars. I mean, that's the blizzards that we had back in the 70s, y'all. That's the kind of stuff that we're talking about here. This is not normal. Very strong winds around this. Once again, Chicago blizzard, maybe even a Detroit blizzard, Central Michigan blizzard. And this one brings the cold air down even farther south, okay? And this is where the cold air really comes in. This is no joke. Let me show you this. What am I looking for? Temperature anomalies. All right, so you see, oh my gosh. First of all, we're going to be 55 degrees below normal somewhere back here in Montana. That cold air is going to sneak its way in here and really settle in probably by Tuesday, January 16th. And we're talking about some temperatures. Let me see here. U.S. regions, central. Y'all, this is not the wind chill. Okay, this is just the regular temperature. -20 in portions of Nebraska, -20 in portions of Kansas, -20 in portions of Oklahoma, getting into close to zero and negative temperatures in Texas as well. But it looks like most of that negative stuff is going to maintain itself right in the heartland. But that's some really cold temperatures. Once again, that's not even the wind chill. If you include the wind chill, we're talking about how would you like -40? -40 over there near Des Moines, Iowa. -35 in north central Illinois. -30s all the way down into portions of Oklahoma. So that is some incredibly cold air that's going to be on the backside of this. And the reason why
A new
I'm
tornado
paying so much
watch has
attention
been
to this,
issued.
I'm a snow lover, okay? I'm always rooting for snow in my hometown, my neck of the woods over here. We're not going to get it with this storm, really. We're not going to get it with the next one. But because of that massive influx of cold air, the next storm that comes by, I mean, if it's -35 in Iowa, it's definitely going to be cold enough to snow in Mississippi, right? Yes. It's definitely going to be cold enough to snow in Tennessee, right? Yes. This could be a pretty big southern storm for us on Monday, January 15th, all the way through January 16th. This could be a pretty big, mid-Atlantic and northeast storm as well as the storm wraps up there. So yeah, an incredibly active pattern here as we get a 1-2-3 punch. And by the way, this could cause more severe weather in Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina again, all the way in the middle of January. All right, we do have something else happening now. We've got a new tornado watch. New tornado watch. Let's check it out. National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch for the majority of South Carolina, a lot of southeastern Georgia, northeastern Florida, and a little bit of North Carolina, including Charlotte. A few tornadoes are likely. And we had widespread gusts up to 75 miles per hour. 10 million people. 10 million people are in the path here. And this goes all the way till 6 p.m. So there we go. We are officially watching out for more tornadoes as this system moves farther to the east. Sorry, just looking through all the updates. Here's an update from the National Weather Service out here in Columbia, South Carolina. Timing of the most impactful weather is going to be between noon and 6 p.m. You want to have multiple ways to receive morning information. The biggest threats are going to be damaging wind gusts. They could exceed 70 miles per hour. And there is definitely the potential for a few tornadoes. A significant EF2 or greater tornado is possible. This is for Augusta, Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina, Orangeburg, South Carolina, all the way up towards Sumter. Yeah, if you want to send in a picture or a video or report or anything like that, the best place to do it is on Twitter, at Ryan Hall Y'all. But we've also got pics at RyanHallYall.com as an email inbox you can send to. And we've got Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff. It's Ryan Hall Y'all everywhere you go. Big flash flood warning, by the way, has been issued in portions of north central South Carolina, including Gray Court, Clinton, Waterloo, and Cross Hill. Move to higher ground immediately and avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. This is going to be a big problem tonight. And I mention this as much as I can remember to, but something that always happens in situations like this is the tornadoes, the severe weather gets all the attention, and whenever that seems to die down a little bit, people stop worrying about it and they go to sleep or whatever. But the flash flooding always ends up being the most deadly part of almost every big severe weather event. And it's because, people let their guard down, and whenever it's just raining, people are like, oh, well, this is just rain. But if you live in a flood prone area, it could definitely be problematic for you. So make sure you're paying attention to that if you live somewhere where it could flood. That's going to be one of the biggest stories tomorrow as we learn about all the damage and stuff that's happened as a result of this storm. Andy will be with us later. Andy was up all night for you guys last night waiting for something to happen, and just nothing ever did. So potentially hazardous weather through tonight, Tuesday, January 9th, 2024. Widespread southerly wind gusts of 30 to 45 miles per hour, isolated gusts to 50. So that's another thing to talk about. Even before the line of storms hit you, there's going to be a consistent 30-mile-an-hour wind gust all day today. And that's probably going to cause problems with downed trees and power lines by itself. Isolated to numerous severe thunderstorms are expected, damaging wind gusts, and a few tornadoes are possible. Heavy rain could lead to flash flooding. Be weather aware today. Get to your safe space if there is a warning. And that graphic was created by the wonderful folks down there at the National Weather Service in Raleigh, North Carolina. Yes, we were showing the graphic earlier of the blizzard warnings in the Pacific Northwest. It's the first time in about 10 years, I think, since there's been blizzard warnings in this specific area up in the Pacific Northwest. The whole continent is experiencing crazy weather, and it's just going to get crazier. You guys, we're going to be spending a lot of time together over the next week. soon as we're done with this live stream, we're going to be working on videos to update you on what's next. The next storm that comes through is going to be pretty intense, but it's going to be really similar to the one that we're monitoring right now. And then the one that comes in after that, I think, is going to be our best chance of seeing a full-on snowstorm from Dallas up through Louisville, Nashville, maybe even Columbus, and then, of course, up into the Northeast as well. Our sump pump is working overtime in upstate South Carolina. Yes, I'm sure it is. I can't remember who it was, but I've got somebody that I was talking to that lived in South Carolina that was complaining about having to have their sump pump replaced not too long ago, and I was like, this is a good thing, man. You don't want to have a defective sump pump with what we've got coming. All right, Tiffany Thomas says we've got 4 y'alls on the y'all-o-meter before the storm that's coming there in Watertown, New York. Yep. It's going to pile up a little bit. I think you might be far enough north to not deal with too much of the rain, but it will rain a little bit before the storm is all said and done. It looks like as of 11:43 a.m., let's see here. Let's pull this up. Governor Ron DeSantis has issued a state of emergency for 49 counties due to the North Florida tornadoes. Here's another graphic with some really good timing information on it. I know, how many people do we have watching right now from South Carolina and North Carolina? Hopefully it's a lot. Hopefully we're all preparing for what's coming. Stick with me throughout the day, and you should have a big heads up as to when the storms are going to arrive for you. But here's a graphic from your National Weather Service up there in Morehead City. Strong cold front, Tuesday into Wednesday, isolated to scattered severe thunderstorms possible. Here's the timing. So, west of Greenville, 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. is going to be your prime time. Between Greenville and Hamilton, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. The chat's going crazy. So we do have a lot of people watching from North Carolina and South Carolina. Thank you for being here. Stay tuned. Share it on Facebook with your friends and family. We're all going to get through this together as the line comes through both of your states. We're going to be here for every single tornado warning, okay? And then 4 p.m. to 9 p.m., it'll be going through Jacksonville, and then it really won't get into the Outer Banks region until closer to 12 a.m. Tonight, or at least some of the Outer Banks. We probably won't. I probably won't still be live for that. But also the storm will have calmed down a lot by the time it gets there. The hot spot is going to be around Jacksonville, Topsail Beach, Wallace, Comfort, Morehead City, those places, and we should be here for the duration of all of that. All right, let's go through everything top to bottom here. We've been going from south to north, but let's go from north to south. Starting off with the snow. Okay, this is what the radar looks like right now. We've got heavy snow on the northern side of this big system. It's going to continue to snow heavily for the next while in Cedar Rapids, Davenport, Galesburg. The snow's going to pick up in northern Illinois over the next couple of hours, Chicago, southern Wisconsin. It's just now starting for you guys, especially in Michigan. Toronto, I've got some buddies in Toronto that are watching right now. I think you guys also, it's just starting for you. And it's going to continue to intensify as the day goes on. There's going to be a brief period where you do get rain, though, and then it's going to come back into snow. Same story for you guys in Rochester. A lot of you guys in upstate New York as well. It's going to start off as snow. It's going to turn into rain. It's going to go back to snow. It should be all snow for Maine, but this is what we're looking at right now. It's all rain. It's just a nasty, dreary, windy rain in Ohio, Indiana, southern Illinois, Kentucky, West Virginia. That's going to continue to be the case for quite some time. But if you're in eastern Virginia, eastern North Carolina, eastern, maybe in the Delmarva area, the I-95 corridor between Baltimore and New York, the rain and wind's going to pick up a lot later today. But the farther south you go, the more, we have to deal with severe weather. So it's North Carolina, South Carolina, East Georgia. This is where we're really talking about severe weather and flash flooding imminently. In fact, we have a ton of flash flood warnings out around Asheville, North Carolina, Hickory, North Carolina, down towards Greenville, South Carolina. Anderson, South Carolina is under a flash flood warning. And the rain's just going to keep on coming down, okay? Now, the front side of this heavy rain is going to start off as a very strong thunderstorm, and that's why we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Jonesville and Lockhart and Union in South Carolina. All right, that's going to be for Chester, York, Spartanburg, Cherokee, and Union counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible there. Also, we've got 60-mile-per-hour winds on the way to Greenwood, South Carolina, and Waterloo. We have 60-mile-per-hour winds. 70-mile-per-hour winds on their way to McCormick, South Carolina, and Parksville. Okay, so get ready for that. And then down into Georgia, we've got some 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Thompson. All right. And then, 70-mile-per-hour winds are also going to be possible in Dublin. Pretty much all of these warnings in Georgia are considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which means that they have the capacity of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds. This one goes all the way out to Homerville, South Carolina. Now, that's Georgia. Next in line in Georgia, within the next hour or so, with these 70-mile-per-hour winds, as this squall line comes through, is Vidalia, Swainsboro, Rennes, Waynesboro, and Augusta. Okay, this is heading towards you. And then in South Carolina, within the next hour or so, we can expect this to hit Newberry and potentially York and Rock Hill. This is also going in the general direction of Charlotte, North Carolina. You guys need to be preparing for some of those really strong winds as well. A little bit farther south into Florida, the storm is completely over in Tallahassee, but Madison and Perry, you've got those 70-mile-per-hour winds still on the way. They'll be there in the next 30 minutes. Within the next 90 minutes, we'll expect this to be all the way past Horseshoe Beach and Cross City, maybe even Jasper and Live Oak. So this is moving fast, okay? And it's only going to last for like 15 minutes, but when it's over, it's over. But during those 15 minutes, there could be some significant damage, so we want you guys to take this seriously. We're going to start watching this area for potential tornadic development over the next couple of hours. But right now, we don't have anything going on at all, really, in the form of tornadoes, so that's good news. How do I post a picture of my Y'all-o-meter? Please do that on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all, or send an email to pics@ryanhallyall.com. Let's do Jennifer in 1, Carly. Amy Davis. Everybody say thank you to Amy for the very generous 20 gifted Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. So now 20 of you are going to be randomly selected to get a free membership. And you get the behind the scenes live streams and all that good stuff. We haven't been doing a lot of those, but when we do them, they're great. Apparently this is the state of emergency. I don't know why Tampa and Sarasota and Fort Myers are included. But hey, listen. If that helps somebody, Lord goodness, we'll take it. Oh yeah, also anybody who is watching right now that has Discord, we've got a very active, bustling community of about 20,000 weather nerds in our Y'all Squad Storm Center right now on Discord. Our mods can post a link to our Discord server if you guys want to pop in there. It's kind of like another chat with more options. I guess you can send images and stuff in Discord, so I've always got that open too. If you don't know what Discord is, I wouldn't even worry about it. It could be overwhelming to somebody who's never used Discord before. There's a lot of people in there, and they're very passionate about weather, which is great. We love it. It's definitely the largest Discord, like the biggest weather related Discord. I think all aspects of our community online, I think we have the largest collection of weather interested people anywhere online that you'll find anywhere. So one of the things that we're going to start doing as this line of storms approaches some of these cyclone port networks on the Radar Omega app, we're going to start watching those. This is the Jefferson County EMA. They've got a cyclone port that tells us the temperature, the wind speed, and of course there's a live camera here that we'll be able to watch as the storm comes through. So this is one of those areas that has a warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We'll see what that actually looks like as it goes forward. Here's one from Wisconsin. Just waiting on more snow. David, thank you so much for Sending this in. Looky here. He's got the y'all, the extra y'all meter, and the Snowtown baby shirt. I'm really hoping that my neck of the woods here I'm hoping that we can refer to it as Snowtown baby very soon. It's been a while since I've even got to use that term for anybody. But it looks like some places in Wisconsin today could be Snowtown, baby. Snowtown. Oh, look, immediately our Discord is being flagged for unusual join activity. A lot of you guys apparently went to go to the Discord. Give us a second. That'll work itself out, I think. South Carolina's already got some power outages. Looks like there's about 20,000 people without power in South Carolina right now. That's mainly due to the line of storms that's going through the northern part of the state. If you're in Greenville, South Carolina, the severe weather is over for you. We're now just mostly focused on the rain and the potential flooding. But that line of storms that went through Greenville is now getting ready to go through York, Chester, Newberry, and Augusta, Georgia. And this is going to continue to cause power outages with the 60 to 70 mile per hour winds that are associated with this. There's also a couple of areas that are starting to kink a little bit, okay? And we have to watch this for potential tornadic formation as the storms enter a more prone atmosphere for tornadic formation. I'm just still blown away by the satellite imagery here, so I'm going to try to keep that up too. Yeah, flight cancellations, that's a thing that's going to be a big deal all across the eastern half of the country, especially once the strong winds and heavier rain makes it into the interior northeast, and then with the blizzard conditions up there near Chicago, there's going to be a lot of canceled flights tonight, or delayed flights. You don't want to be flying around in one of these kind of systems anyways. Obviously, flying is one of the safest things you can do, but talk about turbulence with the, oh my God, look at this. This is the upper level or the mid-level winds, I should say. This is what we refer to as the low-level jet. 80, 90 mile per hour winds, all in the pinks there, just, about 4,000 or 5,000 feet up. That is crazy. And what's even crazier is the next one is going to be the same thing, maybe even a little stronger. How many of these are we going to see, y'all? But yeah, flying through that, not fun. Not fun. I think even at 500 millibars, winds are pretty strong. So, once you get to cruising altitude, maybe it's not as bad, but even, most of the 500 millibar and the 850 millibar winds are on your ascent. So, like a lot of these airports, if you're taking off from, DC, Baltimore, New York City, Boston, you're still on your way up as you go through these strong winds. You know what I mean? Once you get to cruising altitude, you're past the storm pretty much. But yeah, that's why it's so windy out there. Even if you're not experiencing a thunderstorm, some of these low-level jet winds are mixing down to the surface, not quite at 80 to 90 miles per hour, but certainly strong. Yeah, if you go out, if you're anywhere on the East Coast and you can see the clouds right now, if you go out and look at them, they are definitely moving very fast. You're going to look at them and you're going to be like, that's not normal. And that's just because of those lower level jet winds. The big, giant, low pressure system here is winding up in this direction very fast. I mean, you can just look at the satellite and just see how fast the clouds are moving, like especially right in this area. Oh yeah, what's a good flight tracker? What's a good live one? Chandra, is this live? Flight Aware? I would love to see how. I'd say a lot of the pilots are avoiding the storm. I would like to see how they're doing that. You see, there's a pretty congested path like this. I don't know if that's normal traffic or not, but this could be an attempt to try to get past the stronger mid-level winds. There's definitely a lack of flights in this general area. I don't know, if I was flying from here to like Las Vegas or Los Angeles or something, I would definitely try to not go through the strongest part, just for convenience sake. If there's a way to like not add much to the trip. I don't know. I'm not a pilot, so. Six inches or more, just south of the Kansas City airport. Strong winds and blowing snow. Yallometer Mini was perfect for that one. Wow, this is from Brian Rhodes. Crazy wind and rain in Greenwood, South Carolina. Jeez. And that's just from the line of storms that we've been watching. That footage that you just saw from Greenwood, South Carolina is from this squall line. So that's getting ready to hit Union, Whitmire, Newberry, Silver Street, Saluda, Johnston, Edgefield, all these places in South Carolina. You are in line for some crazy winds here soon. Amy Davis with the incredibly generous $100 super chat. Everybody say thank you to Amy. She also gifted 20 memberships earlier. She says, Ryan, thank you for all that you do. Thank you to our fantastic community that are here watching, liking, and sharing. We appreciate all of you. Stay warm, dry, and safe. Amy's been with us here since the beginning, even back when we had like nobody watching the streams, and she's always been extremely supportive. We always love shouting out Amy. In every way. The Mower Medic says, I love the content, Ryan. The local weather station says 1.5 inches of snow possible here in DFW. That's definitely on the table. I think we've got a much bigger possibility later, though, next week. Our camera here in the Louisville area of Georgia is about to get hit by our storm, so I'm going to try to keep that up. Remember, if you guys have the Radar Omega app, which you can get by clicking the link in the top of the description there, you can also look at this camera in your app as well. Look at it full screen if you want to. Do whatever it is that you want to do. You don't have to depend on me. We are starting to see some damage reports coming out of parts of Georgia. The line that's just now hitting Sandersville, for example, back here towards Milledgeville, it produced some damage, like a tree down near the intersection of Deep Step Road, tree blocking portions of Coombs Avenue, and north of Milledgeville, we had a tree blocking portions of Pine Valley Road. To the west of Dublin, we had tree down on Highway 278 and a tree down on Highway 26. So lots of trees coming down. That's the main thing that I'm seeing here. RI3 says, you betrayed us last night. I stayed up till 1 a.m. waiting. There's a swell of pain in my heart. Same here, man, and I'm tired. All right, we were up most of the night last night. We took intermittent naps, but just nothing happened, and I didn't want to. I've got a newborn at home. Okay, I don't want to be just sitting here jabberjawing all day, unless there's something going on. All right, and nothing happened. So, and thankfully, So I spent as much time as possible conserving my energy for today, which looks like is going to be the main event. Yeah, I know. Chat was losing its minds. I was watching. Here's some more damage from the tornado earlier. And then Yalameter, submission from Arizona Jane. Finally got snow in Illinois. Looks like about 4 y'alls there. And more is coming. Yeah, so the camera that we're watching here in Georgia is from Louisville. Every state has its own Louisville, Louisville. How does Georgia pronounce it? Because I'm getting got onto by our Kentucky folk. It's Louisville around here. But I've learned that every state has a different way of saying it. So I don't know the proper Georgian pronunciation of Louisville here.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I'm just south of Marianna, Florida, where a tornado hit earlier. I'm about 3 miles south of Marianna, and I'm already seeing pretty significant damage on some RVs flipped over, etc. I'm going into town and see what else I can find up here.
All right, Chris, keep us updated. We're watching. Just let us know what's going on. Louisville. So I was right the first time I said it. It is Louisville, Georgia. Unfortunately, I thought that everywhere was Louisville, but every state is different. Some of them, like we've had a few Louisvilles. Louisville. Yeah, that's the big one, Louisville. The Mechanical, also an OG member, have been here for 33 months. Oh my gosh, is that almost 3 years? Is 36 months is 3 years, right? Am I mad? Do I know math? Yeah. Jesus. I can't believe I've been doing that. Like the Mechanical and Amy have been here pretty much since the beginning. So that's about how long the channel has been a thing. Are we ordering food again? I'm down. Peter Norton says, Ryan, it's starting to pile up a bit in Woodstock, Illinois. My crazy son wanted you to see. He's not crazy. He's passionate. He loves, I'm assuming he loves snow. I do too. That's going to be me whenever it finally snows here. Okay, so we've got a whole group. I think there's 4 of them in the back there, production crew here. I think we're planning on getting something to eat. I think we've got enough of a lull in activity here to do a poll. So you guys should come up with 4 options, and we'll let the audience decide. If you're just now tuning in, I keep saying that we have a lull in activity, but there's still some pretty significant weather going on out there. We've got a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from portions of South Carolina all the way down into Florida. We've got flash flood warnings out the wazoo. We've got blizzard warnings a little bit farther to the north and west. I wonder if I can put those on the screen here. Warnings. Winter. Oh, yeah, I had them turned off for some reason. I want to make those orange. Little, maybe like pinkish. I don't know. And winter storm warnings, we'll turn those on as well. So big winter storm warning swath up here for portions of the upper Midwest. A couple of blizzard warnings out here in the Pacific Northwest. We'll talk more about that here in a minute. But then we've got this huge line of severe thunderstorms that's getting ready to cause big-time problems up here near Charlotte, North Carolina, down through York, South Carolina, Chester, Newberry, Augusta, South Carolina, Waynesboro. None of this is tornadic yet. That's why I'm not like, normally when we have tornado warnings and stuff, I'm like zoomed in. I'm like, okay, this street's about to have this happen. You really can't do that with these squall lines. It's just, okay, everybody that's getting ready to get hit by this line, expect up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Okay? And then same thing, up the farther north you go, it's probably closer to 60-mile-per-hour winds. But all of South Carolina can expect this over the next little bit. So what are our 4 options? Pizza. All right. Okay, guys. So we're hungry here at the Weather House. It's tradition that you guys, whenever we're waiting for a tornado warning and we don't have much of anything else to talk about, it's tradition for you guys to pick what we eat. All right. So I'm going to put a poll in the chat and we're going to give you guys are going to decide. Here, our 4 options are pizza, hibachi, barbecue, or Applebee's. So we're either going to do like a pizza chain, a local hibachi restaurant, a local barbecue restaurant, or Applebee's. And the poll's going in the chat now. You can vote on it, okay? And we'll let you decide. If you're just now tuning in, this is more than just a, what should we eat stream. We're also doing live severe weather coverage here. We're just waiting on the next update. Right now, we just have a squall line racing through portions of Georgia and South Carolina. Everybody that's under a red polygon can expect 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We're about to see one of these storms hit a camera that we have here in the Radar Omega app, so we're keeping an eye on that. Otherwise, we're just monitoring Twitter, waiting for your storm reports, and we're honestly just enjoying the little bit of downtime that we have until things start picking up here in a couple of hours. Oh, this is cool. Gen 2 is definitely ready. Gen 2 is definitely ready in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. He's got his weather station, his Tempest weather station, and the yaw meter all set up and ready to go. That's awesome. Thank you, man, for sending that in. And our poll, how's our poll doing? Okay, Hibachi is winning right now. We've got almost 4,000 votes. Hibachi's got 35%, pizza at 27%, barbecue at 28%. Applebee's is in dead last. We'll let this keep going until maybe about 5,000 votes, but it looks like Hibachi's going to be the winner here today. Gomez, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Very generous of you. Wyatt, with the awesome $49.99 super chat, he says, hey Ryan, just sitting in the truck on my lunch break watching the stream, not to keep you away from the current storms, but wondered when you think east of Columbus, Ohio will see a good bit of snow, a good amount for the snowmobile. So I don't know right now. It's too early to tell, but I'm thinking next week, late next week, we've got our best chance. Obviously, things will change, but just stay tuned. I think that there's 3 big storms. This is the first one. The next one comes through this weekend, and then one after that. The last one is ours, I think, for Ohio and Kentucky as far as snow goes. Brian says, if barbecue wins, I'm buying. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. Pickle says hibachi. It does look like hibachi's winning, like by a lot. 37%. We're almost at 5,000 votes. We've got 4,760 votes. 37% hibachi. I don't know if it's even possible for barbecue, which is in second place, to catch up here. So it looks like hibachi is what we're getting. I want steak and chicken. I'm surprised you can't smell El Azul Grande from the top of the hill. We can. And we have it a lot. That's probably why that wasn't even an option. We're probably burned out on it for now. At least for another day or two. We can smell the El Azul Grande and Texas Roadhouse. The winds bring the fumes right up here to the weather house. Looks like the winds are starting to pick up at our camera in Louisville as the line of storms gets closer. Gusting to 18 miles per hour now, sustained at 13. The line is still a little bit away. So here's Louisville, here's the camera, here's the line of storms that we're watching. Just to get an idea of what this is going to be like for most of you guys in South Carolina. It'll be very similar to what we see happen on this camera. Farther south, the storms are a bit stronger. 60, 70 mile per hour winds are possible here in DuPont and Pearson, Georgia over the next little bit. So get ready for that. Apex says, Ryan, do you expect updrafts? Oh yeah. Yeah, we're going to see some updrafts today. We're seeing them right now, actually. Now, will they spin? Will they produce tornadoes? That's a question, and the answer is probably yes. But we're just waiting and we're seeing. Here's 10:30 a.m. in Des Moines, Iowa. What is that? Six yalls of snow there. I don't count the hump on the hand railing. If there's a hump at the top, you subtract an inch at least. That's just not realistic.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Looks like I'm not gonna be able to get down into some places in Marianna. I think that's how you say this. They have the road completely blocked off. Highway 90, the main highway runs through here, completely blocked off by local police. Large emergency vehicle presence on this road. That's all I know for now. I do know that they are still out. I think they're still trying to account for people as well. So,
all right. Sounds like there's a pretty significant damage in and around the Marianna, Florida area. Chris has been scoping it out, but he can't get into some of the harder hit areas. So, Chris, if you're listening to me, I'd say that it's probably best to just stick there. I know you've been up for 30 hours or something. Stick around there. And maybe try to get some rest. You're definitely not catching up with this line of storms. It's almost out to sea already. But yeah, Chris has been up all night tracking these things. If you guys don't follow Chris, you should. Twitter, YouTube, the whole 9 yards. He's got it all going on. And he's from Kentucky too. We have the same last name, and we're from the same area, and we are both obsessed with weather. But despite all those things, we are not brothers. I mean, it's crazy. But
31 and a half hours to be exact.
31 and a half hours. That's crazy. That's dedication, is what that is. Things are really picking up in Illinois there where Jennifer McMahon is. Man, I'm so jealous. That's what I want, son. That's what I want. Yeah, I know. People are like, wait, I actually thought you were brothers. I know. I thought we were too. But we're not. All right, we're at 6,000 votes. Hibachi definitely wins. And that I think that's the one place. Oh, no, we can DoorDash that. So barbecue didn't win. So I can't remember who it was that said that they were going to pay for it. Barbecue didn't win. We still have your super chat, man, and I don't know if I can refund it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to take that $50 and we're going to tip the DoorDash driver the whole $50. Trying to make somebody's day today. What you're looking at here is a live view from northern Illinois and one of the heavier snow bands that we've seen today. This is happening at the same time as a strong, damaging wind event is unfolding in Georgia and Florida. Peter Swanson says there are 2 cams from Mount Bachelor near Oregon. You can see the blizzard. Oh, somebody should send me the links to those. We definitely want to watch the Oregon stuff unfold as well. Zachary says, how's Southeast Michigan looking for this upcoming storm Friday and Saturday? It's looking like a lot of snow right now. That's all I can say. I want to wait until we can spend some time looking more at the data and make a full video before I do like a forecast, you know? So, but yeah, there's the storm that's coming in after this looks like much more of a snow system. Even though this one was a big snowmaker for Kansas, Iowa, it's going to be a big snowmaker for northern Illinois, Wisconsin, and Michigan. The next one looks like more. Thank you, Robert. Darren Brooks says, what's Savannah, Georgia looking like? Right now, it's looking like not much. Oh, shucks. Oh, okay. I thought we missed the storm passing our Louisville camera, but it's still not there yet. And this one specific area, for some reason, the storms are moving very slow. Anyways, Savannah, Georgia, it's looking pretty. It's probably pretty warm right now, probably pretty gusty. This line of storms is approaching you, though. Once it gets there, a little bit later today, we could expect 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and maybe a couple tornadoes. So just be weather aware. It could take several hours for this line to get there, but we're going to be here with you. So far, no tornadoes. I'd say within the last hour, no tornado warnings or anything. So that's good. I do expect about an hour from now, things are going to start picking up significantly. All right, I'm ending the poll. 8,000 of y'all voted. Thank you so much. We've ordered the hibachi. Pizza was trying to make a comeback there at the end, though. It's really windy in Raleigh right now. Yeah, anywhere out in front of this line, well, really anywhere in the eastern part of the U.S. right now could be very windy because of it's just a very big storm. In the upper levels, or really the mid levels of the atmosphere, we've got 100-mile-per-hour winds blowing from the Gulf of Mexico up through the Appalachian Mountains, over North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, all the way up into the Northeast. And some of that is mixing down to the surface. Here's an interesting time lapse from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. 1 picture per hour starting at 7 p.m. last night. So it piled up pretty quick there. Oh boy.
A new PDS severe
We've got our
thunderstorm
first
warning has been issued.
destructive severe thunderstorm warning of the day in Georgia. Wow, here it is. Let's read the text on that. So for Coffee County in Georgia, Atkinson County, Ware County, Bacon, Clinch, Davis, and Appling counties in Georgia until 1:45 p.m. Eastern, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail is possible. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be heavily damaged. Expect considerable damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles. Extensive tree damage and power outages are likely. Wow. It doesn't look very impressive, I guess, on reflectivity, but when you flip over to velocity, you can see the where the strong winds are kind of focused there. And we're also probably getting official readings and reports from around Douglas of some of the stronger wind gusts. Yeah, wow. So if you're in Nicholls or Alma or Hazelhurst or even in Denton, it's happening now in Denton, in Georgia, get ready. A very strong storm is on your doorstep. I'm going to message Chris Jackson. We'll see if he's going live today. Okay, yeah. So Chris Jackson says he will be chasing shortly. He's going to have a live stream as well. So Carly, just keep an eye on that LSM page, and I think we can get Chris on Zello as well. He's definitely been with us before on here. We might have to reset him up though. It's been a while since we've had a destructive severe. The velocity is insane. Wow. And like you even have to be concerned too about these little divots like this. There could be a little spin up tornado that happens there too. So Hazelhurst, get ready. Alma. Potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds are on the way. A little bit farther to the north, near Louisville, we've got another storm getting ready to come through. We're already gusting to 30-mile-per-hour winds up here near Louisville as the front of the storm is just now working its way in. "35 of you guys watching in the Radar Omega app with me. If you want that app, you can open it up on your phone right now, iOS or Android. There's a link in the top of the description. Governor Ron DeSantis says to ensure that there are no unmet needs for following the severe weather impacting Florida, he's issuing a state of emergency for 49 counties. A lot of those counties were not even hit by any severe weather. Like, they probably will later today, but not anything significant. But I guess it's good to see that there's a quick response. Yeah, and whenever you hear me talking to the people in the background, Chandra and Carly and Allie and everybody that's in the production room, this is what it looks like behind me here. Lots of green screens and weather maps and people and buttons and people pushing buttons. Shout out to the production room. How can we, so in order to use Radar Omega on a PC like I am, you do have to have a subscription tier. There's no subscription that's necessary at all for just using it on your phone. But you do, I don't know which one it is, but one of the subscriptions has to be bought to be able to download the PC software. I thought this was just in your room. It used to be. Now it's in the living room. And that room is my old room. We've taken over the entire house here. Oh, sweet. Now we have the Louisville camera on the multi-view, so I can just take that down. I don't know. Let's see here. Jennifer, her exact location in Illinois. Last update that we got is Galesburg, Illinois. It might be worth trying to manually update Jennifer's location there on our end so we can get a better idea of where she is. But Galesburg, Illinois is where Jennifer is right now. And it is coming down. Beautiful scenery there in Galesburg, Illinois. So, like we've been saying, severe weather is going to be possible all the way down the peninsula of Florida today. Not as intense as what we saw earlier in the Panhandle, but we are probably going to see a new tornado watch issued for Sarasota, Tampa, all the way up through Ocala soon. A line of storms will move quickly eastward this afternoon, posing a threat for damaging winds and a few tornadoes. Watch issuance is likely. This could even be a severe thunderstorm watch. But they'll probably go tornado just because of the chance that there's a couple tornadoes. So we'll see. Chris, thank you for the super chat. He says, hello from Lexington, South Carolina, getting ready for this afternoon. JN Cheer, thanks for becoming a slight risker. Lydia says, hello. Anything from Marlborough County in South Carolina, specifically around Bentonville, South Carolina? Well, the answer is yes. I don't know where that is exactly, though. Did I spell that wrong? Oh, I'm sorry. Bennettsville. So you're in an interesting area. It'll be much later today before the storms get there. It's certainly a couple hours. And yeah, it's hard telling. I think the biggest problem for this area is going to be the tornadic activity. But obviously, the winds could also be a problem as well. So it's just something that we have to watch. And we're getting started back with the tornado warnings. Here we go.
A new tornado warning
We've got
has
a
been
radar
issued.
indicated tornado warning for Bacon County, Georgia, Coffee County, Georgia, and Davis County, Georgia. That was just issued here. Let's let Radar Omega fly us in, and let's see what we're looking at here. So this is inside of the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued not too long ago. So we were talking about how there could be embedded tornadoes inside of that, and it looks like that's what we're dealing with here. We've got rotation here near Satilla, and this is expected to move north and east towards Chatterton, Saginaw, Nicholls, Taylortown, and all these places as we go forward. This is once again for Bacon, Coffee, and Jeff Davis counties in Georgia. Take shelter now. Bacon on coffee is crazy. That's what I saw when I looked at the chat. Val Davy, thank you so much. Coffee County, Georgia should get some nader beans. Yeah, get it in. Wake up, because we've got another tornado warning.
A new tornado
right now.
warning
Atkinson
has been
County,
issued.
Georgia, Pierce County, and Ware County, Georgia, also under a tornado warning. So this little spot here is really popping off. We've got the destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of like a PDS severe thunderstorm warning, right? And then on top of that, we've got two tornado warnings. We've got the rotation up here moving towards Nicholls, and now another area of rotation that is approaching Telmore, Bickley, Bolin, and eventually Alma, Georgia. Two potentially tornadic storms we're watching closely now here in Georgia. We're going to move all of our resources over here and pay very close attention to this because we're starting to see these storms enter a more favorable atmosphere now for tornadic formation. And we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well for Evans County and Jenkins County in Georgia. South Central Georgia is popping off right now. What do you guys think about doing a split screen view like this? Do you hate this? I kind of hate this. I feel like if you're just tuning in, this might be a little confusing, but this is just showing the same image twice. But we can look at the reflectivity and the velocity at the same time rather than having to flip back and forth between them. I don't know if I like it or not. I think it's really useful to zoom in and then flip back and forth between them very fast, because you can see like how they stack on top of each other, but the dual view is also pretty useful as well. We'll try it for a while. It also makes it smaller, so like the area that we're able to focus in on the radar is even smaller. 100% of the people in Miller County, Georgia, are without power right now. We're up to almost 70,000 people without power in Georgia, and the whole county of Miller County is without power now. Fire medic, thanks for becoming an extreme risk member. How do you tell a tornado on radar? This isn't a good example. This is actually pretty messy representation. But what we're looking for usually is a couplet, an area where winds moving in different directions.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I'm on the northeast side of, I keep forgetting where I'm at. Marianna. I'm getting confused. Anyway, I just passed a trailer park. Every single trailer in that trailer park is without windows, and half of them are without a roof. Looks like I'm driving straight up the damage path right now, so I'll let you know more here in just a little bit.
Okay, so Chris is down south, giving us updates on what's happened with our tornadoes that happened earlier. So we're gonna keep showing you his stream. What is he? 5. And we'll try to cut to him whenever he passes an area that looks significantly damaged, but he is going down the very road that is most impacted, I believe, from the earlier storms. All right, back to the radar. This is an area of convergence. You can see there's areas of conflicting winds and a counterclockwise motion right here near Saginaw, moving up by Nicholls. We think that there's a tornado there, and there's also somewhat of a hook or a bounded weak echo here near Nicholls. This is just not a very good radar image to explain how to read a radar and understand where a tornado is. This is a little bit more advanced. Whenever we get a more classic hook, I'll do the typical, lesson on how we understand where tornadoes are via radar. But the main thing is right now is that the base of the storm is presenting with rotation. All right. And that's enough to issue at least a precautionary warning. Wow. The rotation is definitely getting stronger though. And we could be dealing with something serious here. Ooh, wow. Look at that. Either that's some interference, there's a problem with the data here, or things have just gotten so strong it's off the charts up there to the north and west of Nicholls. Don't like that. We're going to break out into the mesoscale here. What is that? Nicholls, Georgia. Yeah, so right now, if there's a tornado down, which there very well could be, it looks to me like it's going to be on the northwest side of Nicholls, south of the Lot Cemetery, probably crossing Harmony Road on the northern side of town right now, heading up towards Solomon Pears. Pretty rural area. Hopefully it stays there and doesn't do anything else before it gets to, a little bit closer to some of these communities farther north and east. The southernmost storm, the rotation isn't as impressive with the one approaching Dixie, Union, and Beach, but that could certainly change. What about North Myrtle Beach? You guys are definitely probably one of the areas that we'll be watching the hardest later today, probably around 5-6 p.m. Could get wild in Myrtle Beach later. Let's see here. JS says, I'm planning to move from Oregon to South Carolina. We canceled our departure for today. Do you think the conditions will be better by next week? Unfortunately, the conditions will be the same this weekend and next week. We're going to have 3 storms. This is the first one. Second one comes through next weekend. It's going to be very similar to this. This weekend. And then in the middle of next week, we're going to have another one. So I don't know how impactful each one of those storms will be specifically for South Carolina, but on a synoptic national level, they look very similar. So there will be disruptive storms going on the East Coast next week, regardless. Yeah, so Taylortown now is the next in line here for this concerning area of rotation that just passed to the north of Nicholls. Taylortown, Georgia, please take shelter. You are under a tornado warning. And you're also under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, so keep that in mind. Even without a tornado, you could experience 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is Chris Jackson live yet? I don't think he's live yet. Chris Jackson will be chasing in South Carolina, so as soon as he does go live, we're going to try to pull him up for you. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning currently for Atkinson, Bacon, Coffee, Pierce, Ware, and Jeff Davis counties in Georgia. We've got 2 interesting areas of rotation embedded in a line of damaging severe thunderstorms. The one up here close to Nicholls is the most concerning one, the one heading towards Taylortown. But the whole line is just producing damaging winds, so we should be taking precautions everywhere up and down this line in Georgia. If you haven't been hit by the storm yet in Georgia, it's coming, and it's probably going to be a doozy. And of course, we're continuing to cover the snow. Luis in the southern White Mountains of New Hampshire got 4 or 5 yalls of snow there. More is on the way. Yeah, the rotation on both of these is slightly weakening, which is good news. We're still in a little bit of a lull. I expect that things will probably start picking up. Like we expected there to be no tornado warnings until 1 p.m. At 1 p.m., tornado warnings were reintroduced. We'll probably continue to see new tornado warnings issued for similar kinds of things throughout the rest of the evening. But I think the peak activity for tornadic activity is that the peak time frame for that's going to be probably around 3 to 6. But it's definitely time to be in a heightened state of awareness from now until the storm's over. My food's here. I'm going to grab it before things get too busy. Thank you guys so much for voting for hibachi. So much better than any of the other options, in my opinion.
Hibachi sounds amazing, Ryan. There's nothing in this town that's open right now to eat.
I wish I could send you something, Chris. If there was something open, we could probably organize it. I just saw you pass the Burger King. Is the Burger King closed? Lord goodness. A little something right there, huh? Look at this. Nicholls. See the little bloop? I believe that right around Nicholls, some debris was picked up, and we're just now
closed,
seeing it.
Firehouse Subs closed, Wendy's is closed. I even think Starbucks was closed, and that says something.
Yeah, I think we're just now seeing that debris, but the tornado likely has lifted. Man, sometimes I wish I streamed on Twitch. We could just watch YouTube videos while I eat.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
There it is. So they decided to go with a tornado watch for the Florida part. Why don't you stream on both? It's just, it's harder, and there's a truth to like loyalty. It's not like I don't have a contract or anything with YouTube. but YouTube does tend to favor channels and people that are exclusive to YouTube. And my whole goal here, like we'd probably make more money. We'd probably, all kinds of cool things would happen if we multi-streamed. But my whole goal here is just to try to reach as many people as possible. And I think that that's more possible by just streaming on YouTube. As weird as that sounds, I've been doing this for a long time, and I think that we're making the right call. But we're always open to it, and we'll try some stuff out in the future. But if I was multi-streaming to Twitch and YouTube, I still couldn't watch. I still couldn't do the cool things people do on Twitch because I would also be on YouTube. You go on Twitch and people are just watching movies and listening to copyrighted music. It's like the Wild West over there. Let me tell you, and the reason, like, it probably doesn't make sense to anybody. Like, if you're not familiar with this, like, if you don't understand, like, how this works. But the reason why it's in our best interest to try to be favorable on YouTube is because the potential audience on YouTube is way bigger than like, the amount of people on YouTube is like a million X how many are on Twitch. Like, there's just not very many people browsing Twitch. And most people who are browsing Twitch already know what they want to watch. They've got a favorite streamer. They're trying to watch a video game or whatever. It's much easier to find that random person who's just browsing the internet and doesn't even know that they want to watch the weather on YouTube. You know what I mean? That you're much more likely to have that happen on YouTube than any other platform. I like Twitch. But if you ever see me streaming on Twitch, it's probably going to be like I'm playing a video game or something. I'm going to get back into moving the radar around. I've just got to eat lunch. This will probably be the last time I eat on stream. Bear with me. Usually, Andy gives me a break while I eat, but he's not here yet. We're waiting on him because he was up all night last night waiting on me. Well, he was waiting on the storms, and they just didn't happen. You can dual stream on YouTube and Twitch, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work well for the people who decide to do that. Show me one person who that's working for.
I'd bring up something. It's been confirmed now that one person's been killed in Cottonwood. I think that's either Alabama or Georgia.
I expect that number will probably go up before the end of the day, unfortunately.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, there's a couple of storm chasing games that are coming out. Might stream storm chasing games on Twitch. Down to one warning, and it's gone. There's no rotation there. There might be a new one issued down here a little bit farther to the south. You should multi on TikTok. So TikTok is something that we did do for a while. It just became it became more of a hassle than what it was worth, because we would just stream like the behind the scenes to try to use it as like, hey, look, like this is happening on YouTube. You should go to YouTube. But those streams became so populated, and we had to like have moderators just for TikTok, and it just wasn't worth it. We might do it again soon if I can figure out how to get what you guys see here on YouTube on TikTok as well, which I think they allow you to stream in from like an ingest OBS now, which is something that they didn't use. You used to not be able to do that. So that's an option. TikTok is wild. Like TikTok is also the Wild West. But what's different between TikTok and Twitch is it's a lot like YouTube in that, you know, a lot of people who are looking at TikTok live streams don't know what they're looking for. Like a lot of people just open up the live tab and they're just like scrolling until they find something interesting. That's perfect for us when we're trying to reach people who don't know that severe weather is coming, you know?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, wow. Here's a new warning that's far away from the other ones that we've been seeing. What the heck? Hold on. Yeah, what the heck? Oh, okay. We were just behind a little bit. I see now. Okay, so we've got a new tornado warning up here for Reidsville and Claxton in Georgia. This is rapidly approaching Savannah. We've got a little area of rotation, but it's hard to tell anything about it. Just take shelter if you're in Reidsville, and as this gets closer to the radar site, we'll be able to understand more about it. Oh yeah, there's a new tornado watch too. Somebody just asked, is my house going to blow up? No, I don't think so. Every comment I see, trash talking Diet Coke. That's just another Diet Coke I'm going to drink. I I'm done. Yeah, Diet Coke is not. I won't have any disrespect for Diet Coke in the chat. Okay, pretty lenient in there. I think we draw the line at misinformation. Look, your boy, I am somebody who is a degenerate. Okay, I love cola. All right, I'm a soda. I love sody pops. And there's just about nothing on this planet that's worse for you than sugar. So it's better that I do the Diet Cokes. And I don't care what you saw on TikTok that said that Diet Coke's going to give you cancer. That's not true. All right. And I will fight you over it. But that's not what we're here for today. What we're here for is some daggone tornadoes. All right, and we do have we still do have a couple of tornado warnings, but man, I'm telling you right now that none of them are turning my head. Thankfully, that's a good thing, okay? The biggest thing about all of these storms that I'm seeing right now is just the crazy velocity ahead of them and the big time winds. I'm with you on the Coke. Oh yeah. Yeah, aspartame, however you want to say it. It's like one of the most studied things on earth. Like if you're down in, like 12 Diet Cokes a day, if you're putting down a Diet Coke an hour, maybe that's not great, but like if you consume that much of anything, that's not great. A Diet Coke with your hibachi and a Diet Coke instead of coffee in the morning is great for me. Okay, maybe not for you, but for me, it's great. Why are we even talking about this? So this is what we're looking at here. This is the rotation that sparked the tornado warning. Once again, the main thing that I want to emphasize here is that the biggest problem that we're going to have, at least in the near future, is going to be damaging winds. I don't see much of a tornado threat just yet. And we have Chris Jackson. There we go. Chris Jackson is live in South Carolina for us. So if stuff starts to go down in South Carolina, we're going to be able to cut to him, and we can talk to him as well. He's on our communication network. Listen, coffee's fine. I personally don't like coffee. I prefer, a nice Diet Coke. Oh my God. Can we go one stream without people ridiculing me? JS, thank you for the 10. Debbie Roberts, thank you for becoming a member. Mike, thanks for becoming a slight risk member. AC8WO C3, thanks for becoming a high riskers. Linda, thanks for the 10. I've been watching before and during my trip in Tampa Bay from Tampa Bay to Kansas and back. What a week. I'm sitting in the hotel and watching it snow in Kansas City. You picked quite the time for that trip. I tried Coke Zero. I'm not all about it. It's not for me. This is what the whole U.S. looks like right now if you were looking at it from space. Obviously, these colored polygons wouldn't be over here. That'd be crazy. That's just showing you where the tornado warnings and stuff are. But, you see the clouds. You see the big swirling cloud here in the middle of the country. That's our culprit. That's our low pressure center. This is what's causing the new tornado warning that's getting ready to happen.
A new tornado
warning
warning
all
has
the
been
snow
issued.
on the backside. Appling, Bacon, and Wayne counties once again under a tornado warning. This is the second one in the past hour, I believe. Let's go in and zoom in on it. Oh, I see what they're looking at here. Little area of rotation right yonder. That is going to be moving up towards Surrency. So take shelter now if you're in Surrency, Georgia, and boy, is this getting close to Savannah. Savannah, Georgia, you've got a squall line of severe thunderstorms headed right towards you, and all of the tornadic activity is culminated in the very part that's going to be coming towards Savannah, so get ready for that. Down here in Florida, a lot of people are asking about Florida. We're mostly just concerned about the winds right now. There's not a lot of tornadic activity. There's a squall line coming through. Winds are going to get really strong for a couple minutes, and then they'll die down. Strong winds getting ready to move into Statesboro, maybe 70-mile-per-hour winds. Columbia, the strong winds with potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds are knocking on your doorstep. Charlotte's coming through Charlotte right now. Look at this. Looks like the strongest part of the storm has already went through Charlotte, but areas just east of Charlotte, like Concord, you're still next in line. We're starting to see the severe thunderstorm warnings make it all the way up into Virginia now. Winston-Salem, Thomasville, you guys are next in line for some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thankfully, this is a good thing. If you get hit by this severe line of storms and there's no tornadoes, then you're clear and you don't have to worry about tornadoes today. If you're out here in South Carolina and North Carolina and you haven't been hit by a storm yet, in fact, you go outside and things seem kind of, it's just windy, then that's actually bad, because that means that the storm's still coming to you, and we're probably going to be the later in the day we get, up until about 6 p.m., the more likely it is that these storms will have tornadic attributes to them. How's this going to affect Kingsland, Georgia, south of Savannah? Well, it's going to be pretty significant. There's going to be a big storm that's going to come through here within the next hour and a half or so. Right now, the various storms that are coming towards Savannah have tornado warnings on them. This one actually is starting to look a little bit more impressive too with the rotation. So we might actually have a tornado here trying to form northwest of Glenville. Mendez, Hewland, Bay Branch, all of you guys in Georgia need to be taking shelter. But yeah, this area of tornadic thunderstorms is coming right towards Savannah and the surrounding areas. So get ready for it. I'm looking at the chat and I still see discussion of Diet Coke. Are we going to measure snow this stream? Yeah. Keep sending in your snow pictures. We're compiling a list. We're going to do a winner here soon. We should have done one. We should have done one earlier. I was advised to do that, but we didn't. We'll get her done though. Yeah, power is likely going to go out pretty much anywhere this line interacts with. We've got hundreds of thousands of people without power across South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And that number is just going to keep going up the farther east this line goes. Top to bottom here, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of southern Virginia. 60-mile-an-hour winds are getting ready to come into the Winston-Salem area. They're eventually going to get into Greensboro as well, and Thomasville up here. They just passed Charlotte. Next in line in South Carolina is going to be places like Lancaster, Winnsboro, Columbia, Aiken, and Williston. No signs of tornadic activity just yet. We're watching. A little bit farther to the south, we've got some very strong winds getting ready to hit places like Hiltonia, Sylvania, and Statesboro within the next 15 to 20 minutes. I just saw somebody in the chat asking about Statesboro. And then the strongest portion of our line of storms is down here between Claxton and Jessup in Georgia. We've got 2 tornado warnings embedded in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is what's moving towards Savannah, Georgia. So everybody in Savannah, Georgia should be ready for this. We've got a huge 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning that goes through Waycross all the way down to Fargo, Florida. And then we've also got a severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour winds for Lake City, Fort White, and another one of those is about to be issued for Trenton and Newberry and Chiefland. So yeah, huge line of storms right now going through portions of South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, and Florida. The 2 tornado warnings, we're watching them closely, but so far nothing significant has happened with them. There's a study that shows that aspartame caused cancer in rats. Yeah. If you pump a rat full of anything for 2 weeks, it's gonna die. Okay, I mean it just is of probably a million different things. I can't believe you guys are we're trying to do the weather here. I'm gonna have to hide the chat. Let's see here. How bad do you think it's going to be in Jacksonville, North Carolina? I think that you've got a chance of some strong damaging winds and maybe a tornado or two. Best thing to do is just to stick with me until the line gets to you, and we'll let you know exactly if you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. Kenzie is honestly involved in a little bit of everything here at the Hall Enterprises. Sending us a view from Kenzie's setup I was going to say tonight, but this afternoon. Live stream vibes from the remote weather house. That is a clean setup. Very clean. Water is the superior drink. Nobody's arguing with you there. But if you want a little fizzy sody pop, all right, I say ditch the sugar. All right. I can tell you for sure, if you pump a rat full of as much sugar as they pumped aspartame into this one in this study, much worse things would have happened to the rat with the sugar. Okay? That is way worse. Like regular Coke is worse. Obviously, it's better to drink water. But we ain't talking about what's obviously better. We're talking about
a new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. New tornado warning. This one includes Odom and just a little bit of the northwestern side of Jessup. All right. Right here's your rotation. It's not very strong, but I see what they're doing now. They're pretty much lighting up every single little divot in this line, kind of like what they were doing earlier for the big line that was off the coast of Panama City. A similar thing is happening here. There's multiple areas of vorticity that are getting picked up, and they're just warning them precautionarily. This is a good one, and it could very well result in a tornado here somewhere between Mershon, Bristol, Cavill, Rich, Redland, and Jessup here within the next little bit. So take shelter now if you're in Appling, Bacon, Pierce, Wayne, Evans, or Tatnall County in Georgia there. Getting close to South Carolina. Yeah, maybe during downtime in the streams from now on, we'll just have debates about dumb stuff. It's been pretty fun. Winds are picking up a little bit here in my neck of the woods. We're finally in the cold side of the low pressure center. Things are going to get really cold here now. Expecting some snow tonight in Kentucky. Not much, but some. Really heavy rain up here in Pennsylvania. And yeah, most of our flash flood warnings are pretty concentrated around the southern side of the Appalachian Mountains right now, where that, if you heard me talking about the cheese grater analogy earlier, pretty much where that's taking place. And yeah, I'm pretty much hyper-focused now on the deep south or the southeastern side of Georgia, because that's where most of the things are happening. But if you're getting a bunch of snow in Illinois, if you're getting a bunch of snow somewhere up north, please send me a picture of your yolometer measuring the snow, just like Stack did here. Okay? It's not much, but it's the wettest, heaviest snow he's ever shoveled. And you're going to be entered to win $1,000. We're going to draw a winner here soon. $1,000 for measuring the snow. Okay? Where else can you watch the weather and get money for it? Oh, nowhere else? Really? Is that? Oh, okay. JJ from Independence, Iowa says he's getting wrecked up there. Almost a foot. Almost 12 y'alls of snow there. My man. My man. Yeah, thank you guys. If you want to send stuff in, once again, it's at Ryan Hall y'all on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it. Or you can do pics at RyanHallYall.com. Just about 5 y'alls now in Peoria, Illinois. Just in time for us to have another tornado warning issued.
A new tornado warning has been
This is going
issued.
to be for Baker County, Florida, Charlton County, Georgia, and Ware County, Georgia. Let's go. Let's zoom in here. Bruh. So there's an area of convergence that's been building. Note, look at this. You see the inflow here. See the winds moving in this direction. Whenever they start turning red, that indicates winds moving in this direction. So we do have some rotation here.
A new tornado warning
strengthening,
has been
so
issued.
That's a good catch. That's a good warning, I believe. However, the rotation is not very tight, so hopefully we don't see anything significant from this. And we got a new tornado watch. Tornado watch until 9 p.m. now. A few tornadoes likely, 5.8 million people. This includes all the way up to Richmond, Virginia, down towards Burlington, Raleigh, and Wilson, and North Carolina, Wilmington. Till 9 p.m., a few tornadoes likely. Can you make a rainometer?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
We're working on it. It's hard to make a rain gauge that's unique or like worth it. Like, anybody can buy a ruler to measure snow, right? But like, it's, not all rulers are as, the Yolometer is unique. It looks good in the pictures. You can take a picture of it from far away and see how much snow you have. It's a part of what we do here. It's hard to do something similar to that for rain and it not just be like a regular rain gauge, So we're having fun with it. We got a lot of people watching from in and around Kansas City. Yarn. Looks like about 2 or 3 yalls of snow there. Nectar of the gods. Yep. So yeah, I'm seeing a lot of reports from around Kansas City. I haven't seen a lot from North Illinois though. If we've got anybody from Illinois that's watching, please send us how much snow you've got because I would like to know. Yeah, still watching the tornado warnings, and still honestly not being too concerned about the specific tornado probabilities in any of these storms. But they're all capable of producing tornadoes, so we need to be taking shelter if we're in Liberty, Long, or Tattnall counties in Georgia, Baker, Charlton, or Ware counties in Florida, Appling, Bacon, Pierce, Wayne, or Evans counties in Georgia. If any of you are in any of those counties, please take shelter now. Yeah, we're starting to see some of the convection popping up in front of the main line, starting to interact more with the wind shear. So these are the kinds of storms that I'm going to be watching pretty closely in the future as to the ones that could probably cause the most problems. But the main line is also going to be a problem as well, especially with how disjointed it is. What you want to see is a straight, solid line. The fact that we have these individual cells isn't good. They could definitely start producing tornadoes much more easily that way. Yeah, this right here is pretty concerning. Claxton, you're not necessarily in the warning that was issued for Hewland and Bay Branch, but it looks to me like there was a little bit of an inclusion there, and if there was a tornado, it's kind of separated and it's starting to go this way now. It's hopefully lifting at this point. It's hard to tell because you're in a radar hole, but there might be a tornado trying to come into the Hagen-Claxton area. Just go ahead and take shelter because half the city is under the warning. Yeah, and it's really unfortunate because this is pretty high up. Like, we're pretty far away from the radar there. And the fact that we're seeing the rotation, and I believe it's even possible to see a little bit of a debris signature. Yeah, that could have been significant. Look at this. So obviously this is where the tornado was probably the strongest right here. It's going up towards Claxton, but we don't start seeing the debris until right as it gets to Claxton. That tells me that a lot of the debris was probably picked up back here. It started its ascent up into the atmosphere, and then we just didn't see it until it got here because it took that long for it to get high enough to be picked up by the radar. Or there very well could still be a tornado down. In that case, everybody in Claxton needs to be in their safe spot, and hopefully we get a new warning here soon. Oh, here it comes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Can you guys still hear that? I can't even hear the warnings anymore. I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, so that wasn't a continuation of the Claxton warning, actually. That was a brand new warning that does include a little bit of the state of South Carolina. So here we are. We got 6 warnings now. We're picking up again, and oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is still the best one for that. We have a significant storm over here to the west of Dover. This is your hook. This is your rotation couplet. So this is a brilliant one. If you're new here, if you haven't seen us talk about how we can tell where tornadoes are by looking at the radar, this is a great example. Okay, on the velocity, whenever you see me switch to this view, the blue is showing winds. Or the blue and the green is showing winds that's going towards the radar, okay? And the radar's up here. All right, we know that because, I mean, you can just zoom out and see where the radar is. It's right here, all right? So the blue and the green shows winds going towards the radar, and the brighter those colors, the stronger the winds, right? The reds show stuff going away from the radar. So we can see here that we have counterclockwise rotation, very close to each other. In fact, they touch. That is usually a sign of a very tightly rotating mesocyclone or a tornado. That lines up pretty well with a hook in this storm. This is the base of the storm. This is the rotating part we're seeing in 2D, kind of like a 3D storm. This is the part that goes way up into the sky up here, okay? And then this is the base of the part that would be rotating. And then if we go to the correlation coefficient, sometimes you can see debris on this, and it looks like there might be a little something trying to pop up there, but I'm not sure yet. But yeah, that at least for a moment, that was some very significant rotation, and we need to be watching out in Sylvania, Georgia. Take shelter now. If you're in Sylvania, Georgia, take shelter right now. Up to 7.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
7 or 8. Levy County, Florida now is under a tornado warning as well. So what did we say, y'all? 2 p.m. things will be picking up again. Here we are, 1:56, and we're lighting up all up and down the board. We've got another tornado warning way down here in Florida. This one, not really seeing exactly what's prompted it. However, there's definitely some convergence. There's definitely some rotation here. And this line of storms is capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour winds even without a tornado. So we want to be in our safe spot regardless if we're in Rockville or if we're in Toledo or Silver Hill, Florida, Georgia. Right on the Florida-Georgia line. 7 tornado warnings now. Some of the other ones, there's a big cluster of warnings for pretty much 2 storms here, right to the west of Savannah. None of these have very distinct looking rotation signatures on them. This one's starting to near Kaville or Kayville and Rich. So, we need to be watching the Jessup, Odom, Burnett, and Redland area. Otherwise, I can't really tell much about what's going on with these storms just because we're so far away from the radar. If we switch over to another radar view here, we did have pretty significant rotation earlier near the Claxton area, and that has since let up a little bit, but it could be coming back. We could see a new tornado try to form here if the supercell becomes a little bit more established. It's not much right now. The most impressive thing I've seen so far
a new
is
tornado warning has been issued.
Is this one right here definitely had a tornado on it not too long ago. I don't know if it still does or not, but Sylvania needs to be taking shelter right now. Sorry, just reading some updates. Oh, man, it's crazy how quick these things are happening today. Look at how fast. So we definitely had a tornado here, right? Boop, tornado, 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 and it's gone. That's crazy. Normally, we will see, especially if they're in an individual cell like that, we will see them last longer than that. But it looks like it's lifted, but it could come back. If we're in Sylvania, Georgia, please stay in your safe spot. And we've just got to be like on our toes here, constantly monitoring all these storms because, that could happen again in any of these and it's going to happen fast. We got to watch this. What is that? We got to watch that. We are still watching this. Odom and Jessup, get ready. Big storm coming. Could have a tornado with it. But daggone it, if this area right here isn't in a radar hole, I don't know what is. Yeah, we're hearing about a lot of flooding in and around Atlanta right now as well. If you live anywhere that's experiencing flash flooding right now, we would love to see, if you can do so safely, we would love to see any kind of reports or pictures or, anything that you can send us to help tell the story of what's going on. I'm sure Andy will be with us sooner than later. He was up for like 24 hours, 30 hours, something like that, tracking the storms before I went live. So we got to let him rest. Another thing that's pretty concerning here. Oh boy. Oh man. is this. Look at this. Holy smokes. We've got a train of supercells that has, oh man. Well, that's not good. We have a train of supercells that has formed here off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean. They're starting to move onto land now near Myrtle Beach. It looks like the farther away you get from land, the more impressive some of them become. Let me see. Can we tell? Oh, wow. They are rotating big time, too. Holy smoke. That is like a spinning top. The whole thing is rotating. Anyways, we've got this train of supercells that's going to continue to move up towards land, and this is kind of what we were really hoping wouldn't happen. But this could be a situation where we have multiple discrete supercell thunderstorms with big tornadoes that try to slam up against the coast here in South Carolina and North Carolina later today. It's time to be on high alert in Myrtle Beach, Georgetown, North Myrtle Beach, Oak Island, Wilmington, possibly all the way up into Whiteville, Burgall, and Jacksonville, North Carolina. High alert. This is not what you want to see. Oh, man. Look at that. Have you ever seen anything like that? Wow. Look at this. There's a donut hole. There's a hole in the storm. I can't even imagine what that's like. A giant mile-wide water spout, maybe even bigger than that, out there in the middle of the ocean. Just the whole entire storm is rotating. And it has an eye, son. It has a daggone eye. What? This one's got it too. Look at that. Yeah, not a good sign. Not a good sign for our friends along the coast here in South Carolina. All we can do really is hope that these kind of turn into a mess or more of a linear squall system of their own as they get closer to land. If they maintain their discreteness like this, it could be pretty bad over there. Yeah, the fish need to be warned. Could be rain. Like, talk about Sharknado. If you've ever seen the premise for the movie Sharknado, it's like a big tornado, like a big water spout that sucks up sharks out of the ocean and then dumps them on land. That's not going to happen. But if it was to ever happen, it would be something like this that caused it. Holy smokes. You guys, you know about Sharknado. If you've never seen it, I highly don't recommend it. All right, checking in on our tornado warnings one by one again. The one up here near Sylvania is still showing some rotation, but it's not as impressive as it was before. Stay in your safe spots for at least the next 25 minutes, and things should be good. It's hard to tell anything about these other storms out right here in the middle. There's a little bit of rotation near Odom, so take shelter in Odom, Jesup, all the way up towards Fort Stewart and Hinesville in Georgia. These are the storms that are approaching Savannah, so get ready for that, y'all. And there's a little bit of a tornado warning left out here for Traders Hill, Stanley, and Silver Hill in southern Georgia near Florida. That's going to expire in 10 minutes, okay? I'm just blown away. I'm seriously just blown away by the presentation of these storms way out here in the Atlantic. This is just unbelievable. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if these come ashore in this way, we're talking about several significant tornadoes. There's a chance that they weaken. There's a chance that they enter a less favorable environment as they go to the north and east a little bit. So that's that. We just got to hope for that. North Carolina. Oh yeah, North Carolina. There's a tornado warning up here too. Sorry, I'm not ignoring North Carolina. It's just there's a lot going on. This is actually mostly in Virginia too, which is the craziest thing. This is not very far from where I am. Anyways, tornado warning for Marbone. I don't know if you guys say Marbone. We say Marbone here in Kentucky, but Marrowbone Heights, Ridgeway, Martinsville, Leatherwood, Figsboro, and Stanleytown. This tornado warning, I believe what they're doing, you guys have, if you've been following along for a while, we've talked about these S curves. They've found this S curve and they've issued a precautionary tornado warning. If this outflow is strong enough to punch through that inflow and create a more narrow channel for the inflow to kind of wrap around like this, there will be a tornado that happens with this. As of right now, though, there is not a tornado happening. It's just a possibility, okay? So we still want to take shelter in Martinsville and Ridgeway, at least for the next 23 minutes. Wait till the storm passes or until that storm or that warning is allowed to expire, and then you'll be fine. You can come on out. Honestly, though, in this part of the world, once the storm is over, we've still got a lot of rain to go. So if you live in a flood-prone area, then your main focus becomes that. Yeah, Chris Jackson, storm chaser that's helping us out in the Carolinas. I believe he's near Charleston, South Carolina. So he's going to be able to, if we do get a big water spout, he's going to be able to show us that. Yep, we're 6.5 hours in now. We've been live for 6.5 hours. This is probably going to be one of those days where we are live for at least 10 hours, maybe even more than that. Let's talk about the rest of North Carolina too. Winston-Salem, you're getting ready to get hit by the really strong winds. If you haven't already been hit by them, it's coming. Danville, 60-mile-an-hour winds on the way. Burlington, next in line, we've got places like Ashboro, 60-mile-an-hour winds on the way. Really, I don't see much in the way of a threat for tornadic activity with any of these storms outside of the little kinks here and there like we're seeing up in Southwest Virginia. Charlotte, it's done for you. It's just a rainstorm from now on. If you live in a flood-prone area, pay attention to that. Unfortunately, I think that places closer to Raleigh, Wilmington, Fayetteville, Wilson, your biggest problem isn't necessarily going to be this. It's going to be if these storms that are coming in through North Myrtle Beach, if they make it up to you before the line gets to you. If that's the case, then we're talking about tornado, a much bigger tornado situation up there. The line in the middle of South Carolina has either significantly weakened or, you know, the radar site's getting hit so hard right now by rain that it's kind of making the radar a little funky. But there's still strong winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Camden and Columbia, Orangeburg right now. And then, of course, we do have our tornado warning for Sylvania which is still going. That kind of goes into a little bit of South Carolina here. But the rotation has let up a lot with this one. The tornado warning in Florida has been allowed to expire. We might have to watch this storm near Alucha for a potential for some rotation there. Holy smokes. These things are flying too. Yeah, I do believe that tornado that hit near the Claxton area was pretty significant. Here is a photograph. Look at this photograph. From the warm sector in North Carolina. I believe this comes from Raleigh. Basically, what this is National Weather Services around the world let weather balloons go in the air at the same time every day, and they get all the data and they send it back to the computers, and the computers make the forecasts, and they're wrong a lot of times, and everybody gets mad at me. But in the middle of all that happening, we also get like now data, right? Like not just future forecast data, but this is what the atmosphere looks like right now, specifically in terms of wind speed and direction. This is the photograph. Whenever the weather balloon took off from the ground, winds were, coming out of the south and east, right? So the balloon starts going up like this, right? The higher up in the atmosphere the balloon got, the wind started blowing more south to north, okay? And also, you notice the distance between these points, these data points. The larger that distance, the stronger the winds, right? So now, as you go even higher into the atmosphere, it's blowing even stronger northeast. Eventually, they're gusting very high, 80 knots or so, directly east. And then once you get way up into like some of the really high areas of the atmosphere, the general direction is almost due south. Look at that. So the weather balloon has shown us the rotation in the atmosphere as you increase with height. This is one of the most impressive photographs in this part of the world I have ever seen in a warm sector in my entire life. And I've been looking at these daggone curved noodles since I was about 12 years old. So this is a sign that, if a storm is able to root in this environment, it is almost certainly going to cause a significant tornado. All we can do is hope that, a storm doesn't root, but these supercells are not a good sign.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Fairfield County, South Carolina, Lexington County, South Carolina, and Richland County, South Carolina, now under tornado warnings. That's up there northwest of Columbia, son. And for good reason. That is definitely... Hold on. Obviously, there is some rotation here. Certainly some rotation there, but that's a little bit of an odd signature. But hey, listen, we've got a downburst, a forming tornado or something going on here near White Rock and Ballantyne in South Carolina, just to the north of Columbia. Whatever this is, very strong storm is about to cross over Interstate 26 between Spring Hill and Freres Gate. Take shelter now if you're in Ballantyne, Rich Tex, Littleton, Cedar Creek, Jennings, or Rion in South Carolina. This is a dangerous storm. You're under a tornado warning for at least 30 minutes. Stay in your safe spot until that warning is over. Oh, okay. Seeing a little bit more convergence here northwest of Allendale now. Wouldn't be surprised to see a new tornado warning with that. Oh, yeah. That probably is going to get a new tornado warning that will include Ulmer at some point. Somebody in the chat just said, pizza. You're behind, bro. Fast forward. All right, 1 second. I'm going to take my last sip of Diet Coke, and I'm going to switch to water or some sort of drink with electrolytes in it and no aspartame. Okay? And we're buckling in for the second leg of our tornado outbreak, unfortunately.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A little wetter. Oh, did somebody just raid me? Is that a thing now? Nice. Very cool. All right, we did just get a new tornado warning while I was out there, and of course, unfortunately, it's in Myrtle Beach. And Myrtle Beach, I feel sorry for anybody that's down there right now. This is going to be a long evening. This is probably the first of several tornado warnings that you're about to be under today. So just get comfy in that safe spot, okay? Get comfortable. Don't plan on leaving anytime soon. We have a train of monster supercells with fish flying in the air right now, more than likely, moving your way. And as much as we're, having fun with this, I mean, this is a pretty serious situation. So, Garden City Beach and Myrtle Beach take shelter now. The first tornado warning of the day is a result of this area of rotation right here. I don't know if this is a water spout. I don't know if we've got anybody that's seen it. But certainly This is going to continue up to the north, and could become a tornado here all the way up towards Conway. So this road right here, Highway 501, I've traveled on it a million times in my life. This is the way you take in and out when you're on your way to good old Myrtle Beach on vacation. This is the path the tornado is going to make. It's going to go somewhere in between Pine Island and Conway here if it stays on the ground. SAT says, this is my only source of in real-time weather, and you guys do such a great job. Thank you, Ryan and team. Thank you, Sat. I really do appreciate that. And thank you, Zen, for the 5 gifted memberships. Look at this next one. The inflow on the next supercell is already looking nasty. And then look at the one behind that. And the one behind that, and the one behind that. And they just keep getting bigger and nastier and crazier. Here's another one of those photographs. This one's from Charleston, South Carolina, even crazier. Almost 1,000 storm relative helicity at the 0 to 3 kilometer. I mean, I'm kind of speechless. This is, I don't even know what do you do with this environment? Like, what do you do with that? How is there a storm that's not producing a tornado in that environment? You know what I mean? The one thing that we've got going for us in a lot of this area is the lack of instability. But that's obviously not a problem with these supercells that are popping up out here near Myrtle Beach. It's helping us a lot in Charleston. Like even the stratiform rain has supercellular attributes to it.
A new tornado warning has been issued. A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cameras in and around Myrtle Beach that we're trying to pull up to.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. Just FYI, I sent you some links to some Myrtle Beach beach cameras over on your Discord if you want to check them out.
I got them. Thank you, Chris. All right. So we've got a couple new tornado warnings out here. Let's go over these one by one. We're going to look at the one near Charlotte first. Wow, on the eastern side of Charlotte, North Carolina, we've got a tornado warning now. And my goodness, there's a good reason for it right here. Let's see if we can't get a better view of that on, I wonder if TCLT is working. It's certainly not, is it? Okay. All right, so Charlotte, on the east side of Charlotte, looks like a quick spin up is happening just to your south near Weddington and Marvin. Yeah, that right there could be a tornado. Moving up towards Matthews. So if I'm in Weddington, Providence, Matthews, or Harrisburg, I'm taking shelter right now. We do have a camera in Charlotte. Once again, the strongest part of the storm, the line of storms is past Charlotte. But we've got this little kink in the line that's trying to jolt up to the north here a little bit. That's going to cause some problems. Downtown Charlotte, I don't think you're at any risk whatsoever for a tornado here. I don't. But it's the eastern and the southeastern side closer to Mint Hill and Matthews that we're worried about. Yeah, that was probably a quick spin up. Hopefully, anyway. Because that's a pretty populated area there. The tornado warning for Myrtle Beach is still in effect. The storm that prompted it it's pretty little, but I mean it's a supercell. It's got a hook. It's got a rotating base. This next one is a little bit more of that, and then the next one is even more of that. Then the next one, and the next one, and the next one. I'm flabbergasted, to be honest, by what I'm looking at here. This is the next area, I think, around Surfside Beach. Within the next, well, actually, this might become a little bit closer to Myrtle Beach, actually, near, I don't know, the south, between Surfside Beach and Myrtle Beach, South Myrtle, I guess. This next one looks like it'll come in closer to that vicinity. Unbelievable. And they're moving fast, too. That tornado warning north of Columbia should be allowed to expire soon. The tornado warning down here for Fort Stewart, just to the west of, or to the southwest of Savannah. You really can't tell much about it, of course, because of the radar hole, but there's a little bit of rotation here near Ludowici, moving towards Waltherville and Hinesville. So stay in your safe spot for the next 30 minutes in these areas. The Charlotte storm, I think the rotation that we were concerned about with this storm is let up a little bit, but it's still there. We need to be staying in our safe spots for the next 30 minutes in Matthews, Mint Hill, Pioneer Hills, and Harrisburg, North Carolina. That's the thumbnail to the next video. Yeah, a big storm going through Charlotte right now. There's potentially a tornado on the southeastern side, but it looks like it was short-lived. It could be trying to come back together here, but you see, just to the south of Charlotte, that right there was our potential tornado. And it's since let up. So hopefully that continues to be the case. Still got a lot of flash flooding reports coming in to the south and west of Charlotte, and Charlotte is under a flash flood warning as well. So the rain's not going to stop anytime soon, unfortunately. You gotta watch that. Yeah, you gotta watch this right here. The storm is going through Ulmer and Olar right now, up towards, eventually up towards Branchville. That one could produce a tornado. We've got to watch it very closely. The rest of these look pretty tame for right now. Honestly, I'm mostly concerned and kind of focused on these supercells out in the Atlantic now. There's nothing else on this map that's even close to as concerning as what we're seeing out there. And it's coming. It's coming to land, you know. I'm not concerned about it because it's over the ocean, you know. From Brad Panovich, one fatality and two critical condition from the tornado between Claremont and Catawba. Excuse me. Roads are starting to close all across Illinois as well, guys. Once again, I know we're kind of really focused on the tornadic and severe weather aspect of this storm right now, but we would also love to hear about the snow and stuff that's going on up there too, because eventually that's going to become probably the main part of this storm. So keep us updated on your snow measurements up there. If you've got a yaw meter, measure the snow with the yaw meter, and you will be. Send us a picture, measure the snow, and you will be entered to win $1,000 at the end of this stream. And sorry if I'm being a little quiet. I'm just looking at all of the data. Over the next couple of hours, another thing that I'm seeing that we'll probably have to pay attention to is a pretty significant flooding situation unfolding in Virginia up into Maryland, specifically between Roanoke and places like Charlottesville and Frederick. So if you live in a flood-prone area over there, please prepare and just be weather aware. Stephen Walkley is going to be streaming snow.
A new
for us
tornado
soon.
warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning in Florida. This one includes Gainesville. Let's see what we... What the heck is this? I don't know if I'm missing something, but okay. There is some rotation here, just to the south and west of Archer, moving up towards Gainesville, Florida. So this is a tornado warning, so let's take it seriously. Let's get into our safe spot in Arredondo, Gainesville, Paradise, and Alucia in Florida. Otherwise, these other Florida storms are mostly tame. Some really strong rain, lots of lightning, and some gusty winds. But for the most part, the storms in Florida are not causing much problems, so that's good. We do have the tornado warning here for Gainesville, so please take shelter. The storm that's approaching Savannah still has a tornado warning associated with it. The rotation is hard to see on radar, but it's still there. So Hinesville, stay in your safe spot for at least the next 10 minutes, and then we'll see if they reissue this. If they do issue another tornado warning for that storm, it will likely include Savannah. Myrtle Beach is no longer under a tornado warning. All of the little cells that were producing the tornado warning, all of those have lifted, or I guess they've come inland a little bit more. Oh boy, if this one makes it to shore and it's still spinning like that, it's going to cause a lot of problems. Let's hope that that's not the case. But I don't know what would make it slow down, you know? All of these are just spinning so much. 100,000 people without power in North Carolina now. Very strong winds with these storms in North Carolina. This is one of the areas where the lower level jet is higher. So anytime you get a line of storms like this, it has the ability to kind of help some of those upper level winds reach the surface. So the winds are gusting higher.
A new
up
tornado
here,
warning
but they're more
has been
sustained
issued.
farther south. Camden County, Georgia, and Glenn County, Georgia are now under a tornado warning. This is south of Brunswick. Okay. Rotation. I mean, this has got like 5 minutes of being on land before it goes out to sea. But Dover Bluff, anyone around the St. Andrew Bay here needs to be taking shelter. Maybe even all the way up there towards Jekyll Island and St. Simmons. Take shelter immediately. You are under a tornado warning. There could be a little spin up trying to happen here as this line of storms makes it out towards the Atlantic Ocean. That's for Camden and Glenn counties. I feel like we got a lot of people watching in this area as well right now. Just take shelter. Bring me with you. Go into the lowest, most interior room of your home. Make sure you got a charged laptop or a charged tablet, phone, something like that. And we'll be fine. Here is an update from Illinois. Thank you for sending us this. We asked for it. Sonia. Stockton, Illinois has at least 8 inches, but temps are 33, so it's melting as it's falling. Winds are around 15 miles per hour. It's still coming down. A very heavy, wet snow. Heavy snow. Yeah, you might cover up that yolometer before all is said and done. It's just gonna keep getting colder, you know. JJD, huge shout out to JJD for the 10 gifted. Achilles Gill, thanks for becoming a slight risker. And Joseph, please give us your thoughts on Pinewood, South Carolina. Sure thing, Joseph. Pinewood. Oh, come on. South. Man, that must be a small town. Okay. Pinewood, South Carolina, completely in the clear right now. However, there is a line of storms coming, pretty strong storms on the way. So, yeah, just get ready for that. I would say another hour or so. Right now it's raining. The winds are probably picking up. It's just going to continue to get worse for the next hour or so, and then eventually it'll abruptly come to an end. You got a chance of tornadoes, chance of strong straight line damaging winds. Just stick with me here. We won't really know exactly what's going to happen until it gets right on you. Interesting little storm down here near Bamberg. Watching it, might have a little bit of rotation with that as well. Continuing to watch the storm approaching Myrtle Beach, hoping for signs of weakening. And my goodness, we've got it there. Look at this. That's definitely not as robust as it was not too long ago. So hopefully the weakening trend continues as the storm approaches the coast. Raleigh. Raleigh is soon to get in on the storms here. It's getting ready to start raining pretty hard. You're going to get hit by a line of storms, probably a 1-2 punch. Both of these lines of storms have the capability of producing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and maybe a tornado or two. Obviously, we won't know until it gets closer. But you've got another hour or two before the biggest part of the storm gets to you. Yeah, we've got 100,000 without power in North Carolina. That number is going to keep going up as this line goes across the state. Yeah, all of these little supercells that have, come onto the shore
A
here
new tornado
around Myrtle
warning
Beach
has been issued.
are kind of growing. They're kind of getting more intense as they go up into North Carolina. The shear and everything is in place up here, so I don't know why we're not seeing tornadoes with these storms just yet, but it's a possibility, and we have to watch them very closely. The storms that are about to hit West Central Florida are about to be rough. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. Look at this, y'all. Are you kidding me? This squall line goes all the way down. I bet you, if the radar could reach, the squall line would make it all the way down there to Cancun. Pert near. That's crazy, man. This is one of the biggest, in terms of size, this is one of the biggest storms I've ever tracked live. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a noisy and rainy and windy storm as it comes onto shore here. Clearwater and Tampa, you still got a little bit before it hits you, but it's slowly coming onto shore here near Homosassa Springs. And it's also going pretty slow, so some flooding might be a problem here too. Our tornado warning in Gainesville is still there. Stay in your safe spots for the next 20 minutes or so. I'm not seeing anything too convincing on that. We do continue to have a tornado warning for Camden County in Georgia, and this one looks the most convincing. If there's a tornado, it's somewhere right around here, south and east of Dover Bluff. But literally, in the next couple seconds, it's going to be out to sea. And there's that tornado warning for Bamberg. We were watching that one earlier. We were concerned about potentially this kink in the line causing a tornado, and now the tornado warning is in place, and it includes Bamberg and Orangeburg. No signs of a tornado as of this minute, but it could change. We're watching it very closely. The tornado warning up there near Charlotte has been allowed to expire. Yeah, I think so. Like, one of the things that I'm noticing is the closer these storms get to the coast, the more sheared they're becoming on the northern side. I think there might be too much wind shear. I think that the conditions are so favorable for tornadoes that the tornadoes that might be what's limiting them. You can see the rotation was a lot more robust whenever the top of the storm wasn't being pulled off as much. You can literally see you can see the storm getting kind of sheared apart in like this U shape here. A healthier looking couplet, you would see it would almost look like a bow tie. You know what I mean? Rather than curved upward wings. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm watching these. This storm here near Whiteville, North Carolina, has my eye. It's not doing anything yet, but it could. We also we got to watch out for stuff like this too. But the closer you are to that line, the more likely it is that you're going to get sheared out. That's why I think these are doing so well. They're far enough away from the cold front where they can properly rotate. You know what I mean? So we're just really lucky that this, whatever environment is producing this, is not inland right now. We'll see how feasible the inland environment is for producing tornadoes whenever this comes onto shore. Still got a tornado warning for Gainesville, Florida. The storms are going to be going on here in Gainesville for a while, but the tornado warning is only going to last for the next 20 minutes or so. You can come out of your safe spot, and then you can kind of focus on the flash flooding aspect. Jacksonville just got hit by a pretty strong wind gust there. Another one's on the way. The storms are also going to be lasting for quite some time in Jacksonville as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds on and off through the rest of the evening. The tornado-producing storm that went through Camden County up here in Georgia is still there, but the tornado is officially, in my opinion, out. It's in the ocean. The storm that is approaching Savannah no longer has a tornado warning associated with it, and the rotation has let up a lot. However, the storm is still very strong. Expect 60-mile-per-hour winds here very soon in Savannah, Georgia. Looky here, bulls. Yeah, just to show you the scope and the size of the storm once again, here it is. Big swirling low pressure center way back here, right around, I don't know, what is that, Owensboro, Paducah, Kentucky. Lots of snow on the backside. And then a squall line of severe storms that goes plumb all the way down. I swear it's going to Mexico, son. From north central Canada to Mexico. That is gotta be. It's gotta be in the top 50 biggest storms of all time as far as size goes. I mean, am I wrong here? What about Summersville, South Carolina? So Summersville, South Carolina, your forecast is pretty much exactly the same as Charleston, South Carolina. That small of a distance doesn't really change anything at all. So we're mostly concerned about this line of storms that's approaching you, and we're going to keep our eye on it. Right now, you got a slight chance of seeing a tornado later, but a definite chance of seeing strong, damaging winds. Hey, we got a y'all meter up there in the UP of Michigan. Shutterbug Gardens LLC in Marquette, Michigan. With 2 y'alls of snow. Lots more on the way up there. This is usually pretty gentle.
This is usually
From
pretty
Laurel
lazy.
in North Carolina. Yeah, I'd say a lot of those streams are getting big. It's probably some of the larger tributaries to some of the rivers out there are already starting to overflow. More flooding down there in South Carolina. Not much. The blizzard of 2024 in Pennsylvania there. Yeah, the rain's already starting to wash the snow away there. All right, we got another tornado
A
warning.
new
coming
tornado
down the
warning
pipe.
has been issued.
Brunswick, Columbus, and Horry County, North Carolina. Look at this. Bruh. So I believe they're issuing that in anticipation of our supercell that we've been tracking. Yeah, they're getting ahead of it, son. So usually a lot of times what the National Weather Service will do in a situation where we've got a water spout that's getting ready to make landfall and you know, turn into a tornado is they'll wait until the moment that happens. But NWS up here in Moorhead, North Carolina does not feel like waiting around today, and I don't blame them. This is a monster water spout. Okay, this is right now a huge tornado over the ocean. Okay, I don't know if you'd be able to see it from Myrtle Beach because a lot of the rain is here, so you'd just be looking at a dark cloud pretty much. But there's a huge waterspout tornado heading in the general direction of North Myrtle Beach, and we've already got ourselves a tornado warning for that in anticipation of its arrival. So there's a lot that can happen between now and when it does get to land, and one of those things is that it gets stronger. One of those things is that it could weaken. It could go away. But all we know right now is that we are under a tornado warning. And honestly, if I lived here in North Myrtle Beach or Carolina Shores, despite how far away it is from me right now, I would be getting to shelter. I would be getting ready right now.
A new tornado warning has
we've
been
got
issued.
a tornado warning, a confirmed tornado warning now in Glenn County, Georgia. Is this? Oh, wow. So our tornado that went out to sea here has gave life to a new tornado here near St. Simmons. It's right on the beach, y'all. Pretty much right on the beach near St. Simmons in Georgia, moving up in the general direction of Harrington, German Village, but it's all like right on the ocean, okay? All these, oh, wow, yeah. Sea Island here, you're in the path. All of these little gray dots you see here are resorts and houses and rentals and stuff like that. There is a tornado down near St. Simmons, riding the beach right now. Take shelter immediately. St. Simons, Harrington, and German Village in southeast Georgia. Take shelter now. This Orangeburg tornado warning is probably going to be allowed to expire pretty soon, at least within the next 10 minutes. One of the things that I'm noticing is the supercells, as they approach the North Carolina and the South Carolina coast, these ones that we've been watching out here over the ocean, they are outrunning the best thermodynamics. So there's an area of really high cape out in front of these, out in front of the line here in the ocean, and the storms are forming in that, but they're exiting it on their approach to the Myrtle Beach area, and that could help them weaken. And we hope that that happens. We hope that that continues to happen as they get closer to land. Oh, wow. Some big time flooding here in Cherokee County, South Carolina. Wow. It takes a lot of rain to get that to happen. St. Simons. Seeing a lot of questions about specific locations in the chat. Unfortunately, I can't answer all of you. Just know that if I'm not talking about your specific town, it's probably a good thing. Here's an even better view of the cyclone. Yeah, there's almost too much wind shear. Look at the tops of the storms getting ripped off down here. Unbelievable dynamics. Yeah, waterspout / tornado situation continues to go on near St. Simons. But it's dancing. It's dancing on the beach. It's not very inland at all. Simons? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Simons. St. Simons. 118,000 without power now in North Carolina. Governor Roy Cooper signed an executive order today declaring a state of emergency in North Carolina. Sorry. I said Simmons, and then somebody put like SIMONS, like SI-MONS, and I was like, Simons? It's okay. All right. I get it. Oh, yeah. Look. There it is. The squall goes plumb down to Belize. I wonder if the MRMS picks up that far. No, it just goes down that far.
A new tornado warning has been
New
issued.
tornado warning in South Carolina. Let's go check it out, shall we? It's gonna... Wait, what? Okay. It's up here closer to Charlotte. And it is in response to, I believe, this area of rotation here near Wolf Pond Crossroads. That's going to carry up towards Marshville. Get into your safe spot now if you're in Marshville, North Carolina. Oh, here's some photos from Houston. I think he said, yeah, Cottonwood. That's Houston, in Houston County in southeast Alabama. The photos are from Maribeth Wazow. That's some significant damage. I think that's probably some of the more significant damage that we've seen from today. We were definitely, we watched that tornado happen on radar not too long ago. Yeah, I believe that this is the rotation in question. Should have been a polygon added down here too, but hey, Wolf Pond Crossroads, Crowberg, Allen Crossroads, Marshville, all these places right around the South Carolina, North Carolina line need to be taking shelter. The storm that's approaching North Myrtle Beach, thankfully, is weakening a lot. The rotation is nowhere near what it was when we first started looking at it, but it's still there. It's still rotating, and we'll see what happens here. It's probably going to make landfall somewhere just to the east of North Myrtle Beach and just to the west of Sunset Beach. Is our camera North Myrtle Beach or is it Myrtle Beach? Because this is a live view from our Myrtle Beach cam, and it looks like things are picking up there, but there is no storm in Myrtle Beach. It's in North Myrtle Beach. Okay, I see. Yeah. This is where the camera is located. So honestly, it's in kind of It's in kind of the perfect spot too. If there is going to be a water spout that makes landfall, it would come up onto shore somewhere right around this area. What we're seeing right now is the forward flank. It's just the rainy part of the storm. Listen, the rotation is less than what it was, but it's still there. This thing's still rotating. Our camera's right here. The tornado waterspout's going in this direction. And the rain and everything that we're seeing right now is from the forward flank.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Calhoun, Clarendon, Orangeburg, and Sumter counties. South Carolina. There it was. Goes all the way up to Sumter. And there's that pesky area of rotation that just won't leave us alone. It's not quite tight enough to convince me that there's a tornado, but it's just tight enough to convince me that a tornado warning is definitely necessary. So we want to get into our safe spot in Creston, Tina, Lone Star, Pax Landing, Fulton Crossroads, Pinewood. Oh, look here, Pinewood. We had somebody from Pinewood asking earlier. You're under a tornado warning now. Get to shelter. And Shady Grove. Take shelter now. Shelby Rhodes says even third period is getting in on watching the Ryan Hall y'all stream. They're fans of Dr. Pepper and suggest I try it next stream. I'm a fan of Dr. Pepper too, but Dr. Pepper is one of those fine beverages that I actually prefer the regular version, like the full sugar version over the diet one. So I try to avoid it as much as possible. Try to avoid that sugar, you know what I'm saying? Look at here, Cedar Rapids, Iowa, getting buried.
A new tornado warning
and
has
we've got
been
another
issued.
tornado warning, this time in Florida. Thanks for sending that in, Joyce. Let's fly to Florida, shall we? See what we've got going on down here. This tornado warning includes McClintosh, Reddick, just to the west of Ocala. And my goodness, man. Of course, we're going to be in a radar hole. Can't really tell much about this. There's a little bit of rotation there from what we can tell. But for the most part, we're blind down here. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. You can see a little bit of rotation there. You can also see a little bit of a hook on radar here. The best thing for you to do is take shelter in Fairfield, Reddick, and Orange Lake in Florida, or pretty much anywhere in Marion County, Florida, and then write a letter to your local congressperson and say, hey, listen, everybody out here in the U.S. has really nice radar coverage, and they know exactly where the tornado is and when I need to take shelter. And if I had the Radar Omega app, I would even be able to see the tornado myself, but I can't because I'm in a radar hole because the government doesn't properly fund the National Weather Service, even though I pay the same amount of taxes as everybody else. Why is my life worth less than somebody else's? And then just keep writing that letter or something. I don't know how that works. And hopefully, eventually, they will listen to you. And we will all have better radar coverage. There ain't a daggone part of Florida that should be in a radar hole. I mean, Florida is like weather central. Like all the weather happens there. Can we get an update on the predicted wind speeds in the Northeast? Yes. Yes, let's look at radar let's look at models. We've been needing to do that. Hold on. All right, this is what the radar looks like as of about right now, nationwide. Okay, so we've got our big snowstorm happening up north here. We've got our big rain, miserable mess in the middle here. We've got our feisty line of thunderstorms that does go all the way down into Mexico. And yeah, so this is all good and well. We know about this. The line of storms, for the most part, will be out of here by 10 p.m. tonight. And by this time, we're going to be kind of focused in on the Northeast with the heavy rain and the strong winds. Let me show you something here. Let me show you something. Even though we're not expecting very strong, severe thunderstorms in the Northeast tonight, we are expecting some very strong winds. At 8 p.m., right around Washington, D.C., the winds can be blowing 50 to 60 miles per hour without a thunderstorm even being there. Just wind. We're just talking about regular wind, okay? And the same thing can be said all up and down the East Coast. Some of that's going to be hitting up there in New Jersey, about 10 p.m., New York, Long Island, midnight. It'll be working its way up into the southern New England areas, Boston, how about you, 3 a.m., southern Maine, maybe getting up there close to 80, 90 mile per hour winds before this thing is all said and done. And on the backside here, even, if you're just in Tennessee, right, Kentucky, tonight winds will be gusting up to 40 to 50 miles per hour as the cold air rushes in. And speaking of that, I've got to look and see how much snow I'm going to get. So as soon as, 6, 7 p.m. tonight, we're going to start seeing some squalls. They're going to start producing snow around 9 p.m., maybe even as far south as Birmingham, Alabama. It's going to be snowing out there. They're going to get pretty intense, though, around midnight. And we might see a coating, maybe a quick inch of snow or something like that in Middle Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, before this thing skedaddles out of here. And the storm is so strong, it kind of blows itself up. It literally implodes on itself and just dissipates before it gets out of here. Sometimes the storm can be too strong for it to cause, big problems. Like a storm can actually be so strong that it's better for the people who get hit by it than if it wasn't so strong, especially when it comes to snow. And that's not the end of our trek. Okay, we're going to have a long journey together, me and you, this week. If this is the first time you've been here, you've watched the channel, if you're new here, please consider subscribing, because this is just the beginning of a very long week or two of weather. This is our storm. It's going to get out of here. All right. We already see there's blizzard warnings tonight for the Pacific Northwest because of our next storm that's coming into the picture on the West Coast there. Wednesday, Thursday, it's going to bring some snow and some rain into Southern California. Significant snow in Arizona, New Mexico, and Mexico on Thursday. Lots of cold air coming down. Snow breaks out in Nebraska, the Panhandle of Texas on Thursday into Friday. More severe weather in the south central U.S. On Friday, more snow up here in Iowa. It's seriously very similar to the current situation that we're in. But I think that instead of severe weather being the main story, snow and the blizzard is going to be the main story for this next one. Friday, January 12th, I think we're going to have a full-on blizzard. A blizzard by the textbook definition. Ask your grandparents, hey, man, you remember that storm back in the 80s, the 70s? Maybe your parents, okay? All right. I don't want to get too wild here. You remember that storm way back when, way back yonder in the 90s? Well, they'll tell you about stuff like this, all right? And if this continues to hold on, this will probably be one of the more impactful snowstorms of the season for the Chicago area. Same thing for southern Wisconsin, northern Illinois. Not simply because of how much snow is going to fall. Don't get me wrong. 8 inches, a foot of snow, that's all possible. But we're talking about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds for hours and hours while this is happening. Some of the coldest temperatures of the year, and the very real possibility of there to be, snow drifts and stuff like that. So we're talking about real hardcore blizzard stuff this weekend up here in the north central portion of the U.S. and the Great Lakes. That's going to do the same thing as our current storm and just kind of implode on itself and not do much up there in Canada. But look what happens. Look what happens. So much cold air is left over from that huge low pressure center that the stage is set for our next storm. And it looks to me like this has the very real opportunity to produce snow in Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, all the way up the East Coast. All right. And then we're kind of locked in this very cold pattern. Okay. So that's what I'm watching right now. And once again, we'll have updates daily as we go forward. I just wanted to keep you in the loop on what I'm looking at. Tornado warning in North Carolina. The storm is like on top of the radar, so it's really interfering with our ability to see. But if there's a tornado, it's somewhere down here near Sea Trail Plantation and Carolina Shores, moving up towards Thomasboro and Gristtown. Take shelter now. Next one in our parade of potentially tornadic storms comes through in the next 30 minutes or so. And then these other ones down here, they look like they're weakening a little bit, but man, they still are spinning like crazy. These have been going for a while too. So we really hope that these storms weaken before they get to the coast. Just looking at these other tornado warnings, making sure we're not missing anything. Stay in my safe spot. Stay in your safe spot if you're in Marshville, North Carolina, at least for the next 10 minutes. Same things for you guys up here north and west of Ocala, near Reddick. You're under a tornado warning. This tornado warning up here for Somerton, I don't see a whole lot of, I don't see a lot happening there, but definitely stay in your safe spot for at least the next 18 minutes. If you're in Sumter, Paxville, or Pinewood in South Carolina, there's a pretty big storm getting ready to come through, and it could have a tornado associated with it. Oh yeah, there's definitely some multi-vortex water spouts going on out there. That would be some of the craziest footage any of us have ever seen if somebody got a video of that. Um, in North Carolina, we're getting some information about an open shelter. That's going to be at the Trinity Baptist Church there in Asheville, in the Buncombe County area. Zip code 28806, shelter ID 58975. That's on 216 Shelburne Road in Asheville, North Carolina. Just in case anybody needs to know about that. Okay. My attention is being drawn back over here to the western side of Florida, as there are a couple little spinny things going on over here west of Spring Hill. That is something that could probably lead to a tornado warning if it continues on its approach to Spring Hill. There's also some kinks here that you would need to watch for the potential for a spin-up tornado. Dave says they've got 5.5 inches so far in Wisconsin there in Verona. Looks like close to 6 yalls to me. Yeah, somebody just sent a super chat. What is that? Trish the Dish. Check the velocity west of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Something? And yeah, good catch. Good catch. That is definitely something that we would look at when trying to see, hey, where's the next place that we're going to look at for maybe seeing some rotation. That's definitely it. I don't know if there's enough there to promote a warning. But I bet you anything, the National Weather Service is watching this as well. And yeah, that's definitely something there near Rayford, North Carolina. We'll watch it. If we start to see a hook on this storm, if we start to see it intensify as it moves off to the north and east, we might need a tornado warning there. Good catch. I love that some of you guys, I've seen it. I see you in the Discords. I see you in the chat. You download the Radar Omega app and you follow along with me for an hour or so. And then some of you don't even need me anymore. It's like, oh yeah, I get it. You know what I mean? Now, sometimes that can go in the wrong direction because there's a lot of stuff that happens on the radar that looks like this or looks like that, and if you're not completely in tune with what's going on, you could be easily misled by your own interpretation of what you're seeing. But yeah, a lot of you guys, I think, have learned a lot. Yeah, sometimes I open up the DMs and it's like a screenshot of this, and it's like, is this a tornado? And it's like, you're getting there.
A new tornado
new
warning
tornado
has
warning.
been issued.
And I believe, yep, that's for the storm that, oh man, I already lost your super chat. That's for the storm that was brought to our attention from our super chatter there. And there is a tornado warning now for that storm. So Rayford, North Carolina, take shelter now. This one looks like it could continue all the way up into Spring Lake, Linden Oaks. Yeah, this is our latest tornado warning. And honestly, out of everything on the board, this is the most impressive looking storm. We can't really see exactly what's going on with our storm here in North Carolina because it's literally on top of the radar. But now I guess our focus, if there's nothing going on with that one, our focus is going to shift to this supercell as it comes up towards North Carolina. If I was to guess as to where that would make landfall, that's probably going to go towards Southport. Looks like we got
A new tornado warning has been
warning
issued.
too. For portions of North Carolina. Once again to the east of Charlotte. You're kidding. Wow. What the heck, man? Radar holes for days. From what we can tell, despite not being able to tell much because of the radar hole, there is a little bit of rotation here near Albemarle, and that's moving up towards Baden. So please take shelter if you're in
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Baden in North Carolina. And now we've got another tornado warning in Florida as well. Back up to 8. My goodness. Let's check in on the Fayetteville storm again. This is to the west of Fayetteville, North Carolina, but I think we might have a tornado developing here near Rayford. I really hope everybody in the town of Rayford, North Carolina is in their safe spot right now. Let's go back here to Florida and see what we've got going on. A little bit of that rotation from the storm that spooked us down here near Reddick is made its way up into more central parts of the peninsula of Florida, and now we've got a tornado warning for Interlachen. This is not nearly as impressive as the storms to the north, so we're not going to spend much time with it. We're just going to say, hey, if you're in Interlachen or if you are in anywhere in Alachua, Marion, or Putnam counties in Florida, please take shelter and wait for the storm to pass. Trying to find out which radar is going to be best. Oof. Yeah, something's going on there. I don't know if we had a tornado go through Rayford or not. We probably should be listening if we have the ability to listen in. We should be listening. Where the heck is Rayford again? Raleigh's to the south of Raleigh, west of Fayetteville. Is that in Hoke? Is that in Hoke County? It's in Hoke, ain't it? Or is it in Robeson? All right, we'll listen in anyways.
10-4.
1225 direct, thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got the Hoke County Public Safety scanner feed.
Another call, lines are down in the area. We pass this information on to them. There's no CDUs for clearance available for that.
Direct.
33 direct. 6 direct.
So yeah, we're gonna keep listening to that. I'll turn it down from time to time. You might be able to hear it a little bit in the background, but yeah, I'm just trying to listen in to see if we hear anything definitive. Somebody put this on Twitter so I can retweet it. We got to get it out there. If you're just now tuning in, we believe we just witnessed on radar. Ooh, yeah, there's.
Collins Station 2, Tree Island Road, 1400 block of North Operator.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Station 2, Tree Island Roadway, 1400 block of North Hilltop Road.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll hear the tones. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. If you're just now tuning in, we just, I believe, witnessed on radar a tornado either going through or briefly interacting with the Rayford, North Carolina area. So we're just trying to hear if there's anything going on over there. Oh man, Sarah had to go clean off the yolometer because of the wind blown snow. Looks like a good 6 or 7 yawls down there. It's respectable. Oh, and look at this. Here's another little something something down here to the south and west of Fairmont. A little bit of rotation on the surface. A lot of bit of rotation higher up in the atmosphere, though. This might try to come down to the surface a little bit and produce a tornado near Five Forks and Fairmont and Lumberton. Let's get ready for that.
Engine 92, Battalion Chief 91, fire alarm 36, Oxton Circle, Pinehurst.
Engine firmware.
Yeah, there's a bad one in Mississippi I'm always complaining about, a bad radar hole.
10-4, caller advised, tree down in the area, Sandy Branch Lane. Same would be on Roseland Road. He advised same was a mile back from Sand Pit Road, headed back towards Foxburg.
That was 7 minutes ago. We got a new update from the SPC. The threat for damaging winds and embedded QLCS tornadoes continues this afternoon for a lot of the central part of Florida from Tampa all the way up to Jacksonville.
62.
Got a 10-20 on there.
5131 electrical hazard, Rockfish Road, Golf Road, 2131.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning in Florida. We're going to check it out right here in a second. Reed Timmer says we got major tornado producers over the Atlantic Ocean south of Wilmington, North Carolina. We need a boat. If anybody needs a storm chasing boat, it is Mr. Reed Timmer. Let's get him a Dominator boat, y'all.
60 miles per hour.
Oh, yeah. New tornado warning in Florida. This is for one of those storms that's coming ashore that we've been talking about. This is for Palm Harbor and Tarpon Springs. There it is. Pretty decent rotation there. We might see a water spout becoming a tornado here near Tarpon Springs and East Lake. It's going to move all the way over there towards Nine Eagles. So take shelter now. This is radar indicated. We're going to watch it closely. I don't think that there's a tornado down with that right now, but it's very close to producing one. So we want to make sure we're in our safe spot in Palm Harbor, Tarpon Springs, and everywhere in between in Florida.
Nash County, though, Lenore County, statewide call.
Nash County.
How common are Florida tornadoes in January? We get them in Oklahoma, but they are rare. They're pretty common. They're definitely more common in Florida in January than they are in Oklahoma. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're an everyday occurrence, but they're certainly not unheard of.
Copy. We've lost our phones apparently, but we have got the call. We got them on the way.
10-4.
Gainesville, Florida. I wouldn't say you guys are in the clear just yet. There's going to be some more rain, but the worst part of the storm is absolutely over. Yeah, just to the northwest of Fayetteville, we've still got a little bit of rotation here near Overhills in South Carolina. We want you to take shelter in Linden Oaks. Man, I'm surprised they haven't issued a new tornado warning for the storm south and west of Lumberton and west of Fairmont yet. I'm guessing this because this rotation that we're looking at here is really elevated. A lot of the storms today that we've seen are rotating a lot in the upper levels, not so much closer to the surface, which is good news, but if that rotation does mix down to the surface, which it looks like it's trying to, we could see a tornado forming here soon near McDonald in the I-95 corridor between Rowland and Lumberton in South Carolina. Please get ready to take shelter. There could be a tornado warning coming out anytime here. Still got a tornado warning up here. Near Baden and Uwharrie in North Carolina. But I'm telling you right now, that to me looks mostly just like a severe thunderstorm. The severe winds and the severe thunderstorm, conditions are expanding farther north. Now we've got warnings all the way up past Farmville, Virginia. This line is definitely going to be coming into Richmond here soon. Expect 60-mile-per-hour winds within the next 2 hours. Oh, here's a crazy good video. Ed Piotrowski posted this 16 minutes ago. This video is from Pete Brown of what could have been the waterspout in the tornado-warned storm that passed just east of Cherry Grove a short time ago. That's exactly what I imagined it looked like. And we are so lucky that for whatever reason it weakened out before it got to the shore. Wow, look at that. There's ones even like 3 times bigger than this right now out there in the ocean. We need a boat. A water wedge, son. Here's some damage from Bamberg County. So this happened not too long ago. And that's coming from our Trooper Brittany SCHP on X. "22 minutes ago, Storm Prediction Center did post about those supercells. The supercell tornado threat is increasing this afternoon. This is mostly for areas between Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Burgall, and Whiteville." Yeah, you got to think everything in this storm is moving northeast, right? So right now, the thermodynamics, like all the good ingredients for tornadoes, are kind of in this area. And it is very possible that as the line of storms and as everything moves off to the north and east, so will the area of, really good storm juice, nadir juice, whatever you want to call it. So if that's right here, right now, and it moves off to the north and east, it's at least going to clip the eastern side of North Carolina. And we've seen that you don't have to be right in the middle of that to produce a tornado. So anywhere in here could be in a position to see supercells and tornadoes today as everything moves off to the northeast. Yeah, still pretty surprised they haven't issued a warning for Lumberton, or the Lumberton storm, I guess. We've still got that tornado warning for Palm Harbor and East Lake. The area of rotation is now on land, so if we've got a tornado, it's happening now. Next in line is going to be Highland Lakes, and East Lake takes shelter immediately. St. Petersburg, we could be having a problem with any one of these little areas of rotation over the next little bit, so get ready for potentially a new tornado warning in the St. Petersburg area south and west of Tampa. Oh boy.
A new tornado warning
in
has
Florida.
been issued.
We're going to get to that in just a second. That actually might be for the, oh nope, that's for a little bit north and east. Oh wow. Okay, so now south and east of Jacksonville, Florida. This includes Jacksonville Beach, Ponte Verde Beach, Bayard, and Fruit Cove. We've got a new tornado warning for an actually really impressive area of rotation, a clear hook here. We might have a tornado forming just south of Fruit Cove, moving up towards Bayard. Take shelter immediately. If you are in, what is that, St. Johns or Duval or Clay counties in Florida. Mama says, bring on the snow in Wisconsin. Jake is ready. He's got the Yalla-meter, a.k.a. the fancy yardstick. He's got the milk. He's got the bread. He's got the personal, non-perishable food supply. And big plans to live stream Ryan Hall this afternoon. That's awesome. The milk and the bread is the most important thing. You've got to fix yourself a nice milk sandwich if it snows. That's what I always say. And we thought Sharknado was a joke. I'm telling you, that big supercell out in the ocean that we saw earlier, if that was definitely capable of lofting sharks into the air. No doubt about it. Chandra, you should figure out how we're going to do the giveaway. Like, we can do a random name thing digitally, or like we can put all the names in a hat. Whatever you think we should do. What are you guys talking about? Why else would you get milk and bread? Milk sandwiches, duh. It's a classic. It's a classic wintertime snack. Are you guys crazy right now? Or are we going to pick? I don't know. I was just thinking it would be nice to have something visual, some sort of suspense thing, you know? So yeah, that works. If you can like put all the names in that and then send me a link or something, that would be great. But I would like to push the button. You know what I mean? I would like to show people that it's very random. All right, we've got an update from the Pugs, too. Looks like 5 y'alls of mineral points so far in Wisconsin. Thank you for that. This one, this little supercell that could, is getting too dangerously close to land, and I'm not seeing it weaken as much as some of the other ones, so let's hope for a change there. Yeah, you can submit a snow measurement in Canada. Remember, if you got yourself a fancy yardstick, a yallometer, or if you don't, if you want to send in a snow measurement, send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall or pics@ryanhallyall.com. Everybody that participates is going to be entered to win $1,000 at the end of the stream. Once again, there's no other place you can watch the weather and win money for free. Okay. Why do I keep saying that? I don't know. I just feel like it's something that needs to be said. And of course, Kenzie, our merch person and our manager of many things here at Hall Enterprises, is reminding me to tell you that if you don't have a yallometer and you feel like you're missing out right now, there are more snowstorms coming, and you can get one right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But before we do that, let's check out the latest tornado warning. And hopefully the next time we do this and we're talking about snow and we're having fun and stuff, we're not also covering life-threatening storms. It's way more laid back whenever it's just snow. So, my goodness, sorry. New tornado warning down here in Florida does include Wielaka and Pomona Park. There's your rotation. It's weak, but it's there.
A new tornado warning has been issued
for the next 30 minutes. Another one. This one's up here in North Carolina. And it's, okay, here we go. This is for the Lumberton storm, the one that we've been talking about for a while now. We've finally got a tornado warning on it, and it looks like the rotation is picking up here near Saddle Tree, and it's going to ride up I-95. It'll probably cross I-95 within the next 5 minutes and then move up there towards Rosier Sidings and St. Paul's. If you're in St. Paul's in South Carolina, you need to be taking shelter right now. Oh, look at that. These are our supercells that are approaching Oak Island now. And then this is that most recent tornado warning. Don't be scared, be prepared. Snow absolutely can be life-threatening. You're right. It's just, it feels like the stakes are higher in a tornado situation. And, you know, most of the time in a snow situation, people are not necessarily enjoying it, but just, you know, they're there to see it and understand it, and you can have some more fun with it. Not as much with the tornadoes. Yeah, the rotation is looking a little bit more serious now over here towards St. Paul's. So get ready. Once again, take shelter over there in South Carolina. Also, continuing to look at our big-time supercells out here in the ocean, the ones that we need a boat for. This one is, I mean, it's getting close to land, but you know, the more I look at it, the more I do realize that it is weakening. Like the rotation is weakening. So hopefully this will do another thing where it just doesn't, for whatever reason, it doesn't make it into the U.S. Unfortunately, it's causing a lot of problems for these fish out here right now. But yeah, these things, they're monsters. I mean, these are producing huge tornadoes out here over the ocean. But the closer they get to land, the weaker they get, which is great. And I think it's because they're moving out of the really good thermodynamics. There's not as much instability up here. Now, the instability axis is moving closer to land as these storms do, but also, what else is approaching fast? It's this cold front. So once the cold front comes through, it sweeps everything out of the way. So I'm hoping that the instability stays just out to sea the entire time and it misses everything. But we're going to be playing it close. All right, so our storm near Lumberton that is now, I believe, producing a tornado might be trying to spit up a little bit of a correlation coefficient drop there. A little bit of a sign of a confirmed tornado. So we likely have a tornado on the ground coming up
tornado
towards
warning has been
St.
issued.
Paul's and Horseneck and Oakland in South Carolina. So please take shelter now. Newest tornado warning is back down here in Florida. What? Don't ask me. I guess there is some rotation here. Yeah. Listen, this is a strong line of storms, and we need to be taking it seriously regardless of whether or not there's a tornado in there. But the National Weather Service believes, for some reason, that this storm is especially capable of producing a tornado, and we need to, obviously, we need to take heed of their warnings and take shelter in Bellevue Heights, Bellevue, East Silver Spring Shore, Starks Ferry, and Wood and Lakes in Florida, at least for the next 24 minutes, okay? There's definitely some disturbances. There's some instability. There's some changing winds out here in this part of the storm, so we've got to watch that closely as it moves up this way. Yeah, there's something of a little
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Cumberland County, Harnett County, Sampson County, North Carolina. Now y'all are under a tornado warning too. And it looks to me like that's mostly a continuation of the warning for the storm that we've been paying attention to here. I believe there's a chance that a tornado is going through St. Paul's right now, or just went through St. Paul's. And now it's moving off to the north and east. Maybe towards Fayetteville. Let me play this out here. Likely going to go just to the east of Fayetteville, but Fayetteville takes shelter anyways. There's another little storm here that could hook up. Fayetteville, most importantly, I think Grace Creek, Cedar Creek, Stedman, Bethany Crossroads, Hayes Mill, Mingo, Spivey's Corner, and Plainview in South Carolina. I think you guys need to be taking shelter. This is somewhat of a discrete supercell here. sometimes we have these little side conversations, and I look back at chat like after I've talked about a tornado warning or something, and I'm so confused. Like, why are people talking about milk and bread and grilled cheese sandwiches? But it brings me back to Ty Cause. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We're up to 4 inches of snow now in northeast Wisconsin. It's going to keep coming. Keep us updated. Hey, Fayetteville, North Carolina, no snow. You're about to have 4 inches of tornado up in there, so you better get to shelter if you haven't got there already. You are under a tornado warning right now in Fayetteville, North Carolina. But yeah, it's getting awfully windy out there, and it's raining. And it looks like there's at least a half a y'all of mud out there. I am me says, I've lived here for 20 years. This may collect a small amount of water, but never this. This is not normal at all. Yep, this is a pretty significant rain event for this part of the world. Member, let's see here. Matthew Casey's been a member for 15 months. Says, please check on Venice. I mean, 15 months. That's the least I can do. Venice, Italy. Oh, Florida. So Venice is about to get smacked by this line of storms that we've been tracking here. This is the one that goes plumb down to Mexico. Okay. So there's no chance possibly of this one going around you or missing you. This is definitely going to hit Venice. Now, what does that mean? More than likely, all it means is some
a new tornado
50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts,
issued.
a brief spat of rain and lightning. But there's also a very small chance that we get a tornado as well. And for example, the same line is hitting up to your north in Tampa right now. And Tampa was just now put under a tornado warning
been issued.
Thanks to this area of rotation here near Pinellas Park. So yeah, Tampa, Florida now is under a tornado warning. Take shelter now. There's your rotation right here. If there's a tornado, it's happening somewhere near Pinellas Park. Somebody said you doubted the predictions for Florida earlier. No, I didn't understand why there was already a state of emergency. I guess I don't really understand what is really the point. Like, what even is a state of emergency? Like, what does it do? Because, usually you hear about that after the storm happens, and there had been no storms that hit in this part of Florida yet. And I still, to this, I don't believe anything even close to what happened in the Panhandle of Florida is going to happen down here. The supercell that is approaching North Carolina from the ocean here it's continuing to look interesting, to say the least. I understand like the vague statements, like it helps with funds and it makes us mobilized and all this stuff, but like, what does
a new tornado warning has been issued?
You know what I mean. Everybody here knows what I mean. Like, why did they need it if that storm hadn't even hit yet? And if the answer very well could be like, hey, they didn't, but it's just preemptive, it's precautionary. And my response to that is, heck yeah, man. I love it. Latest update on our tornado warning up here near Florence, South Carolina. I think I keep saying North Carolina here. I'm sorry. I'm getting my states mixed up. Yeah, a little bit of rotation here near Maysville, St. Charles, Elliott, and Cypress Crossroads needs to be taking shelter immediately. There's definitely a possibility for a tornado to happen here very soon, but I don't see an imminent threat. Not as much as I see for the storm that is approaching Fayetteville, South Carolina. North Carolina. My bad. I'm getting Florence and Fayetteville, North Carolina, South Carolina mixed up. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Florence, South Carolina. A lot of people are asking for more detail about the St. Petersburg storm. There's not a lot to give. This is a line of storms. There was a little bit of rotation a moment ago. Now there isn't. This is likely just going to be a strong thunderstorm for most of you, but there's a very slight chance that a spin-up tornado could occur here. In fact, most of the rotation, in my opinion, has moved to the south a little bit near South Pasadena and St. Pete Beach. This could produce another little spin-up tornado here as it approaches St. Petersburg, but who knows how long it'll last. The main thing here is we're going to see a lot of heavy rain, some strong winds, and maybe a brief tornado over the next little bit. The governor declares a state of emergency when he or she believes a disaster has occurred or may be imminent that is severe enough to require state aid to supplement local resources. Okay, so I haven't seen it happen prior to the storms very much, other than before a big hurricane or something comes in, you know? I don't think I've ever seen one issued prior to a squall line, okay? I'm allowed to be surprised, daggone it. And it's a good thing, right? It's a good thing. So why do I feel like you guys are mad about something? Yeah, I'm seeing more photos from Bamberg, South Carolina. It looks like that's probably one of the areas that's been hit hardest today. The governor has been watching Ryan Hall and making sure everyone is prepared. Hey, it happens. We definitely know of some governors out there who are Ryan Hall y'all watchers. I'll stick to the weather and I'll let you guys do the governing. All right. All right, I got to take a brief step away from the computer here. I will be right back. BRB.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Hola. Okay, so we've got another
A new
good call
tornado
here.
warning has been
Another
issued.
tornado warning for portions of North Carolina from Bald Head Island up towards Carolina Beach. Anticipating the landfall of this massive supercell out here, which is still rotating like crazy. So we'll see what happens with that. Oh boy. We got to go back to St. Petersburg. It's doing the thing. A much larger area of rotation has occurred here. And we might be talking about the real deal. Let me pull all of our resources down here. This might be the real deal here, not just a spin up QLCS. So remember, earlier when we were talking about this, we were talking about how the rotation had transferred from up here to just southwest of St. Petersburg. That continues to be the case, but the rotation is getting much stronger, and we see a pretty well-defined hook here. right over St. Petersburg. So if there's a tornado, I mean, it's in the town, like it's in downtown Petersburg, St. Petersburg right now. And then it's immediately going to go into the bay here, into the water, and we'll see what happens from there. It'll probably dissipate, but my goodness, once again, I have to say, it's another reason why it's such, in my opinion, it's such a good idea to watch wall-to-wall coverage like this if you're concerned about the weather. This tornado warning was issued while I was there in the bathroom. 20 minutes before I went in there, we were talking about this. And anybody who's on the air, on TV or wherever else you're watching live coverage, that usually only happens after the tornado is already on the ground. You know what I mean? And there's not a lot of talk about, maybe this storm, maybe that storm. We've got to watch St. Petersburg, blah, blah, blah. So once again, if you don't care, if you think what we're doing here is useful, if you think that it's valuable, please help us spread the word so that more people are potentially here when we do those call outs in the future. So far, the highest wind gust recorded from this squall line has been 106 miles per hour, which is equivalent to a Category 2 hurricane. And it's becoming harder for me to string sentences together. I think we're getting close to hour 8 or hour 9 straight here. But we'll get through it. Yeah, this thing's doing something. St. Petersburg, once again, hopefully everybody is in their safe spot. Hopefully you got in there or started getting there 30 minutes ago. That warning was a little late, in my opinion. But also, hopefully nothing happened at all. And it was just a passing mesocyclone. Once it gets out over the water, I really do think it'll dissipate before it gets to the other side, so we won't talk too much about it once it gets over the water, but we'll keep our eye on this area for updates about what happened. How many tornadoes have been produced so far from this system? We don't know yet. It's probably a few. It's probably more. It's probably an outbreak officially. Bamberg. More photos from Bamberg here. Carrie King gifted 5 or 10 Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Huge shout out to Carrie for that. That's big. Jim Mackey, thanks for the super chat. Almighty, thoughts on Kelly, North Carolina? Kelly, North Carolina, you're in the clear right now, but you've got tornadoes south of you, you've got them east of you, you got them north of you, you've got them west of you. All right, they're all closing in on your location. Definitely within the next couple of hours, you're going to start seeing the rain, the wind, everything's going to pick up. You're at least going to see 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and some lightning and some thunder. At the worst case scenario, you see a tornado. So just be weather aware as we continue to watch this unfold here. Our supercell, oh man, this one right here might ride the beach and never make landfall, wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be something if it literally just stayed off the beach the whole time? Regardless, we've got a tornado warning all the way up towards Carolina Beach. That's in North Carolina. Back here to our Florida storm. The storm that just went through St. Petersburg is over water now. If there was a tornado, I'm sure we'll hear about it sooner rather than later. But I'd say that everybody in the Tampa, St. Petersburg region is, downtown Tampa, I would definitely stay in my safe spot. But St. Petersburg, the worst part of the storm is past you by now. Yeah, the correlation coefficient over there is kind of sloppy. Wow. My wife, Stephanie, daggone it, why can't I ever get things to stick? Has been a member for 35 months, so that's an even better indication of how long I've been doing this. She's definitely been here since day one on the channel. So 35, like almost sometime this month will be the 3-year anniversary of me doing weather on YouTube. But Steph says, your boys and I wanted to say hi, make sure to drink something besides Diet Coke. We love you. Thanks, Steph. Oh, Otto and Echo and Steph are at home watching the stream. Carrie, thank you for the super chat. Moose Goose.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
5 memberships. It's been a member for 21 months. Mac, thanks for becoming a member. Is Bethany Crossroads, North Carolina, going to get hit from S6? Bethany Crossroads. Yeah, you're going to get hit by this line of storms before everything's said and done. So just be weather aware for the next couple of hours. You'll be fine. How's Surf City, North Carolina looking? Surf City, North Carolina is looking fine right now, but you are in the crosshairs of all of these supercells that are trying to come ashore right now. So definitely be weather aware over the next little bit. Stephanie has been a member for almost 2 years. Thanks for all the hard work. Valeria says, I appreciate your dedication and coverage. Timmy Turner says it's been nice. Has been a member for 3 months. Thank you all. We did get a new tornado warning there, didn't we? I thought we did. Yeah, is this it? I don't know. Tampa's still under a tornado warning. Stay in your safe spot all the way up there towards Riverview and Del Rio. We've still got a tornado warning up here for Wade and Irwin in North Carolina. That rotation has weakened a lot, though, and we're going to hope that that continues to be the case. We've got a rotating storm down here near Burgal that we've got to watch. And really all eyes are on this supercell here that's approaching the beach. It might make landfall somewhere around Wrightsville Beach. But you can see that that is definitely rotating right there. We'll see how long it lasts. how does one have a tornado warning and a watch? And most tornado warnings happen at the same time as a watch. So what usually happens is a tornado watch is issued first, and then so a tornado watch just means that the conditions are favorable for tornadoes, and then whenever those favorable conditions actually start producing a tornado, you get a warning. So you've heard me talk about it before, but if you've got the ingredients to make a taco in your kitchen, like if you have the things necessary to make a taco in your kitchen, then yeah, there's technically a taco watch in your kitchen. But if you actually go in there and start pulling those ingredients out and start assembling a taco, now there's a taco warning. So that you can be under a taco watch and a taco warning at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And you've seen the graphics. You've seen this, I'm sure. Oh, wow. Chris Jackson is getting slammed in South Carolina. He's in Lamar, South Carolina right now. Yeah, this is just to the west of Florence. So this is just the squall line. This is what's getting ready to happen in Florence, South Carolina, within the next 15 minutes or so. Yeah, so pretty intense storm there. Yeah, if you've got the ingredients in your kitchen right now to make tacos, watch out because tacos could be made at any time. Does that mean that there's going to be tacos? No. But does that mean that there could be tacos? Yes. Just replace tacos with tornadoes, and you've got exactly what we're talking about. Let's go back to Florida, right? I believe we've got ourselves or we had ourselves a mesocyclone around TPA, the Tampa airport. It has also since faded. These things go fast, that's for sure. But we're going to watch this area. This part of the storm here seems to be really active as far as, rotation goes. So maybe up there towards Valrico and Seffner, we'll have to worry about tornadoes in the near future. A new taco watch.
A new tornado watch has been
issued for Charlotte County, Florida. DeSoto County, Florida. Let's just wait on the graphic for that. There's a lot of counties. What? There's not. Is there 5 million? How many power outages are there in North Carolina? I think I can pull up the map. Oh, somebody in chat said there's 5 million people without power in North Carolina, and I see where he got that. If you go to poweroutage.us, you can see that there's 5 million tracked customers in North Carolina. Still, though, there's 100,000 people without power. A lot of people in Greene County are without power right now in North Carolina. But if there's 5 million people without power in North Carolina, that's like the whole state, the entire state. Looks like Bryce Shelton has arrived in Bamberg to assess the damage. Yeah, you gotta have tacos, milk sandwiches, and a nice Diet Coke. That's what we're having for dinner. Yeah, so once this rain is done in Tampa, the storm is done. So once that gets by you, it's over. Clearwater, you're finished. Ocala, Florida, you're finished. Gainesville, it's over in a good way, like the storm is over. Savannah, you go to sleep. Columbia, South Carolina, go to sleep. Charlotte, North Carolina, you're fine. Areas north and east of that, it's a little bit trickier. Even if the line of storms is past you, areas like Danville, for example, could experience flash flooding problems for the next little bit. The storm's getting ready to get into Richmond right now, though. 60-mile-per-hour winds are getting ready to move right on into Richmond, Virginia. And I believe... yeah, we're down to one tornado warning, y'all. We've got the one in Florida. That's it. So we when we first started the stream around 8 a.m. this morning, things were off the chain. All right. We had a lot of tornadoes. Things calmed down for a little bit. Around 1 p.m., things started ramping back up. Here we are at 4:42 p.m. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. I've got a feeling that if these supercells off the coast here, if they don't hold together, then hopefully we're past the worst part of this storm. Hopefully. But they could start coming onto shore and causing a bunch of problems. We don't know yet. Hello, Ryan. I recommend playing some smooth jazz. We might do that next time. We might have the local on the 8s. Do you think Virginia Beach will be issued a tornado watch? Is Virginia Beach not under a tornado watch? If Virginia Beach isn't currently under a tornado watch, I believe that they will be. soon. Betha says, thank you for all you do. I'm in Western New York with no power, hard rain, heavy winds, and it's 34 degrees. Family's in Palm Bay, Florida, and Virginia Beach. It's been a long day, and you have made it better. Thank you so much for that. I'm glad I could help. I'm not tired. You're tired. So we are back down to 0 tornado warnings. We've just got our big line of severe thunderstorm warnings. I want to see snow. Where's the snow? Why aren't we getting covered up with snow pics? If you are in the snow right now, back here in Illinois, Iowa, Missouri, Wisconsin, we need snow pictures. And we're going to go ahead and do, Kinsey, is that 1 or 2 in that video? Is there 1 or 2? Maybe we could do 1 now and 1 a little bit later. Or if there's already 2 in that, we can go ahead and do 2 now. That's the first one. Okay, great. All right, so here's why it's very important to get yourself a Yolometer before the next storm, before the next snowstorm. You're getting ready to find out. First of all, keep sending in your photos and your videos of the snow. I want to see how much do we have around Madison, and how much do we have like the closer you get to Chicago. And we are going to get back to the severe weather, I promise. We're just using this little break to do something fun. What's the name of that place where I get music from? Epidemic Sound, yeah. I don't hear anything. Do you guys hear that? Oh, goodness. That was too much. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. So just to, this is still mostly a severe weather stream, but just to lighten the mood a little bit here and do something that we've been wanting to do for a while, but it just hasn't snowed enough. Let's go ahead and pick a winner for somebody that's going to win $1,000 today because it snowed at their house. I mean, welcome to the world in 2024. What a time to be alive. How are we going to do this? Okay. Bear with me. Yalameter, you can get it on shopryanhall.com. It's the best way to support us. If you like what we do here, it keeps us from having to rely on corporate sponsors. We will never have a commercial. We'll never have us a daggone, you won't see us covered in like NASCAR jackets with all the different logos on it and stuff. And as long as you go buy our fancy yardsticks, that's all we ask. And then we'll give you $1,000 back in return if you're lucky. It's a good bet. It's a good bet. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is. Okay, so Kenzie has put all of the names of the submissions that we've received that qualify into this spinning wheel and reduced it down to half randomly. And then she created another spinning wheel, and whoever she already knows the winner, but we're getting ready to watch a video of her finding the winner right now. So this is, once again, go get yourself a Yalameter, get ready for the next snowstorm so you can also be a part of this next time. But for now, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Okay, here we go. All right, y'all ready? Who's winning $1,000 for sending in a picture of their snow measurement? Let's find out right now, son. We needed a drum roll. Daggone it, I should have got a drum roll. Dak 217. Congratulations, Dak 217. It's a party in here. You see the lights changing behind me? That's just for you. Okay, so the way this works now is we've got your submission, we've got your picture here, and there it is, Dwight Kane. Look here, I'm following you. Okay, I'm following you. Send me a message on Twitter from the account that you sent this in, and we will.
A new tornado
we'll
warning has been issued.
We'll work out the details that way. Also, if you don't care, follow the Shop Ryan Hall page too. It'll be even faster because then Kenzie can help. Thank you so much. And guys, look, we've done that once. We're probably going to do that 20 more times before the year's over. So the odds are ever in your favor. If you want to help us, please go to shopryanhall.com and get yourself a Yalameter today. And we do fun stuff like that all the time whenever we're covering mostly snow. We also keep an eye on road conditions and have storm chasers and keep track of power outages and shelters and all that stuff too. But that's just a little taste of what's to come. We do have ourselves a nice new tornado warning, though, that we need to go look at because no longer are we in a break. This is for South Boston, Virginia. Really strong storm here in Virginia, getting ready to come through South Boston, Halifax. A little bit of rotation here near Turbeville. So take shelter if you're in South Boston or Drake's Branch. That's Charlotte and Halifax counties in Virginia. We are so lucky right now that these supercells out here off the coast of the Myrtle Beach area and the Wilmington area are falling apart and they're not really making landfall. I mean, once again, that right there is a huge chungus waterspout. It's a water wedge is what it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And, if that was to continue all the way up into land, we would have some major problems. But so far, none of these have done that. We got us another new tornado warning. And it's for the same area up here in Virginia. Yep, there you go. Another area of rotation right here near Crystal Hill. So we've got two potential tornadoes trying to form here in Virginia. One of them's down here. One of them's right here. They're both moving to the northeast. So South Boston, Scottsburg, Clover, Mulberry Hill, Drake's Branch. Let's see here. Phoenix, Nathalie, and Crystal Hill in Virginia need to be taking shelter. These storms are both pointed directly at Farmville in Virginia. So y'all get ready for that, okay? No, I didn't say Turdville. Turbville. But I'm telling you right now, there is a Turdville somewhere in the U.S. I'm almost sure of it. Wait, what? Is this somebody stacking 2 yolometers, or is this a misprinted yolometer? How in the world could we have possibly missed that? And these these fine folks are just okay with it. They're still using it. This looks like a misprinted yolometer to me. This is rare. Our quality control is top tier. I don't know how we missed this. We forgot to cut it. That's a first. Yeah, that's I would keep that. I mean, you definitely reach out to us if you want a non-misprinted one, but keep that one. Maybe one day it'll end up like quarters or something. The misprinted quarters and stuff, how they're more valuable. I don't know.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for Volusia County, Florida. That's down there to the west of Daytona Beach. And there is some rotation with it here near Deadman Landing. So if I'm in Bakerstown or Seville in Florida, or all the way up here towards Palm Coast, I'm taking shelter.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Patty S. has a misprinted quarter. Somebody said they didn't see their name in the drawing. Don't worry, we're doing another one. The yolometer thing, we divided it into 2. We're gonna give somebody else $1,000 too. It still could be you. Yeah, the rotation on this storm in Florida is probably the most impressive out of any of the Floridian storms that we've seen warnings for, other than the Tampa Bay St. Petersburg one. So Palm Coast definitely needs to take shelter. Oh man, I got something weird going on my forehead here. I don't know if I got bit by a skeeter or what. Kenny McCormick, we're gonna get snow. It's gonna happen, buddy. I promise. I think giving 10 people $100 is better. That's probably true. We might try that. We might try that. Not this time, but next time. What do you guys think? 20 people get $100 a piece, or 2 people get $1,000 a piece next time? We really, it's not about like, we really just want to encourage people to use them. Just because whenever we do snow streams, that's like the most important thing, is making sure that we get a bunch of reports of snow in so we can build our map and show like how much snow has fallen all over the place. One 1,000 and 10 100s. I like that. Oh wow. Wow. So one of our supercells that has been floating around out here in the ocean, it's dangerously close to land, but it's not quite there yet. It looks really impressive. This is good news and bad news. It's good news because this is happening out to sea, right? It's bad news because now we're at a latitude where some of these supercells will be able to be on land at that same latitude, which means that the conditions are still favorable here for tornadoes. So it could mean that these supercells will continue to produce as they go on to land. So we're just going to hope for the best here and hope that this stuff fades. Patricia, thank you for becoming a member. Here we go. Iowa City, Iowa, getting close to a foot over there. Thank you, Anna, for sending that in. Around 3 inches so far in the Chicago suburbs. Beautiful little kitty cat. And here's our misprint. This man doesn't know the gold mine collectible item that he's sitting on here. Southwest side of Chicago. So we're starting to get more reports in from Chicago. There are currently no tornado warnings in North Carolina. Somebody was asking about Hoke County. There is no tornado warning right now in North Carolina. Our tornado warnings are currently up here in Virginia and down there in Florida. In Virginia, we're talking about Charlotte and Halifax counties. In Florida, we're talking about Volusia and Putnam counties. Homegrown USA says, Ryan, I've been watching since the beginning. What's your opinion on WSV3 for professional use? Is Radar Omega similar? I'm a total weather geek. WSV3 is a lot more expensive, but it's made for like TV level broadcasting. You know, it's not made for like consumer use of somebody just wanting to check the radar. You know, so if you have a lot of plans to do a lot of graphic design work and coding and all that stuff to make your radar more broadcast friendly, WSV3 is a great it's a great software for that. But it is a lot more expensive than Radar Omega.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Radar Omega does all of the same things functionally. It just, you can't make it look like it's supposed to be on the local news and stuff. You know what I mean? Well, you probably can, but it's a little bit, the WSV3 is a little bit more tailored to that. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, off the coast of North Carolina, there's currently a bunch of tornadoes, but they are over water. We've got a really close-up view of this water wedge now that's off the coast of Wilmington, so I'm gonna have to gawk over it. Oh my gosh, y'all, look at that. Once again, we've got a bounded weak echo region. In other words, we have an eye. We have a daggone monster wedge tornado out here just a couple miles off the coast of Carolina Beach. This is another tornado capable of lofting sharks. Sharknado. I mean, here's the correlation coefficient. We've got some sort of debris up here. What is it? Water? No. It's fish. And the one, oh man, there's still a couple really strong ones down here too. This one, it looks like it's pretty intense. But this one, by far, is the most intense. Here's another look from Peoria, Illinois.
A new tornado warning
And
has been
we've
issued.
got us a new tornado warning, so let's go check that out. Up here in North Carolina. Oh, we got 2 new ones in North Carolina. One of them is going to be for
A new
our
tornado
incoming,
warning has
or
been
one of our
issued.
incoming supercells. This one's really interesting to me. I believe that there very well could be a water spout here getting ready to make landfall near Sloop Point and Watts Landing. That's going to potentially become a tornadic supercell and produce a tornado up here near Holly Ridge, up Highway 17 towards Jacksonville, North Carolina. Take shelter now. The other new tornado warning is up here north of Durham and Raleigh. A little bit of rotation here near Magnum Store. That's going to come up towards Oxford. We need you taking shelter up here, okay? I do want to check in on our Palm Coast tornado warning just to see if there's anything to talk about there. And no, it's just stay sheltered for the next 10 to 20 minutes and the storm will pass. By far, the most concerning situation we have is off the coast of the Carolinas here. So we're going to stick with that for a moment. I am going to get up and stretch my legs to get ready for the final leg of this stream and whatever happens next from there. And I'm probably going to get myself, I might even get myself a Diet Coke just to make you all mad. I was going to get a water. No, I'll get a water and a Diet Coke. Be right back. All right. We're back. Pointing the radar over here at our storm near Surf City. If there's a tornado, it's got to be, it's got to be making landfall right now, right? We'll see. The next one, this is the one that we're really open weekends before it gets up there. But it's right behind it. Oh man, we're getting a big time wind gust here at the weather house. Oh man, how do I? Oh crap. How many of you guys have Tempest weather stations? I know a lot of you do. I'm logging into mine. Yeah, so yeah, here at the weather house, 56.7 degrees. Winds gusting at 16 miles per hour. I'm pretty sure the gust that we just had was a little bit higher than that. The last lightning strike we had was 1 month ago. This is one of the lowest pressure readings I've seen in a while. Look at that. The barometric pressure has been dropping significantly since January 8th. If you're a person who likes to look at charts and graphs and you think it would be interesting to have years of weather data from your backyard, Tempest Weather Station is a must-have. You've got live wind speed and a log. It's raining heavily right now. We've had a little over half an inch of rain so far today. Very cool stuff. Very cool stuff. $987 millibars. What's up with the red square above Greenville? That's a severe thunderstorm warning. You just can't see what's in it because we're not on the correct radar site. If we change it, though, it looks like they should probably just let that one die because there's no storm there. The storm that promoted the warning has seriously backed off. Oh, yeah, we'll see another 50. We'll see another 50 tornado warnings before the night's over. Do you have a promo code for the Tempest? Not right now. Not right now. We do run that sometimes, but we don't have anything right now. They are not very, I mean, for what they are, they're not very expensive. I know it's a big swing for a weather station, but any other weather station out there that's of the same caliber is like $500, if not more. Yep, and here is a live video feed. Here is a live video feed from the Weather House. We're up on top of a mountain here in East Kentucky. And even here, way out here in East Kentucky, you can see that we have really low clouds, and they're moving very fast. Up here, this is where some of those areas, some of those 60, 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds are blowing at around 5,000 feet. Some of that is getting shuffled down closer to the surface in the form of, right now just 30 mile per hour wind gusts, but that will increase as time goes on. Can you get your weather info on your phone? Yeah, you can get it on your phone. You can get it on the computer. The thing about the Tempest is it doesn't come with a dedicated, like a lot of weather stations will come with like a little module that you put on your desktop or whatever, and that's like the only place that you get the weather. The Tempest, you get a URL or an app, and you can look at it from anywhere. And the cool thing about that is if you've got a little extra Android tablet or $50 tablet or something, you can rig it up to where that is it just displays this. And now, you can set this up on your nightstand or your kitchen table or whatever it is that you're wanting to do, and it becomes your dedicated display for the weather information, right? So it's a little bit more versatile. I like it because I can just pull it up on the computer, cast it to the TV, whatever it is. A little bit more freedom with it. All right, let's go check back in on our tornado situation here. The supercell that kind of came into Surf City it's weakening. It's not like it's something about the beaches are really shredding these supercells apart. Thank goodness. But yeah, like that's gone now. Like there's a little bit of rotation left. We still have a tornado warning for Jacksonville, but it's not. To me, it's not giving tornado anymore. This storm a little bit farther to the south looks crazy. It's rotating like a top. This is a Sharknado type of storm. I'm hoping that the same thing happens. It continues right on up towards the coast, and then it fizzles out into nothing. But if that doesn't happen, we could have a serious situation on our hands. Tornado warning continues back here in Palm Coast, Florida. Nothing really to update you on there. Stay sheltered for the next 6 minutes at least. I guess if you lose internet with the Tempest, you will still be able to look at the information on your local network. The Tempest connects to like a little modem in your house that connects to your router. So if the internet goes out, you can still see, as long as you got power to your router, I guess. You can still see the data from the Tempest. You just won't be able to view it remotely, like if you're in another state or something, like you can when the internet is working. I've never tested it. You might be able to hook right up to the little module that sits in my garage. Might not need internet at all. If you don't want to worry about looking at it over the cloud, you know. Yeah, the Tempest is it's battery powered, but it's got solar panels on it, so it automatically charges. Mine, I've got it plugged in anyways. You can get an adapter to where you can like plug it into an outlet. Mine's plugged in just in case as like a failover. Yeah, Baltimore, all of this is heading towards Baltimore, but it won't come in the form of severe storms. It's just going to be strong winds, heavy rain tonight. We were looking at that, weren't we? Yeah, we were looking at that earlier. Looks like the peak snow report from Kansas has been 9 inches in Wilsey. Summerfield's got 8.5 inches. Oh boy. And here's a beautiful view of our squall line from NOAA satellites and all the lightning in there. Crazy stuff. Jan, thank you so much for the 10 gifted. Noni's May Life says we're actually getting snow and wind. Oh yeah, we're actually getting snow and wind. It's rare nowadays, but 40 years ago we used to get lots of snow. Homegrown USA says, Ryan, I've been watching you from the beginning. Oh, okay. I already answered the WSV3 question. Gosh, I hope that these supercells continue to die on their approach to the coast, because if that's the case, we might be getting close to being donezo. And boy, wouldn't it be nice to take a nap? Who's taking a nap when this is over? Diet Coke makes you want to take a nap. No, I haven't. I skipped my Diet Coke. I just had the one earlier. Maybe that's why feel like I need to take a nap. The Des Moines Police Department responded to 28 snow-related crashes, and the Iowa State Patrol dealt with 46 crashes and 140 motor assists. I guess that's so far today or in the last hour. Can you check out Tampa? Yeah, we can go back to Tampa. The storm is over in Tampa. If it's still raining, if it's still pretty windy there in Tampa, you're just getting the backside of the cold front. The worst part of the storm is far away from you, and it's only going to get better from here. It's over in Columbia. It's over in Savannah. It's over in Brunswick. It's over in Beaufort. It's over in Florence for the most part. The places that we are still watching, the places that still need to be concerned, are places like Georgetown, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Oak Island, Wilmington, Jacksonville, Beaufort, North Carolina. I forget which one's which. Kitty Hawk, Nags Head, Elizabeth City, Raleigh, you're getting hit right now. Okay, so the storm is coming in right now. 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail, some damaging winds potentially. Once that's out of here, it's over for you. But yeah, Rocky Mount, Greenville, Goldsboro, all you guys, we're still watching this area right here. Okay, so we heard from Mr. Jerry, the man with the misprinted Yolometer. He says he's keeping it. It's special. Beaufort's in North Carolina, Beaufort, South Carolina. Okay, I'll remember that for the next 5 minutes. I still haven't got a message from the guy who won the Yolometer. I don't know if the Shop Ryan Hall pages got it yet or not. But after the stream, if I haven't heard anything from him, I will DM them. Actually, I might DM him right now. It would be cool to do that on the stream. You won.
A new tornado
Shop Ryan Hall,
warning
make
has
sure
been
you're
issued.
following him too, because I forwarded him to you, and then you can work with Carly, and we can get her done. We got a new tornado warning here in anticipation of our next fish wedge that's trying to come ashore here. Bald Head Island, Southport, Carolina Beach. Once again, you guys are under a tornado warning. We'll see what happens here. This was a big, giant tornado over the ocean not too long ago. Now it's not much of that anymore. It still got some rotation. It could still potentially produce a tornado. That's why we've got the warning. What's going to happen next, we will find out shortly. This one is still really impressive. I don't know how long that's going to last, but we'll continue to watch it as it approaches Emerald Isle in North Carolina. Oh, yeah. My message to him might have looked like a spam. You just won $1,000. Click this link and give me your social security number. Yeah, we're going to be sticking around for at least until these fish wedges fall apart. Because knowing our luck, the moment we end the stream, one of these will just decide to not fall apart and then just slam into North Carolina. And we wouldn't have been here to help people out with that. So we're going to stick around at least. Well, I tell you one thing, we cannot go over 12 hours. We really think it's important to archive these streams, and YouTube just deletes the whole thing if you go 1 minute over 12 hours for some reason. So, and also because of there's people here who have, apparently humans need to sleep and eat and do things outside of work. So at 12 hours, we will inevitably have to end it, but we could end it even before that if these supercells fall apart. Currently, I don't know how far in we are. I believe we're approaching the 10-hour mark. Yeah, we're officially at 10 hours. That's how long we've been streaming. So we could theoretically go another 2. It's crazy how fast these goes by. Every time we do a stream, and it's, 10, 11, 12 hours long, it never feels like it. We'll have to just do a stream one day, maybe in a winter storm, something that's not it doesn't need to be archived, and do a 24-hour thing. I think that'd be fun. And I don't think it would be that hard. We could just argue about Diet Coke and talk about the weather, Fun stuff. Raleigh, North Carolina, you're next in line for this big line of storms that's coming in. 60-mile-per-hour winds, flooding rains. We've got a lot of flash flood warnings out here from Charlotte back to Greenville up towards Roanoke, and we've got a new tornado warning. There it is.
A new tornado warning
That was-
has been issued.
It was a little delayed there. It'll pop up on our map here momentarily. There it is. South Hill, Union level. Alberta, the entire I-85 corridor in southern Virginia, between South Hill and McKinney. Y'all are under a tornado warning. We've got some rotation down here near Boydton. And yeah, that's coming up to the north and east. I think the main threat here is still going to be those strong damaging winds, but the possibility of a tornado sneaking in there is not small. It's also not very huge. During a blizzard once, I did 36 hours straight at work. It didn't seem that long. Yeah. It's really not that bad. Everybody's always freaks out about the 12-hour live streams, but like, especially when there's a lot going on. Man, some of the tornado outbreaks are so crazy. Like, it feels like a blink of an eye. It's like, oh, wow, 12 hours already? Don't overdo it with the 24-hour stream. Well, like, we wouldn't do that every day. Like, maybe once a year. We could do, like, maybe some fundraising, maybe after the next big weather event where we need to do a Y'all Squad thing. Maybe. There's some... There would be a good reason to do it. Yeah, Reed Timmer's been out there since 8 p.m. Eastern last night. Chris Hall was out there for a good period of time, too, overnight and into today. The storm chasers, the ones who depend on YouTube and stuff to be able to do it, talk about a grind. Some of those guys go 36 hours or more without sleeping and still drive, which can be dangerous, obviously, but hey. We obviously appreciate what they do here. Are you doing a stream for Thursday or Friday? So that's still yet to be determined. It looks to me like there probably is going to be another 10% hatch risk for tornadoes, at least on one of those days. So I think so. But if there's a blizzard warning for a lot of people, if there's a pretty good population under a blizzard warning, we'll go live solely for that too, even without the tornado aspect. In fact, that's what I'm open for. I want to cover a blizzard. I'm tired of these daggone tornadoes. I'm sure we'll have plenty of tornado opportunities this coming spring. I'm ready for snow, daggone it. Yeah, snowman building contests. We did that last year. That was fun. More Yalameter stuff. What about, will there be a giveaway for the best lightning photo / video in Florida? Maybe we'll work something like that out in the future. I guess it is kind of unfair that the snow lovers get the chance to win. But hey, listen, I said that mud counts. You can measure mud. As long as you're measuring something. There are some things, like, as long as you're measuring either snow or mud. Over 700,000 electric customers are without power across the USA due to the storm systems making their way from the Gulf Coast up to the Northeast. So I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of this, especially because the winds are going to get so strong tonight up in the Northeast, I wouldn't be surprised if nationwide we have over 1 million people without power tonight. Let's check in on these tornado warnings. I'm still not seeing too much in the way of anything overly concerning for the one in Virginia. However, this is still going to be a very strong storm for South Hill and Alberta, Virginia. Please take shelter now. We do have a little sliver of a tornado warning down here near Cure Beach in North Carolina. That's where the rotation from this little supercell is trying to come onto shore. It's still out to sea right now. So everything's looking fine at this moment. And of course, our huge fish Sharknado wedge is fading right on cue. It's completely disappearing right on cue as it approaches Emerald Isle. Let's hope that continues to happen. My goodness, how lucky have we been today with that? There's still some rotation, but if it continues to weaken at the same rate as it has, we'll be fine over here. Obviously, we still have some big supercells down here that we have to worry about as they approach.
A new tornado warning has been
South
issued.
Carolina and the North Carolina coastline. But man, if they continue to weaken like this on their approach to land, I think for the most part this is looking good. Like this is looking like the event is pretty much over. We've got a little bit of South Carolina to go. Once this line gets through here, you guys are done for the night. A lot of, North Carolina, you guys have still yet to get your bout of rain and wind. But once it goes through, it's over. It's just about to be finished in Raleigh. And then, a couple hours from now, we'll hopefully be talking about it exiting the majority of North Carolina. The focus for the rest of the night, I think, is going to shift a little bit farther to the north. Once the tornado threat is completely gone, the flash flooding and the severe wind threat is going to really get going up here a little bit farther north, between Washington, Baltimore, Dover, Philadelphia, New York. You guys are getting ready to get in on some heavy rain right now. But the wind is going to be crazy, 50, 60, 70 mile per hour winds tonight as the storm rips off to the north and east. And this is going to cause a lot of power outages. Sorry. That was crazy. My throat just short-circuited. Anyways, this is going to cause a lot of power outages up and down the interior northeast and along the coast. And that's why I think it's possible that we see over 1 million people tonight without power in the eastern part of the U.S. We did get a new warning down here for the Orlando vicinity. I am going to go check on that now. There's some rotation here near Dr. Phillips. That's an interesting community name. But if you live near Dr. Phillips, there's a little bit of rotation here getting ready to cross Interstate 4, and it's heading up towards Oak Ridge, Belle Isle, and Conway. It doesn't look crazy, y'all. It doesn't look crazy. The biggest and most dangerous thing about this storm, in my opinion, is the winds. I mean, there's some 60 mile per hour winds getting ready to come through this area. So make sure you're ready for that and the potential for a tornado. I need a Diet Coke. I think I do, yeah. That's what I need. Dr. Phillips is by Universal Studios. How late are you staying on tonight? I'm north of Philadelphia. Not that late. The latest I'll be on here is about an hour and a half from now. We have to end the stream before the 12-hour time limit from YouTube, and that's how long a shift is here at the Weather House. And we only have one shift. We only have one crew. And honestly, I can't wait to get home and see our baby boys. I've been spending so much time there. It's it's been awesome. Is Andy still with your group? Yes, Andy is still a part of our group. The reason he's not here right now is because he was up all night last night waiting and monitoring the situation just in case we needed to go live last night. He was up for like 30-something hours, okay? And he went to sleep right before I went live, and, you know, he's probably still asleep right now, rightfully so. So we... yesterday we thought that we would need to be live yesterday and last night and everything, but thankfully things kind of held off until early this morning. We've been talking about the snow. Honestly, as of right now, because we are still monitoring the tornado warnings and stuff, it's up to you how much I talk about the snow. The more snow reports I get, the more I'm drawn to it. You know what I mean? And it's been a while since I've gotten a new snow picture. What is this? Chandra. In summary, while Diet Coke may be a better option in terms of calorie and sugar content, neither beverage contributes to nutritional health, obviously, and their consumption should be limited in a healthy diet, obviously. As always, individual dietary choices should be made in consultation with a healthcare professional, especially for those with specific health conditions or dietary needs. I would just about call my doctor right now and ask him, but we're not gonna bug him. I think he's watching. I'm pretty sure he's watching right now. But yeah, I'm definitely not an advocate. I'm not sitting here trying to say that Diet Coke is good for you. It's just if you're gonna have you a soda pop, it's better. It's better. Should we be worried at Disney World? Man, I feel so bad for having to ask this, but how close is Universal Studios to Disney World? It's pretty close, right? It's like right next to each other. I wouldn't say that you should be worried, but there's a chance that you're under this warning here, and yeah, you should take shelter in that case. There's a strong storm coming with 60-mile-per-hour winds and potentially even an embedded tornado to the general Orlando/Disney area. Artificial sweeteners are not good for you, Karen. Her name is literally Karen. Okay, I'm not. I'm not making fun. All right. Artificial sweeteners are not good for you. We know this. Nobody's saying anything different than that. I think every subject that we've ever brought up on this channel outside of weather has become controversial. That's why from now on, the policy is just strictly weather, at least for the next 5 minutes. Disney is to the south and west of Orlando. Okay, so the storm's already happening there. If there was going to be a tornado in Disney, it would have already happened. So stay in your safe spot if you're taking shelter for at least the next 10 minutes. Somebody said, I think you should drink beer all stream instead. I mean, I think some people would like that better. Some people would like support that more than Diet Coke, it seems. Like that's healthier, is what they would say. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. This is the kind of stuff that's just you got to show it. I don't know who sent this. I think it was in the Discord. Nick in Green Bay. This is a great snowman. He's got the Yolometer. He's got the R logo. This is beautiful. This is wonderful. And I think it's important to note, too, before we get back to the weather, okay, which is why we're all here, right? One last comment on Diet Coke. I think it's important for me to state that I don't drink Diet Coke because I think it's healthier. I don't prefer Diet Coke because I'm doing it for the health benefits. I just actually like it better. It tastes better. I prefer it. Regular Coke tastes like syrup. The stuff you put on pancakes with a little bit of water. It's what regular Coke tastes like to me. Diet Coke, it's clean. It's crisp. All right? It's nice. It's got nothing to do with whether or not it's good for you or not. I rest my case. It seems like there's a lot of people who agree. The strong winds are knocking on your door in Richmond, Virginia. How many people do we have here in Richmond? There's already a flash flood warning in effect for Richmond. It's pretty concerning because the strongest part of the storm and the heaviest rain is still on the way. That's going to come with some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And then behind that, you have some more rain. So if it's already flooding in Richmond or surrounding areas, it's going to get a lot worse here soon. Our supercells out here in the Atlantic Ocean have gone away. They've dissipated. Thank goodness. I don't know what happened other than what we were talking about earlier about how they were outrunning the favorable thermodynamics. We've got to thank that because if those things would have made it up here into the coastal areas of North Carolina, we would have been talking about significant damaging tornadoes. This line, the line of storms is now pretty much completely linear. The best chance for spin up tornadoes is now going to probably be down here in Florida. Very brief, isolated tornadoes. And then as this line gets closer to the coast, and there's going to be like a zipper effect where the supercellular kind of feeder bands are going to meet up with the main line. They're going to start meeting down here, and then that's going to happen. They're going to zip together as the storm moves east. Right where those come together, there's probably going to be some increased favorability for tornadic initiation in North Carolina over the next little bit too. Other than that, I think the apex, the peak of this event is over. I think we're on a downhill trend towards calmness in terms of severe weather. However, the strong winds, the damaging winds, are still going to be a big problem tonight. I do want to show you, just for anybody who's just now tuning in, I want to show you the surface wind gusts, the forecast for later tonight in the east. There's another tornado warning coming in here. We'll look at it in a moment.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Really important to understand that all of these areas with orange and red are non-thunderstorm wind gusts. So we're going to see 50, 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour wind gusts all up and down the east coastline tonight. Even without a thunderstorm, you throw a severe thunderstorm on top of that randomly. If there's a part of the line that makes it this far north, you could end up with some much stronger winds. We're also going to be looking at constant 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts tonight in Kentucky, Indiana, and Ohio, up there off of Lake Michigan as well, up there in Wisconsin, and even into Canada, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. Watch what happens as some of that wind scrapes up against the Appalachian Mountains. We're actually going to see some places up in the higher elevations of West Virginia that could see over 80 mile per hour wind gusts just because they're closer to that lower level jet. All right, let's come back over here to our new tornado warning right on the coast here near Daytona Beach, near Ponce Inlet. What? I mean, if there is a tornado there, it's already out to sea. Yeah, Yeah. Okay, but still, Port Orange, New Smyrna, let's take shelter anyways. At least for the next 10 to 20 minutes as we allow for that warning to expire. Biggest threat is going to be the winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's the main thing that I'm worried about with this. Tornado threat is on the lower side, not zero. Carol says, are you going to be live tonight? No, we've been going since early this morning. There's not much gas left in the tank. And also, thankfully, obviously, you guys, it's going to be some howling winds. There's going to be some power outages. There's going to be some heavy rain, some flooding. But there's not going to be anything that I can help with in the same way that I can help with tornadoes. What I just said, all that's just going to be happening all night, and there's not going to be a lot of variability in it. There's not going to be like, oh, here's this. It's just like it's all going to be happening. And all I can do is just tell you about that, and hopefully you do whatever you need to do to prepare for it. And we'll talk again soon, probably tomorrow or the next day in a regular video going over the next storm. There is another big storm, probably even stronger than this one, that we're going to be talking about as we approach the weekend. Please check on Ohio. Nothing. Ohio, you guys are going to be getting in on some snow squalls tonight and into early tomorrow morning. It might snow a little bit, but for right now, it's just really windy. That's the main thing. Anything going to happen in Texas? Not from this storm. Oh, here's an update from Trudy. Gotta love Trudy from Graceland. Trudy started to dance in hopes of more flurries and less rain. We'll post more updates in the future. I love it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got us a new tornado warning. And guess where it is? Florida. My goodness. This is a huge tornado warning, and I see why they've done it. This is a good move from the National Weather Service. You see this line, this broken line of storms here? There's a lot of little kinks. There's a lot of little shimmies. There's a lot of little divots. And inside of those, we do see some couplets, some areas of rotation. And any one of these could produce a tornado at any moment, even for just a couple of seconds. Right? And then it goes away. And then another one happens 3 miles down the road, and then it goes away. It's not like this thing where there's one big tornado and it's just wrecking things. It's a line of storms where little pockets of vorticity are being flipped vertically and producing tornadoes. And that's going to happen all the way until this part of the storm exits Florida. So Bithlo, Titusville, Scottsmore, and Oak Hill and Geneva in Florida need to be taking shelter now. All right, we're getting our results for our next winter. Remember, before the next snowstorm, like right now, you need to go to shopryanhall.com. Right now, because there's a sale going on. You can get it for 20% off. Go to shopryanhall.com. Get yourself a daggone yolometer. All right? Give our guys in the warehouse something to do for a little while longer. In the spring, they're what are they doing? All right, we got to get something out of them in the winter. Just like go to shopryanhall.com right now and get yourself a yolometer 2.0. All right, and we're gonna try our best to get it to you before the next snowstorm. All right, we're gonna bust our butts, getting them out as fast as possible, so that you can be a part of what we're getting ready to do. We're getting ready to give out another $1,000 to somebody who sent in a snow measurement today. And we're going to do that for every big snowstorm this winter. So the odds are in your favor. And we don't discriminate. Hey, listen, if you live in some place where it doesn't snow very often, get one as a good luck charm. Get it as a snow talisman, okay, a rune. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, something that attracts, a manifestation device. All right, and then the next time we're doing a live stream, if you tune in, send us a measurement of how deep the puddle is in your backyard, and you'll still be entered to win. This is just our mechanism of essentially fundraising for our operations here, our channel. So we don't have to run commercials. We don't have to hit you with ads every hour on the hour and all that good stuff. And it's fun. And I believe we're getting our second winner of the day now. So we'll do that. And then we're going to have to start wrapping it up here soon. Yeah, the discount automatically applies at checkout if you're going to get a y'all meter right now. All right, let's do this.
A new tornado warning has been
in North
issued.
Carolina. I want to look at that real quick before we dive into this, just to see if it's just to see what's hiding in there. Okay. This is one of our supercells that has rapidly died on its approach. It's continuing to die, but it is still maintaining enough rotation to warrant a tornado warning here for Kings Landing, Topsail, Edgecombe, and these areas in North Carolina. Please take shelter if you are in that county. What is that county? Pender County, North Carolina. We will also check in on our friends in Florida. Nothing's changed here. Stay in your safe spot if you're in Titusville. No tornado warnings on the southwestern side of this storm just yet, but lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible here in Port Charlotte in the next little bit. Get ready for that. Still expecting a squall line of 60-mile-an-hour winds to run through the majority of the central portion of Virginia and North Carolina over the next little bit. The tornado warning here for Alberta, Virginia, is about to expire. So, by the way, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Richmond, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and once again, more rain is on the way there. Okay, I think we're adequately updated. There's no emergency situation happening right now, so we're going to go ahead. My gosh, the wind's blowing hard out there. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and we're going to quickly do the winner thing for the Yalameter contest. All right. Once again, this is we put together all of our Yalameter entries. We've split them in half, and now we're going to pick another person to send $1,000 to for measuring snow. All right, here we go. Crap, I forgot to get the drum roll again. We'll be more prepared next time. Okay, Tara F. in Westford, Massachusetts. Congratulations. Congratulations. This was an email submission. So proof, it doesn't have to be Twitter. You can do pics at ryanhallyall.com as well. This is Tara's photo. And the beautiful, full quality, not compressed by Twitter. Looks like about 8 yalls of snow there, more on the way. Everybody say congratulations to Tara. And Tara, we're going to email you. Okay? And we will work out the details. Oh yeah, I forgot the party lights. Oh crap. Ah, I hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. I should probably put the tornado emergency button a little bit farther away from the party lights button. But congratulations, Tara. This has been fun. We've had lots of Yalameter submissions today. Hopefully, we'll have a lot more the next time we go live because there's a lot of you on the site right now buying Yalameters, from what I'm being told. Once again, we're going to try to ship them to you real fast. And yeah, we'll have fun with it next time. We might try the thing where we do one person gets 1,000 and then like 10 people get 100 next time. Just to involve more people. We do have 3 tornado warnings right now. We don't have 3 tornadoes on the ground. We have 3 areas of interest where there could potentially be tornadoes soon. This looks pretty interesting down here in Florida near Tallahassee. That's moving up towards Bithlo and Titusville. You guys want to make sure you're in your safe spot. Okay, this one looks a little bit more interesting now. The one up here near Topsail. A little bit more interesting as it approaches Holly Ridge. So we're going to keep watching that one. But still nothing crazy. No emergency situations happening right now. Probably we're starting to get a little dicey on the flooding side. I think that's probably going to become, if there is an emergency situation for the rest of the evening, it's going to come in the form of flash flooding somewhere back here in Virginia, up into the mid-Atlantic regions. Ryan, have you ever gone to a Florence Y'alls game up the road in Florence, Kentucky? No, but we drive through Florence, Kentucky all the time, and we see the big water tower that says Y'all on it. I thought they were just, they knew I was coming, and they put that up there as like a celebratory thing. No, I'm just joking. No, I've never been to a Y'alls game, but I know all about the Y'alls. Is Kentucky okay? Yeah, Kentucky's fine. Ryan Hall, should I buy a Yalameter? I live near Boston. Yes. Let me show you guys. Let me show y'all. We're just now entering snowstorm. Snowstorm. What am I trying? Snowstorm Fiesta. All right. We've got this one, and we've got 2 more following behind it. So here's what that looks like. Web view, weather models. This is our current storm. Okay, this is no longer a problem tomorrow. This is a blizzard tonight, first one in 10 years up in some portions of the Cascades. This is going to produce snow in California and Arizona tomorrow into Friday. Then, boom, here we are. Another snowstorm breaking out here in Nebraska and Iowa as soon as Friday. This weekend, it starts getting really gnarly, okay, up here around Chicago. All right, Friday, 7 p.m., I think there's a good chance we're experiencing a full-on blizzard with strong winds, blinding conditions, shut down airports, shut down roads, interstates closed. Like it's a blizzard, all right? And then that's going to continue to intensify and become a big problem up there in Michigan as well. And probably even a severe weather threat on the southern side once again. And that's going to be our next storm, all right? But the key thing to keep in mind here is that next storm is going to set the stage. It's going to send some really cold air, some of the coldest air of the season, farther south. And the next storm is going to bring snow even farther south, maybe even all the way down into East Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. But of course, also in places like Ohio and Kentucky and eventually up the Northeast coast. And then that's when the real cold air comes in. I want to see what's the latest here on our temperature predictions, temperature anomalies. Oh, yeah. I mean, goodness gracious, y'all. That is a purple nurple coming in right there. And what does this mean? What does that big purple blob mean? I'll tell you what it means. Let's zoom into the central U.S. And this is the apparent temperature at 1 p.m. Tuesday, January 16th. This is the wind chill, close to negative 30. All right, how about overnight, though? How about negative 40 up here in portions of the north central U.S.? We're talking about wind chills down into close to negative 10 near Dallas. We're talking about them being close to 0 near the Gulf of Mexico near Houston. This is some cold air, all right? Now, the actual temperatures are going to be much warmer than that. I don't think this is necessarily a repeat of 2021 where we had all the power outages in Texas, but it's close. It's close. It's probably not going to be as bad. But yeah, some major cold air is going to settle in, and then we could talk about some snow farther south, I believe. So Sam, thanks for that. If we don't get snow, can we get a y'all gauge for rain? We don't have that yet. Just get the y'all meter and use it as a puddle measurer. I swear it'll count. It might not be as fun, but we will count it until we figure out a solution to this problem. And if anybody has any good ideas for a unique rain gauge that we can make that would be kind of easy to make, that's not just like a rain gauge from China with our logo slapped on it, we're open to any and all ideas that you have. The Yalla meters are unique. They're fun. They're made. We design them ourselves. They're made here locally in East Kentucky by a local print shop. Everything it's real custom and local, and I like that. And I want to do that for a rain gauge as well if we do a rain gauge, and we just haven't figured that out yet. A bucket? Hey. The y'all bucket. Hey. You're on to something. Yeah, like you can get a bucket with your yolometer. Daggone bucket. That's perfect. We just got to figure out how to make it obnoxious. You know, to make it photogenic. Because that's the whole point of the yolometer, right? Oh boy, what is this? I'm getting clipped. I should probably put the tornado emergency button a little bit farther away from the party lights button. A clear bucket with like the yolometer style markings on it. Yeah, there's something to consider. That, and yeah, if you want like really accurate rain measurements, the best way to go about it is to get a Tempest weather station. And we do have those on shopryanhall.com as well, but I get what you guys want, and I'm going to try to make that happen. Here we go. Weather Prediction Center is highlighting an area up here in the Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey zone in the I-95 corridor there. An area of instances of flash flooding will become likely this evening. And the pink shaded area is the greatest area of concern. Chandra's got an update for us outside of the production room here at the Weather House. It says less impressive than Diet Coke is the amount of precipitation here at the Weather House. Chandra's not a fan of Diet Coke, if just in case anybody didn't know. This is the little yolometer that comes with the bobblehead, so even that would count. If you guys have one of those and not an actual yolometer, even that would count. What's for dinner tonight? I don't know. I think I'm good. I think a nice Diet Coke will top me off. That hibachi for lunch really hit the spot. Mama up there in Wisconsin, in northeast Wisconsin, says 5 inches in northeast Wisconsin. Someone needs to man the yolometer overnight, so we're building a snowman for that. That's perfect. Awesome. Somebody said Diet Coke is chemically formaldehyde in the chat. Somebody wants to be banned for spreading misinformation on the internet. Hmm? 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 I'm not that tired. We're having fun here. Right now there's one tornado warning. And to be honest, it's not going to be there long. And we've talked about all the severe thunderstorm warnings a million times. I'm honestly just waiting to see if anything happens with our zipper setup that we have with the closing supercell formation line and the main line here in North Carolina. If we don't see any sort of rapid development of new storms here soon, we'll probably end it. We'll probably call it a night. We're going on 11 hours now of streaming with just continuous coverage. The storm's not going to be over whenever we end the stream. It's still going to continue to go. Make sure you're prepared. Make sure you are weather aware tonight, especially in the Northeast. Going to get really windy, really rainy. And flash flooding is going to continue to be a big time problem. Flash flooding is going to continue to be a big time problem all up and down the East Coast tonight. The Yalla leader. I like that. Okay, we got a Mr. We got a smarty pants in here down talking down about Diet Coke. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna drop it after this. But he says drinking 1 liter of diet soda with 600 milligrams of aspartame or aspartame. We've got a tornado warning. We got to check it out. This is perfect. This is extending our live stream just long enough to check out this tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
It says 1 liter of diet soda with 600 milligrams of aspartame will be converted into 60 milligrams of formaldehyde. Okay, sounds terrible. Sounds like, oh my gosh, this is something I got to put on TikTok right now and tell everybody. But the truth of the matter is, first of all, who's drinking 1 liter of diet soda in any sort of short period of time? Nobody normal, right? Like if you're drinking a liter of diet soda a day, that's crazy. But there's an equal amount of formaldehyde in your steak and your fish and your coffee and all these other things that you drink every day. It's you throwing around big words that sound scary. Doesn't work on me, son. All right? Leave my Diet Coke alone. The newest tornado warning that was just issued is for an area just south of Clayton, North Carolina. This is south and east of Raleigh. By the way, Raleigh, I know we've got some people from Raleigh that are watching. The worst of the storm is over for you. Okay, there's no more concern for you. There is a little bit of rotation to your south and east that sparked a tornado warning for Wilson's Mills and Clayton. And that's pretty much it. There's nothing serious here, guys. There's no emergency situation. There's just a chance that a tornado could occur from this. And the main threat with this whole line is going to be the 70-mile-per-hour winds. We're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. Just get ready and know that a tornado is possible and on top of the winds with this storm as it approaches. Don't go. I'm scared. You'll be fine. There's nothing to be scared of. You're prepared. If you're watching this stream, you're light years ahead of the average person. And the average person, whenever you hear about a big storm and, this many people were hurt, this many people, this happened to them, and, bad things happen to people in storms. Don't get me wrong. But most of them aren't paying attention. They don't even know that the storm is coming. They don't know how to prepare for a storm. They don't know what a tornado warning is. They don't, and that's just the truth. Like when it comes to people who are in harm's way, when it comes to storms, most of the time it's because they're uninformed or have an apathy that is out of tune with the severity of the situation. You guys don't have that, so you're in a good spot. If you know that the storm's coming, you're already doing most of the work that it takes to survive a storm. You know what I mean? And a lot of the life-threatening stuff, the tornadoes especially, that's over for the most part tonight. Flash flooding, that's a big one that we have to keep an eye on. And then the strong winds tonight could knock down trees, and there's certainly some dangers to be aware of there. But the main problem with that's going to be the power outages. I actually don't. Like, I'm playing it up a little bit. I'm not offended by the negative Diet Coke talk. This is just fun for me. It's not very often that we get to do a live stream and I get to talk to chat this much. So I'm taking advantage of it. So we still haven't heard anything from either of our $1,000 winners. Last year, we didn't get to do the $1,000 giveaway much, but the couple of times that we did get to do it, the people were immediately like there, and we got to give them their money. I think we gave one of them live. This one's just going to be a little bit more delayed, I guess. What's our run time here? We are at 11 hours. We just crossed over the 11-hour mark. We've been streaming for 11 hours. We've tracked a ton of tornadoes today, lots of snow as well. It's been a pretty impactful day, but I really do think we're winding down. I say that, and there is going to be more tornado warnings tonight. Like whenever we end the stream, please know that the weather doesn't stop just because I'm not streaming anymore. There's going to be more tornado warnings tonight, specifically in South Florida. There's going to be more tornado warnings tonight in East North Carolina. Eventually, the warnings will stop, and the main focus is just going to be strong winds and heavy, heavy rain up and down the East Coast. Flash flooding is going to be a problem tonight in places around southern Maryland, into the Delmarva area, Philadelphia, Trenton, New York. Get ready. It is going to be rough. And then it's going to be fine for a couple of days, and we're going to have another storm to track. Oh, yeah, maybe one day we can do 1,000 people get $1 each. If we get to a point where we're receiving over 1,000 Yalameter submissions per storm, we might do that. I don't know. Yeah, Charlie, we've talked a lot about the blizzard in the West Coast. We can hit it again for you. There are currently blizzard warnings in Washington and Oregon, specifically focused on the Cascades. And then there's a little part of the northwestern flank of Washington here that's also under a blizzard warning for the next 482 minutes. And this is some of these areas. These are the first blizzard warnings that we've had over here in over a decade. So it's not a common thing to see blizzard warnings over here. We definitely get a lot of snow, but the velocity, the strength of this trough that's dipping down, that's going to cause our next storm, is so intense that especially in the higher elevations, we're going to have very strong winds and sustained winds above 35 miles per hour for more than 3 hours, reduced visibility to less than a quarter mile, and blowing and drifting snow. Therefore, we have a blizzard warning in effect for portions of Oregon and Washington. Now, down in the valleys, we're going to see some snow, but it's mostly going to be rain. And, the snow that falls isn't going to be of blizzard caliber. We still got snow falling back a little bit farther to the west or to the east here. Let me look at the MRMS. Yeah, still got heavy snow falling in portions of Illinois up into Wisconsin. That's going to continue for quite some time. We've still got heavy snow falling in upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire. A lot of you guys are going to end up seeing rain before this is all said and done, though. What's happening in North Carolina? There is one tornado warning and a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. The tornado warning is precautionary. The biggest thing that's happening is a squall line's moving through the central part of the state with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. Next in line is going to be Rocky Mountain, Wilson, Goldsboro, Clinton, Elizabethtown, eventually Wilmington. It'll be a couple hours before this gets over towards, let's say, Elizabeth City, Kitty Hawk, New Bern, and Havelock. The storm is over in South Carolina. North Myrtle Beach, you're going to have one last blast of strong rain and winds here, and then it's done. So it's also done in Georgia, and for most of Florida, it's over. And we'll see the squall line continue to slowly traverse south and east across Florida tonight, producing severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings along the way. Are you on diaper duty tonight, Ryan? Yes, of course. That's why I can't do a 24-hour stream right now. A lot of people are saying, just end this stream and start a new one. Even if that was necessary, which I don't believe it is. I think that, the remainder of this event's going to be pretty manageable. Hold up. This guy has more screens than me. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, never mind. He doesn't. That's a cool setup, though. That's awesome. That is very cool. Sorry, I got distracted. What was I talking about? What in the world were we talking? Oh yeah. The event's going to be pretty manageable tonight, but I got to go home. I have a 12-day-old baby and a almost 3-year-old. Oh yeah, 8 screens. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 11. In this room. Awesome. Our first winner for the Yalometer competition has reached out. Are you going to Hillbilly Days this year? Probably, yeah. We got one warning. It's going to be allowed to expire in 11 minutes. I'm going to end the stream in 11 minutes as soon as that tornado warning is allowed to expire. And, we're just waiting to see if... Oh, my goodness. Sorry. Oh, my gosh. I'm so sorry. It's time... Hey, listen. Everybody was falling asleep. We needed to wake up. Oh my gosh. Headphone users beware. That was actually not on purpose. I accidentally played a video that was just really loud. What's the baby's name? Otto. Echo and Otto. Echo and Otto Hall. Little brothers. Ryan, do you still have your Eclipse glasses? Yeah. We're going to do another spot in a main channel video for them in February, I think, or March. I'm super excited about the Eclipse. We should be going. I think we're going to go experience it in person. Unless there's severe weather. It's going to be on April 8th, so there's a good chance there's going to be some sort of severe weather that day. In that case, it'll still be just as exciting because we can cover the severe weather live and then also have storm chasers in the path of totality and also cover the solar eclipse as well. We might even try to just cover the solar eclipse like this. I don't know if that's something that people would be interested in. Even if like the weather's nice that day, we might go live and have storm chasers, like one in Texas, one in Arkansas, one in Illinois, one in Ohio, and just make a whole thing about it. I like going live. Okay, I'm not like a Twitch streamer. I don't think I would like going live for like 8 hours a day every day and playing a video game or something. But I do like when we do whenever we do these kinds of streams, it feels like an event. And I feel like there's some more events that we can cover that are not necessarily bad. Like solar eclipses. We were thinking the other night, anything that involves maps, like tracking Santa on Christmas Eve, stuff like that. I just love that kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of what else. I'm drawing a blank right now. But you guys, you get the gist. Positive stuff. All right, so our final tornado warning of the stream has been allowed to expire. So we're going to end it. We are going to end the stream here. 1 second. Super big shout out to everybody in the production room back there. We did good today. Thanks. Shout out to Frank, Kinsey, Carly, Chandra, Austin Alley, everybody, all the storm chasers, everybody involved, Chris, Andy, of course. We will be back in this format very soon. We've got another storm coming this weekend, guys. This one's not over. Stay weather aware all night tonight. Follow me on Twitter. I will have rapid fire updates if they're needed over there. And yeah, that's it. That's it. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Goodbye.